Oh, we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Whoa!
Hello.
Hi, you haven't seen me for a very long time
No.
on this channel. So, hello, I'm RetiredRogue from TikTok and other platforms. I am your dungeon master for this spooky season one-shot that we're running tonight. I just want to do a couple of quick announcements here real quick. A reminder that Ether Realms is still streaming Mondays 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time as well as 7:30 p.m. Central. And also want to remind those of you that joined us during the Misfits campaign that has concluded, but you can still catch all of their episodes on VOD either at the lakesidelegends.com or their YouTube channel. And a reminder also, our Discord is open. You can come hang out with all of us, myself included, and all the rest of the cast of all the shows and any one-shots and everybody all on this creative team. Come out and talk nerdy, and that's where you can also find links for our website and our YouTube channels. Now, quick announcement before we start tonight's game. Because it is spooky season, we are doing a horror one-shot. And of course, there will be antics plenty to laugh at. However, we do want to do a quick little viewer warning that yes, this is a horror theme, so there may or may not be certain things that might be triggering for some of our more sensitive viewers, whether they be younger or if you're just more sensitive to horror themes of any kind. We do want to just make sure that that is a warning. So either you may want somebody to pre-watch for you when it comes out on VOD, and then catch up if you feel like you can. But otherwise, we are here trying to keep it as family friendly as possible and also trying to just have a lot of fun. There will be as many laughs as there are hopefully screams. If I'm DMing correctly this evening, we might get some screams, who knows. We'll try.
Oh, great.
We'll try. Yeah, they have no idea what's coming and they're so in trouble.
We know nothing.
And then other than that, we're going to go around real quick. You guys are familiar with most of our players this evening. However, I want to give them a chance to introduce themselves again, as well as introduce the characters that they'll be playing for this evening. So let's go ahead and start. Oh, let's go ahead and start with D20 Diva, shall we?
Woo.
As she's taking
Slurp.
I used to work as a waiter. I'm trained to ask questions as soon as
excellent timing.
Cheers, mate.
All right. D20 Diva, or Diva, or even Kelly. You'll hear probably all of them. I am on Ether Realms cast as well. I am playing Celine. No one knows her last name. And
Is she?
Yeah, I was gonna say, including her.
including me, I never gave myself one because I never share it with anybody.
It's like Cher and Madonna. It's one name. That's it.
Yeah.
Actually, the sad thing
Dude,
is,
you beat Celine Dion out of that.
No,
That's
that-
impressive.
That's why I picked the name, because Celine Dion was playing in my head, and I was like, Celine, why not? My heart will go on. So,
There it is.
so
Even if it gets
Celine.
ripped out of your chest tonight. But hey,
But I'm playing Celine.
Not saying no.
What did we decide was the way to say? She's in recreational pharmaceuticals at
Recreational
the
pharmaceuticals.
university.
That's an impressive title.
Yes, I know. So
she's a public servant.
I am a public servant for the
Yes.
university, but that's the how helps pay for my tuition. So that's why people only know her as Celine. So, but she's up for a good time. She likes to help people have a good time. But
And if you're not catching the drift,
and if you're not catching the drift,
begins to be
okay.
just go. Just walk away.
move
Just
on.
go.
But she is a level 12 druid, Circle of Stars. I have never played a druid before. This is my first druid, so you guys have to bear with me tonight.
This will
And
be fun.
This is also my first time playing 5e. I've been in homebrew for...
I still love that you chose a
Many-
caster as your very first
I know! I'm like, let's just make this fun.
Let's just go for it, guys.
So
Oh, glutton for
I am
punishment,
all
it's
in
fine.
as a druid tonight. So
Alrighty.
yay!
Let's go ahead and thank you. Let's go ahead and go to Slop and John, our lovely Matthias.
Hey everyone, I am Sloppin' John. I play Cedric on Aether Realms, and tonight I will be assuming the role of Matthias Tibbins. He's your man's man. He's been around a while, probably a bit older than these kids, these knuckleheads here. His life has taken a couple of different turns, and he's just now returning to the collegiate, academia. Used to roll with some wrong people. He's found God and religion and all that, and he does his Hail Marys.
He has a
and,
lot of chew in his mouth.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He's been chewing tobacco and smoking and drinking since he was young. That's what contributed to his deviant path. But now he's on the straight and narrow, just like the rest of everyone. And we're going to go have a good time tonight.
I am so straight and narrow. Yeah.
He has some anger issues, so he's a bit of a barbarian, they say. But through the power of God and our Lord, he is an ancestral guardian.
Very nice. Thank you very much, sir. And normally playing as our dungeon master in Aether Realms.
Our dun
we have
master.
That too.
Sounds like our Monday nights.
We're off to a good start, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Icon, why don't you go, sir?
So I go by Icon or Steve or what have you, but I run the Aether Realms campaign on Monday nights. I am playing Jake Michaels. Don't know if that's his real name or not, because he's a musician. I am a bard from College of Creation, but I'm multi-class. Also a rogue, soul knight, just because, hey, why not? I don't have a lot of experience with 5e, but that's okay, because I've been playing RPG since I was 8 years old. An interesting fact, in the entire time, I've never played a bard, ever. So this is my first bard.
I'm a rogue bard main, so here we go. I will help you out all night.
Thank you so much. I'll take it.
All righty. Well, thank you so much. And let's go ahead and meet our two buff ones for the evening. Let's jump down to Dove. We'll go to Dove first.
I'm Dove or Amanda, but I go by Dove Uncaged or Dove most often on anything social media. I'm also, obviously, all of us basically are cast members of Aether Realms. Come hang with us on Monday nights. And I will be playing Danielle Dovray. Don't call her Danielle. She will probably punch you in the nose. She goes by Danny, and that is it. She is a monk and will likely just be punching things a lot. She's a student also. This is her big adventure out from home, sort of. Her family's like literally the next town over, so she didn't get very far. She tried.
Computer school.
Little bit trying to spread the rings away from the overproductive. I don't know.
Oh crap! Yeah, what town are we in?
Rogue's like, oh, that's new. I make a note.
All right, let's write things down. Let's Ogderovo, sure, yeah.
Ogderovo.
College Town A. There you go.
Yeah, insert
College Town.
Whatever. What else? She is she's Way of the Shadow monk, so you get to see some fun of that. Love me my monks. And she is the roommate of Sean McKenzie, who you're going to meet next.
Yeah, and so why don't we head on over, good sir?
Well, hey guys, I am Take No Skies. I also go by Connor or Skies. Also a cast member on Aether Realms.
I still call you Techno Skies instead of Take No. I don't know why.
It's Take No Skies. It's a Firefly
I know,
reference.
but it's stuck in my head as
No,
Techno.
it's West Coast Kana.
Bane of my existence.
I'm sorry. The very first time I heard it said was Techno.
No, you and everybody else. I'm over on TikTok and Instagram, and that's been the bane of my existence ever since I got on those platforms. But anyway, so tonight...
But we still love your Irish joke of the day.
I mean, that's fair, but that's not the character we're doing tonight.
Sorry.
So, bro, I'm Sean McKenzie. I'm a jock. I'm here on a very super basic like football scholarship, and it's not going so well. I'm not very good at the school stuff, so I have to work like 2 jobs to be able to pay for college.
Keep offering to
And-
tutor you, dude, and you keep,
It's not that easy, man. Like
think
the
what's even worse
letters
is that
like
they
to
cut the
move
football program
around,
2
and
years
it's
ago.
just I just don't get it, man. It's real hard. Okay, can we just go bench press for an hour as a break? That'd be awesome.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm a
Oh,
barbarian who when I get frustrated on the field, I perform better. And I'm a Path of Wild Magic barbarian, so it should make for a very interesting evening, to say the least.
Any of our viewers that are horror genre fans, you're suddenly seeing a few tropes being fallen into at this point. And I'm very excited to see how this works out.
The rogue is
It
questioning.
was partially intentional, man, but it was not
Yeah.
intentional. I just wanted to play this class and
It was
made a
completely
character to
not.
fit.
The thought that's going through the head right now is, should have done pre-gens.
No, I'm sitting here thinking like, are they gonna survive? Well,
That's what I was like, I see total
Doubtful.
party killing
Or at least
Yeah,
I'm doubting on
for
myself.
the viewers, we're starting the Deadpool over in the chat, so who's going to go first?
That's right.
yeah,
There is
please.
a way to put a
Who's
poll
gonna
in
die
chat. How do we
first?
do that?
I don't know.
Or who's rolling the first one of the night?
Ooh.
Ooh,
Probably me.
ooh.
Let's be honest.
No, it's usually me.
You rolled 2 earlier, 2 ones.
I've already did 2.
You haven't played 5e with me before. You don't know my dice luck. Dove, care to explain?
I'm
You'd
just
have to explain
happy
mine as well.
to be using my
That's
own
fair.
dice.
We're in the same boat. It's why we're roommates.
Because my thing is,
All
if they roll
right.
bad,
Really
I can
well?
throw
Really
them.
Or really bad.
All right.
That's why we do. That's why we use physical dice, because it does as much damage you throw it as it is the number on the die. Alrighty, so
It doesn't
We'll go
actually
ahead and
do
jump
if it's a
into-
D4.
depends on which
Sorry.
angle it hits. So we will go ahead and jump into our game proper. For some mood, I have a red light. It works. Alrighty, moving on. So, all of our characters are in their own respective areas. We've got Sean and Danny both working out early in the morning. We've got Jake probably tuning a guitar. Yeah. Celine
Yeah.
already asleep. It's 7 in the morning. Has been asleep since about 6:30 last night, and still sleeping strong. Matthias just getting off. Or am I saying that right, Matthias?
Yeah, Matthias.
Got
How
it,
do you say
Matthias.
it?
All right, Matthias. It is. That is.
They call me Maddie around here.
A little bit of Bronx. All right, here we go.
No, we call you something else. You just don't know it's good.
A comedian over there will.
Matthias just getting off of his overnight shift at the docks. However, it's strange. This morning, it's a calm, peaceful, rainy morning. Feels really extra calm for those of you that are awake. Even those that are pushing metal so hard, pumping that iron like crazy in the morning, getting that good morning workout in. And who did we decide was on the bench first?
Eddie, come on, 2 more. You got 2 more in you. Come on.
God,
Okay.
come on, really?
Come on, push it, come on.
Danny and Sean, you both start, even in the middle of this intense moment, she's on her last 2. She's gonna get it. And then there's always gonna be one more after that last one.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. You just feel tired all of a sudden. Danny, your
Dude,
arms
get
start
it
getting
off me,
weak.
get
All
it
right,
off.
all right. Oh,
And you lock in. And both of you, after you relax from that weight, it feels impossible to keep your eyes open. Danny, you fall asleep on the bench, still laying down. You're just about to sit up, and you just on the bench, full passed out. Sean, you're standing up, just putting down the weight, and you full on clock straight over. You're just hanging over the weights right there. It's just right there hanging out. Matthias, you're having a couple of smokes.
I'm so sorry, Danny.
Drool us all over
I was
you.
gonna say we're gonna talk about the drool if you guys wake up.
If we wake up. If we wake up.
This sounds so promising.
You might have a 6-foot corpse above you by the end of this. We don't know.
We will see. We will see. Matthias, you are having that smoke. You've just taken a drag, and you just, even despite this being your third or fourth cup of coffee this morning, you just do the nice little older man head bob straight down, still holding the cigarette and the coffee. Jake, you hit this perfect chord, and you're like, "Wow, that's amazing!" And then just like kind of fall into the strings.
I'm feeling.
You're cuddling. You are actually cuddling the guitar itself, just perfectly cradled.
Just like every night.
Celine, you're already asleep. We don't
I'm
even
like-
need to go for yours. Celine's out cold. We're good. But you don't realize it, but you've all fallen asleep at the exact same time. None of you guys know what's going on, though. A strange sense of falling rapidly, very rapidly. Everything around you, pure gray, as though you're falling through those very clouds that were above you all day, or all morning. It's only a few moments later. You've been falling for a minute or so. You're kind of wondering what's going on. Suddenly, there's ground below you. It's coming rapidly, coming very rapidly. Very, 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 very rapidly. It's so fast. And
Do we
you
see
hit.
each other?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
You hit the ground. There's no pain, though. You're just there. You've landed.
I totally 3-point land that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, our
you totally
full
3-point
on
land,
3-point
and I'm on my face.
I was gonna
That's
say,
great.
Everybody else full on face plant. And as you start gathering your wits about you, you start seeing a few people you recognize from classes. Celine, you recognize a couple of your, for lack of a better term, patients.
Nice.
And Sean and Denny, you both see. Sean, you see Jake from work, who plays at the bars that you work at. And
It was
Matthias,
almost
you
like
see.
Jake from State Farm was about to
Yeah,
come.
I thought you were gonna
I'm sorry.
You wearing your khakis, bro?
cultural programming.
Okay.
And Matthias, you see a few of the knuckleheads that you recognize from one or two of your classes. As you all stand up, though, you recognize each other, and then looking around, you're in what seems like a town square. A little older in style. Ghost town, though. There's nobody else around. It's broken. It's dilapidated. There's what looks like an old fire station in one corner. There's a town hall, quite obvious to see, but everything just looks dilapidated. And in the middle of the square, you see what used to be a broken flagpole. And surrounding shrubbery and trees, all in various states of decay or death.
Shrubbery. One thing I hate.
Bro,
Hey,
you hate
shrubbery.
everything.
I demand a shrubbery.
But when you're looking towards this shrubbery, and as Jake is despising the shrubbery, all of you notice quite easily that there seem to be a few objects sitting on small golden pedestals, each of them shining ever so slightly. Seems to be 8 objects. And what would you like to do from this point?
I'm gonna go over and help
Wake up.
Sean up. Dude, you all right? You good?
Yeah. That was. I felt like I was falling for 30 minutes. Like that, dude. That sucks.
Yeah, that was new. That's like the video we watched last night when they were jumping off the cage and like down.
Yeah. The cage fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is going on?
What are you doing in my dream?
Man.
Your dream. This is my dream. This
No.
is like some
I mean,
video
I get
game
that because
BS
I'm
that
here,
we're in
I
right now.
understand
That's
you-
my dream.
Wait,
I get
where
that you
are
dream
we?
about me, but
Wait,
yeah,
whoa.
but
Wait, where are we?
Who's the old guy?
Wait,
Oh, that's
Oh,
Matthias. He's in one of my classes.
it's Maddie.
Oh.
I know.
Hey, any of you kids got a smoke?
No.
wait, man, I
Fresh
remember
out,
you.
bro.
You're that old guy that likes to yell at
I
everything.
hand him something.
I'm not that old.
Matthias,
You
you
called
check,
me old guy.
you check your pocket for your smokes, and they are
Older
there.
than me.
Oh,
I'm all like trying to hand you stuff.
Thank the Lord.
Hey, what you got there?
Here, you need something.
The minute he lights up, Danny walks away. She don't want any of that, and so she's gonna walk towards the
Fair enough.
shiny objects.
Oh, they're shinies! Yeah! And I'm gonna follow Danny.
Also, Celine, unless you have preference, I have a random generator for any of the pharmaceutical things that you decide to give players.
Nice!
Anyways.
Do it.
Do you like have like a tackle box and?
No, it's like I have like
my med bag.
It's
Dude,
like in like the
she's got
side of like a
pouch that she
coat or
sleeps
something.
It's
Alrighty.
the fanny pack that's slung across the chest. That's
Fanny
the
pack,
part.
that's
Perfect.
awesome.
Actually, that fits really well.
Yeah, that does.
Oh, and a quick pause. For all of our viewers, this entire game is a giant Easter egg. My players are aware. They don't know what the Easter egg is. We'll see if any of you can catch on before any of them. So, we'll see.
You'll totally catch on before me.
I
Either
might even
way.
catch on
I
and make
already
a
have an
joke and
idea,
not
and I'm a
realize
little worried.
I've caught on and made a joke.
I think I might have caught on.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be fun. It'll be very fun.
And I
Anyways.
love it. I love every second of it.
Oh, yeah. If you have caught on, which I think you have, we'll see. Anyways, what would you
Well,
like to do?
the smooth taste of these Marlboro Reds leads me to believe that this is in fact not a dream. So you can go ahead and dissuade yourselves of that notion.
What did you just say?
Is how I smoke my cigarettes. I'm used to smoking something a little bit more expensive, you know what I mean?
No.
Apparently desperate times, man.
Desperate times, kid.
Okay.
I'll make my way over to those.
I'm already looking at
walking,
him.
I'm like,
Sure.
Yeah, we're all making our way over
just
there.
kind of checking
Okay.
things out. Like, what in the world is going on?
As you start approaching this broken flagpole and these start looking at these objects, you see, as I've mentioned, there are 8 of them, each one of them giving off a small glow. The first one you see is a crystallized wing. I can't quite tell if it's bat or reptilian. It's interesting. The next is an
Touch it.
obsidian horn.
Can we touch it?
Do you touch it?
Yes.
The moment you touch it, every other one floats off of their pedestal.
Oh, I grab for whatever one I'm closest to.
Go ahead and make a dex check.
All of us?
Anybody that's grabbing for one.
Can I touch that one? Can I grab another one, or am I pretty much locked into this one?
So they're too far apart for you to grab more than one.
15.
18.
15. Okay, and 18. So Celine, you are able to grasp. Go ahead and roll a d8 for me, minusing 1, or if you roll a 1, re-roll.
5.
5. You reach out to the nearest one to you. It's a glass sphere with blue flame trapped inside of it. You are able to grab it. And now I will need you to make a strength saving throw.
Goodbye, Celine.
And the rest of you, please make perception checks for me.
14.
14.
Yeah, because I have no pluses. Okay, yeah.
Nat 20.
There's the nat 20.
It starts.
Nat 20.
All right.
Same.
We'll come
All
back
right.
to those. Remember your perception checks here shortly. Celine, you are able to hold on for a second, and it's pulling up and pulling up and pulling up, and you're still holding on. It starts to lift you about a foot off the ground. Are you going to remain holding on to it?
It's just for a little while. Guys, help! Help!
Aren't you
What's
like
going on?
strong and stuff?
Did I get the
Oh,
one
Doc,
I snapped?
Doc!
Or
You
no?
missed yours, Danny.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I would immediately grab a hold of Celine and like.
Grabbing onto
But
Celine.
guys!
You start trying to pull down, and you feel it starting to lift you up as Celine is now 4 feet off the ground,
Sean,
5 feet off the
Oh,
ground.
Danny,
I've heard of
Danny,
high
Danny,
before,
ow!
but-
Get over here!
Sean
I gotta
being
grab
six-
Danny.
Sean being
Sit
6
back.
feet grabs Danny. Danny's feet have left the ground at this point. Sean's feet are starting to leave the ground.
Hey,
And
Yeah.
Should I
You're
let
Danny,
go?
you know I
Let's
don't
go.
like heights!
Should
I don't
let-
like heights!
Okay, I let go.
you should let go.
Okay,
I did.
dropping.
I
All
let
right.
go.
Go.
I will wash away any fall damage, saying that Danny is able to help you make a graceful fall just because of her natural ability to fall very well.
Sean would definitely take the follow damage though, and like because
John
he's
wasn't-
on the bottom and try to like catch people.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But you were really close to the ground, so I'm not going to do too harsh to you. 3 points of bludgeoning damage for that.
That's fine.
Yeah, not too bad for you. Okay, so my perception checks from my other 4. Go ahead, Jake. What was yours?
Mine was a 12.
Okay, Sean, that was 12. Okay, Danny,
Natural 20.
natural 20 for a total of
24. Oh, no,
24.
26.
26. Beautiful. Matthias. Well, sorry, I have a character that's Matthias.
You can just call him Maddie.
Okay.
And that's a 10.
10K and Jake.
25.
25. Beautiful. So, Danny and Jake, you may want to take some notes here real quick.
I'm gonna take notes really quick.
Already have been. Many of my fellow players who play with me know the joke.
You seeing that these objects are starting to float away. An obsidian horn. A wooden totem with a strange face. A silk feather. The blue flame encased in glass. A golden apple rotted. A conch shell. And a single dice made of bone. Danny's shaking her head.
D20.
She's caught on.
I love it.
The single dice is a D6. Now, as you watch these objects fly and start zooming off, Celine, you're realizing now it's very wise to let go. As they start flying away at breakneck speed, disappearing into the mist. And as you were looking around, above the buildings, mist. You can't see past the buildings. Looking further away from you, on the opposite side of the town square, it looks like there might be a street, but it kind of dissipates into mist itself. Ooh.
There's a cat around
Actually,
here.
so funny enough, although not quite as adorable as the sound we just heard, you do hear what sounds like very deep guttural purring. All suddenly behind you. Well, you've done it now.
What is that?
If that's
Those
a
of you that
6
turn
foot
around.
person, if that's
Yeah,
an
I
8 foot
turn around.
person with a giant pyramid for heads, I'm not going to be pleased.
Who's the closest to me? I'm pinching him.
Me. I'm the one who is holding on to you.
Yeah, it's
Pinching
one of the
you?
two of us.
Punching you.
I
like, do you
bat
feel
her
that?
hand away.
Despite the pinch, which normally you know works in dreams to wake you up, doesn't work. You turn around, and a dilapidated and emaciated cat-like creature sitting on hind legs, though more humanoid in body. Its mouth far too large for its head. Looking directly at you. As though there's a smile, but you can tell it's just that its lips are pulled so tight back against its face that it's just constantly revealing teeth. You've done it now.
What on God's good earth is that?
No name. Never given a name. My creator never gave me a name.
Creator?
I just keep staring at you for a while.
Is everybody seeing this?
Someone throw a rock at it.
Why would you throw a rock at it?
Who
Creepy.
throws rocks at cats?
You're creepy, but we
That's
don't
I don't
throw
think
not
that's
rocks
a
at you.
cat.
Yeah, what, cats talk? Is that what you think?
I
Is that
don't
what you
know,
got out
we're
of college?
dreaming. We're dreaming. Did
okay,
you not
guys.
catch that?
Guys,
Clearly not.
Guys, chill out. Okay.
It's at this point, suddenly you all feel a very small tremor underneath you, and sounds like a giant boom from somewhere far into the distance behind you.
The giant boom?
What was that?
It's like a
are
low
we?
rumbling boom. Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, you're all in the dream realm.
What?
My master
Told
created
you.
it. Yes, and you're currently trapped here. Yes.
Who's your master? You said creator, master. Wait, who? Wait, who?
Creator. All I know is he was the creator. I didn't never met them. Anyways, well, I guess, well, there's only one way for you to leave before you're trapped here forever. The items, you touched them. You activated a very strange ritual that takes place only once every few thousand years. Well, in order
Way to go.
in order to return home, you need to retrieve these gems, these prisms of power, and return them to the pedestals. And he points down behind you, and as he points, the fog kind of dissipates a little bit and reveals more of a street going deeper into this town. There is another circle of pillars further into the town. If you do so, the doorway, the gateway, will only open for 12 seconds, but you could make your way through. So,
Wait,
And what would have happened if we hadn't touched the things on the pillars? Would we just like...
you could have asked for assistance from myself and other
I look
creatures.
at Jake.
I look at Sean. Man, why
I'm
you
looking at
dream for me
Jake.
to touch it?
I look at Maddie.
It was your
I,
dream.
bro, I
said it
was
was
even
your
smart
dream.
enough not to touch it. That
You
says
dreamt it
something.
into happening. I'm just a figment of your imagination.
All right, all right, all
Don't
right.
give me that.
Hey, do you still have that orb that you touched?
No,
No, it went
No.
that way.
It's
Floated
what-
I
away.
thought all the other ones did.
I got the
However,
wing.
Jake, you do still
No,
have the wing.
it-
Yes.
it
He has the
flew
wing.
finally.
Yeah.
He has the wing.
Oh, we
He
got
does
the
still
wing.
have the wing.
All right, go put it back.
No, don't
That-
let go of it.
That will do nothing. Hold on to that.
Yeah,
You'll
come on
need-
back.
You'll need all 8. However, if you'll notice the wing, and Jake, as you look down at the wing, you kind of hold it in your arm, and it's only about yay big, so not about the size of a bat wing. A regular
Nice.
bat wing, for those of you in the chat that want to say, what about fruit bats? They're huge. No, little old vampire bat. Anyways, moving on.
Classics.
Yeah, exactly. You look at this batwing, and it's strange. There seems to be a cluster of 7 shining points on one end of it. And as you rotate it, those shining points remain where they are. No matter which way you turn it, it shows the points. The items themselves want to be near one another and signal towards others. The only problem that you've done now is there are a number of creatures that my master locked away in this realm and kept them from entering your world. So, if you wish to avoid that, I suggest gathering the other items as quickly as possible. They may already have one. So,
It's gonna be okay. He'll just dream him back. Dream him back, man.
if only it were that easy.
I don't. Yeah. But when we get the items, at some point, right? Hopefully,
Yes.
we bring them to the other pedestals across the mists, like
You-
over there.
Yes, you will see them at the gateway.
I hope you
the-
guys
the-
remember this.
Once we find another one, it's not going to go flying away from us again, right?
No, they have gone home.
Oh.
If she had held on to that one,
Oh,
where
they
she
got
would have
home field
gone?
advantage. Oh, that's gonna suck
where
for
would I have
us.
gone? Where would it have taken me?
Which one were you holding?
A
The
glowy
flame.
ball.
Oh, you would have ended up at the mansion of the undead.
Oh, that's
The mansion of the what now?
All right, so hang on, hang on.
Gosh, that'd be
Cat,
a great
Sound good.
album title.
hey, Cat,
Right?
So there's a lot of creatures here, you
Okay,
said.
undead. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes, there are many creatures here. No,
Is there like a gun place, a place with weapons? You know.
No. Unfortunately, it's been many thousands of years since our last encounter,
I
and
mean,
the last adventurers that were here utilized much more.
I've got guns.
Like, can you say
Right?
that without?
Welcome to the
without-
gun show.
Can you say that without making your face look weird? Because you're freaking
Huh?
me out.
My face? He like touches his face.
Yeah,
Oh,
the teeth and the.
huh.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think he realizes he has a face.
Well, either way, I'm going to go and hide now.
Can we hide
To-
with you?
No.
If you want to stay here, sure.
Wait, question real fast before you go hiding.
Huh?
The glowy things on the wing over there that,
They will
Dumbo
guide you.
decided to pick up. Which one's close? Like, how can it? Does it shine brighter if we go? Like,
Does it
oh,
beep?
Yes. The brighter they glow.
so
the
which
closer it
which
is.
one's shining brighter?
As you look at those, Jake, it would be nigh into impossible to tell which one is closest at this point.
Just head in a direction and we'll see what starts changing.
If you head down the street, I would suggest going to find the place of where you must return the items. It is the gateway to all other points.
That'd be smart. Find our home field first. That'd
Danny
be
is
real
cracking
smart.
up.
Sorry,
So
I'm trying
proud.
really hard not to.
I knew you'd catch on real fast.
I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
All right, let's go.
We'll compare notes later.
I start trudging down the direction that he points like this.
And for those of you that would normally have significant items with you, as far as like quote unquote weaponry, Matthias, you have your hammer with you. And Jake, you actually have your guitar with you. It's strapped across your back. You didn't land with it, but it somehow appeared there. Go
Thanks
figure.
for dreaming that up for me, Sean.
Right? And
Dude,
then
you always have your guitar.
and then any items that you would normally have seem to have appeared within this dream realm. All right. So with that, the no name just smiles, and you can hear his laugh for a little while, and he doesn't walk away. He just kind of
Was our unknown roller before?
dissipates.
We're gonna call you Biff.
Bye, Biff.
You hear, "Thank you for the name."
Aw,
Horrible name.
Biff.
Why would you do that to him?
What?
What?
Could
He
have called
said
him
thank
anything.
you.
You could have called him Fluffy. You could have called him Chester.
Fluffy?
You could have
Didn't
called
look
him
It's clearly a Biff.
Sam. You
What
called
are
him
you
Clearly a
Biff.
Biff. Everybody
about?
knows Biffs have big mouths. That's the thing. That's their thing.
Oh my
How
god,
many
let's
Biffs
just
have
go.
you met?
72.
Oh, we're already walking.
Surprisingly.
As you guys
Yeah.
start walking, yeah.
72.
As this argument is happening, you start. You seem to cross this threshold into a singular narrow street. The buildings around you, of similar make and style and year of the town square, also dilapidated, but broken, and it looks like there are some different stores around, town stores. Everything looks closed, locked down, everything that way. It seems this is an entirely abandoned town. However,
This is
as
what
you
happens
walk,
when the big box stores move in.
you hear
Blame the man.
as your arguing kind of dies down and you start stepping into silence, you all do swear that you hear music, as if a record player is playing, but it's scratched, and the tune seems happy, but it skips and jumps, and it's a broken melody. All right, and passive perceptions is what I need to look at here.
16.
15.
Beautiful.
15.
Beautiful. Okay, so all my 15s and above. As you're walking, you kind of looking over into the stores. The windows are covered in dust. They're hard to see through, but you do swear that you see movement through them.
Hey. Check it. Right there, look.
As Jake points it out, you all see it seems like just shadowed movements, vaguely human in size, seem to be passing in front of the windows very slowly.
I'm just gonna say the weird cat thing said that there was, monsters that have been locked away here. Maybe we just don't really want to.
Yeah. But
I don't know. I think
I'd rather
also
not
said-
join that dead man's party. Like, I'd rather not.
he also
knowledge is
said that
power.
there were
Matt, go
adventurers
check
from
it out.
across the ages here. So, hey, excuse me.
Maddie, let's not. Maddie,
I'm
I
almost
don't think
there.
that's a good idea.
Just hold on. Excuse me.
Maddie.
One of the figures stops and turns, but doesn't move, other than turning to seemingly face you.
Hey, listen. We just came in from above. We're trying to find what are we looking for, guys?
Magical items.
We're trying to find magical items.
A glowy
like a
ball,
a horn or something. Like it was like
A
funky
conch.
stuff. Yeah, there was like this totem-looking thing.
Feather,
Weird face on
an
it.
apple.
Hey, are you
Right,
a part of
conch.
this? Are you a part of this
There's a
thing?
dice
Find a
too.
way to the exit.
What?
We are
What?
closed. Please find your way to the exit.
Please find your
Oh,
way.
we're
to
we're
the-
We are
trying.
closed. Please find your way to
I
the
think
exit.
it means go to like where we're heading
Could
already.
you show me the direction to the exit?
Please find your way to the exit.
Pointing in both directions. But
How is
It's
the person
strange.
pointing?
although you actually don't see any hands per se. They look more like nubs
Oh, okay.
pointing in either direction.
Great. That was helpful, wasn't it, Maddie? Helpful.
Listen, you kids are really antisocial these days, and sometimes you gotta ask for
We are
directions.
I'm
closed.
totally
Right.
social. I just went to the
Please
bar to
find
hear
your way.
this one play his guitar last night to support Sean here. What
And
was
better off for it.
All right, now.
You guys
Boom
are
friends
so
or something?
loud.
Suddenly you hear another voice in unison, just at a slightly different time.
We are closed. Please find your way to the exit.
maybe
We
we
are
just
closed.
keep
Please
going.
find your way to the exit.
Yeah, I think the voices are getting louder. I think it's time to go.
I think it's like
And they
go
start-
to the exit where we're headed.
More of them start.
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
closer
I
to
don't
the
like
windows.
this.
Nope.
I really don't like this, and I get
Pressing up
mad
against
when I
the
don't
windows.
like things, so let's just go.
All right, we go.
I'm gonna
I
start
go.
kind of jogging, like I'm staying pace with everybody, but I'm like trying to like
Speed
them
up,
forward
speed
by,
them up.
like-
Come on. That's
Yeah,
fair. That's fair.
I'm with Danny on that one. Jogging
But
buddies,
she's
let's go.
probably doing the whole like running circles,
Yeah.
like hurting, like
You're always
She's got
faster
50
than I
foot-
am.
She's got 50 feet of speed.
Yeah, she's running with laps around everybody.
Yeah.
So does Celine, but I don't think it means the same thing.
Nice.
Oh, and a reminder for both players as well as to explain to our audience, one of my house rules is inspiration can be given to players by players. I do not deal with that. So if somebody makes a character choice or somebody does something cool that you appreciate as a player, you are welcome to say,
Do
I would like to
puns
give
count?
so-and-so.
Yeah, do puns count?
He's a bard. Of course puns count.
I was saying for the rest of us.
Like I said, I do withhold the right to refuse a nomination, but I'm usually pretty easygoing on it, and you're only allowed one inspiration at a time. So, but keep that in mind. I kind of want you guys to at least partially survive this.
I've been
Hey.
saying this
Down-
a
Ivy.
lot.
This sounds fun.
Continuing down, eventually the street widens, and the fog starts. It's almost like the fog is moving with you and expands into a circular area, almost like the center of a park or another town center of itself. The fog does cloud most of your surrounding view, but it looks like there are 8 gates at random points. Each gate having its own style, somewhat unique. It's a little distant right now, hard to tell exactly what they are. And none of them are opened, with the exception of one. A collapsed manor lies behind it. Once beautiful, now proud, fallen into decay, and nature taking hold.
Mansion of the Undead.
Now, a couple of points of notice. As you enter this area, there is one creature that you notice, but it doesn't seem like it's moving. It's a horse. It's easy enough to spot. Behind it, a buggy. It's a little ways off. You can't quite make any huge details out about it, but it does look like the horse is in the middle of walking, seemingly frozen in space.
And is this past the gate or before we get
Yeah,
before
it's
the
this-
gate?
So yeah, picture like a circle. You've got a gate directly across from you and other gates at other random points on either side of you throughout this circle. The horse and buggy seems to be as if it was going to be making a loop around the circle.
Okay, so it's not beyond the gate. It's
No, it is not beyond
Okay.
the
like
gate.
in,
It just
like-
does a
with it.
circuit.
Okay.
It does a
Mhm.
circuit around around the
Yes.
gates. Okay.
So, I'm so used to seeing digital clocks, but every classroom's got a regular analog clock. Where on if this enclosure was like a clock face, where's the horse and buggy?
So if you guys are entering from
it
6
depends
o'clock,
which way you look.
I was going to say, you guys
Where
enter
we're
from 6
approaching, I'm
o'clock to the-
assuming.
Yep.
Yeah, where we're approaching is like from 6
It's
o'clock.
3. No,
Yeah.
wait, it's 7.
So you are approaching from 6
Don't
o'clock.
confuse me.
If you were to walk to the center of the circle and facing what you would assume is 12, 12
Yeah.
being the only gate that seems open, the horse and buggy is directly to about your 10 o'clock.
Okay, so I don't think it's counting down. Or maybe it is counting down.
Maybe you should ride it.
Maybe
Hey,
it came out of the gate.
let's go check
Or-
out that horse
Or
and buggy.
that.
Oh, could
I've
oh,
not
the-
yet.
Okay.
I'm with you. I'm thinking gate.
The horse
I
I've
and
think
already
buggy.
that's telling
started-
us how much time we have
They
left.
could be talking about this. I'm going to start just kind of sneaking up, trying to get a look at if there's anybody driving this horse and buggy.
That's what I
So
wanted
as you
to
draw
see.
nearer, there is a driver, it seems. But the closer you get, the more strange this whole situation looks.
Okay, like
Because you're fairly perceptive and you notice very small movement rather easily. The horse seems to be moving, but at the slowest pace possible. So slow that it is barely perceptible.
so it could be keeping.
It's moving.
time.
It's also in a pretty far state of decay,
And
I
it's
was
really
afraid of
gross.
That.
as
I
is
was
the
really afraid
driver,
of that. Oh dear.
who
Is
is
this-
currently mid-whip. The whip itself also frozen in space.
Is this what does the buggy look like? I mean, I know it's all dilapidated and everything, but is it like a normal?
It looks as though it's more from an era when buggies were more utilized, so closer to like your 1800s,
Got it, okay.
further back.
Okay.
What you would use to go around an older town.
Matthias, Maddie, whatever. Do you want to talk to this guy? I don't know that he'll answer. It might take him the next like 3 hours to answer with how slowly he's moving. but-
Yeah, it looks like it's old and you're old. Maybe you can communicate with it.
That's the end of the campaign right there. We wait for 3.5 hours for the first word to come out.
Sounds about right. Or can we? I mean, we've got one entrance here, right? Like we've got to go find these other things. Also, this thing's moving really, really slow around the circle. I'm wondering, like,
It could
How do
be
we
open the
other
time.
gates?
Maybe.
I think we need to go get a thing in that gate to open a different gate.
maybe, or when he gets to the next gate, it opens up either. Also,
Or
Maybe.
closes.
So all of
So
the
we
gates-
have between when it gets to the next gate to go into that gate and grab whatever's in there and come back. We
I don't
we
know.
might get stuck in there maybe.
You notice that all of the gates are closed, However,
We
they
haven't
look
tried-
like they have either handles or
We'll say we haven't even
some
tried
sort
to
of
open
latch.
them yet. One's just sitting open.
The
We
one
don't
that's
know.
open, is that where the mansion thing is?
Yes, what looks like it might have been a large mansion, castle. It's hard to tell because it is in such a large state of decay.
All right. So either we go through the open one or we try one of these.
Let's
Screw
just
it.
see which
I
one
go over to
opens.
the one like right
Yeah,
next
I'm gonna
to.
go and check and see.
So, Jake, I would also remind you, you have what is essentially a compass.
Yeah, I did. I was waving
I
it
was-
around.
So, pulling that out, you now see 7 points split.
All split.
All split. Yep. You have, and as you guys, I'm assuming, are going to be inspecting these gates a little more closely, we'll explain a couple of them. The one at your clock analogs, 7 o'clock, is a gate of vines, thorns, and it looks as though it's breathing, wriggling. The vines it seem almost alive. To your 8:30 o'clock, a wooden gate, but the wood is rotted, musty, gross. Between those two is another gate. It's a little smaller, but it's made of bone, animal bone. Some still hold flesh, sinew, and fur. Another one at your 10 o'clock, directly behind the buggy, is a metal gate. It's made of blades, guns, tools, all of them old, rusted, looking almost unusable. To your 2 o'clock, there is one, possibly the most disturbing one of them. It seems to be made of doll parts, of wood, of wings, different types of wing, butterfly, bat, bird. And who was my 16 perception? Danny. There's one item on there that looks a little strange. It doesn't quite look like wings. But Celine, upon looking at it, you're a little more in tune with nature and things that way. It looks like large ears of some kind. And one final gate for you of burnt chrome, foil, and oil seems to be dripping from all of its crevices. And at the center, as expected, you see 8 small pillars, each awaiting whatever item needs to fill them.
Alrighty.
Now, you'll notice there are only 6 gates
Guess what I was
that
gonna
I have
ask.
described.
Well, you
Jake.
have one.
A couple of them seem to have 2 beacons within them.
Which ones have the 2 beacons?
Yeah, let's start with
The ones that have the 2 beacons are the metal gate made of blades and guns, as well as the one made of dolls, wood, and wings.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
That one.
Hey, see that gate made of blades and guns? Yeah, why don't we go there first? You know, arm ourselves.
You
Looks like there's 2 things in there.
Like it's rotted, right? I don't.
Yeah, as you get closer and inspect it closer, it looks
They-
like
they were
most of the
beat up
weapons are
and-
to a point that you wouldn't be able to use them.
Can I
Or if
reach
you
out
did,
and
they
see if
wouldn't
I
be
can
very
like take one of the weapons off, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, you try and grab it, and there are a number of ones that are loose enough to pull, but the first one you grab, you pull it, and you grab a sword, and the handle just pulls right off. The blade remains, but the handle pulls off, broken at a jagged edge.
I don't think you want this.
You didn't have to
Got it.
break it.
Break
Really,
it. It
man?
broke on its own.
Just watched you break it.
Okay.
You tried it.
Okay,
See
so-
if you can get one off without breaking it.
Okay. Maybe
She's
we
trying
go
to touch
inside.
the gate while she's
Can you
trying
see
to
if it
I'm already
opens?
walking through the
Does
door.
it open?
No.
So
okay,
yeah,
opened it yet.
what looks like handles, it looks like there's one handle they've used as the handle of a gun, an old blunderbuster, and you grab it and try and turn it, and it does twist. But as it twists, rather than swinging open as you would expect, the swords start folding in on themselves. The metal starts to creak, and it starts to fold inward, and a gate opens, almost rippling. There, and looking around through, seems almost like a swamp beyond.
Cool.
You want to go in there?
I made the door work.
You want to go?
Yeah.
We have
There's
to
two
go in
shiny
there.
objects
But
in there,
Biff said we
man.
should check the mansion out first.
No,
Did
he
he
said
s-
we should move to the
He
center.
said we
and
should move
see.
the center where the pedestals are.
That's where all the doors were.
I'm just saying
We
if
found the doors.
I'm just saying if there
I
are
mean, I don't
guns in
have to
there,
go through the door.
we should be going in.
We don't just because the gates have guns.
What?
Doesn't
Are
mean
gates
there's
not signifiers of their contents?
You
All right,
see
are we
a
going in or
swamp?
not? Votes.
You ever heard
Well,
of the
there's
saying,
two
read a
in there,
book by
so-
its cover?
What are we voting
Sean?
on?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait,
Sean and I voted, so we're going.
Wait, what are we
We're going to the
voting on?
door.
The
Those
rest
were
of
the one that we just opened.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. I'm yelling at Maddie here.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's why we're like deuces. Let's go.
for those
We're
of you
roommates,
that
we're
decide to
good.
step through, it's almost like just a shimmery veil of sorts, and you walk through, and immediately you feel the mugginess and just humidity of a swampland.
Can I
Yes.
step back through?
Yes, you can. Nice and easy.
Hey, it's easy to get back. Oh my goodness.
Sweet.
I'm not that mean. Come on.
We're not gonna be stuck here like I felt
Who's
like when
saying
I was
TPK?
scouting at Alabama.
Anyways,
That was a rough college week.
I assume the rest of you follow suit.
Sure.
Okay. For those of you that follow suit, immediately hit with this muggy, heavy air, and you can
Oh, Smells
hear
like the gym after a workout.
you hear
Worse.
bugs, you hear the buzz of mosquitoes, everything that way. The smell is, yes, very, very pungent as you step through, but it does seem like there is a pathway of sorts of dry ground. I assume you step forward.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's get onto the dry ground. I'd rather not have wet socks for as long as I can have it.
And Jake, as you pull up your Batwing, I assume, it does seem like, yes, they are both still, if you follow this path, they're in that general direction. There is a little bit of separation between the 2 points. You also notice that all of the other points have now faded. So, keep that in mind.
So as we proceed forward, I'm gonna watch to kind of see when they,
Mhm.
like basically what the split looks like.
Absolutely. Perfect. So you walk, and it's probably a good 10, 15 minutes walk, and it's pretty easy going. Luckily, it's dry ground. And this is when you suddenly see that one of the beacons starts to pull to the left. Pull to your left off the path.
So it leaves the path.
It starts to leave the path, yeah. And it looks like it's not as anywhere near as dry a path, but there is a path that it looks like you can follow.
Which one's brighter at this point?
Technically, the one that is just turning left at this point.
So this one's closer, or we can keep going.
I say let's go get another one. Let's get this done. I don't want to be
Yeah.
stuck here.
So do you want to go left and
You
get the
get
closer
stuck
one?
Here, you turn into one of those guys on Main Street just telling
I'd
you,
rather
"Exits this way
not.
and
That
this
does
way and
not
this
sound
way."
like fun time. Yeah.
There's two. That one's closer. This one's drier. We're gonna have to get both.
Close or dry?
Yes.
Better to do the dry one first. You don't want to work with wet boots. Let me impart some knowledge on you. You can get foot fungus quite easily. Chafing occurs. You all should carry 2 pairs of socks. I actually got another pair in my pocket right here. And he's just going to keep on going along.
Sean, you didn't dream up extra socks for everybody?
Come on, man. You gave him socks
Listen.
and not me.
Listen. One, it's not my
You
dream.
all
Two,
thinking, right?
why are
You
we
said
listening
it
to
was your
World War
dream.
One over here?
You said it was
Go.
your
Are
dream.
we
And I'm just
following
gonna start
Maddie?
shoving them forward.
Yeah, Maddie's May's talking about how it's better to take the dry path as he's continuing to walk down the dry path.
Yeah.
Okay, so following Maddie, it does. The other beacon, the closer beacon, does start to fade a little bit in brightness, and the other one starts to become a little bit more bright. So you are on the right path either way. As you continue forward, the pathway actually does become even more dry, and suddenly turns into a cobble street. Turning left slightly, you see what looks to be a beautiful mansion, absolutely pristinely kept. The only strange thing about it might be that it is obsidian marble, black pillars, and a beautiful wrought iron fence that, in the very dim light, you actually see little flecks of blue shine off of.
Ooh, pretty.
So your little compass wing telling us to go into the house?
Directly to the house.
Let's go.
Are we knocking or are we just going in?
Well, I want
I
to
don't think
look
anybody's
at this.
home.
You said there's like blue flecks in the obsidian.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
You-
check that out.
You can approach the gate. It's interesting. The gate itself is metal overall, but you notice that it seems like a bluish stone, one you don't recognize, seems to be modeled inside of it, as if it was part of the metal originally.
That's cool. Are we going
All right.
in?
Is the gate closed or
That's what
open?
he said. It was
Gate is
Open
open.
it.
Oh, it's open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gate is open.
All right.
Let's go.
As you approach,
Carefully.
there are two giant black oaken doors,
Okay.
and you step up onto the marble patio, and the doors themselves.
That's not creepy.
This
At all.
Nah,
Great.
not at all.
Great.
No, this is
Hey,
fine.
You know, I'm wondering, are we on one of those reality TV shows?
That's what I was thinking too.
If that's the case, I really kind of need to look good for reasons. So, sorry in advance.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to knock you out though. I was
Don't
I
we
was
have
knocked
to sign
out.
something first?
We might have signed it while you're signing all the paperwork for school. I mean, there was a lot of paperwork.
There was a lot of paperwork for that.
there
That-
was a lot
that's
of paperwork
fair.
for that.
Well, let's
You
go.
hear weird, strange whispers coming from inside the house.
What are they saying?
Probably just recordings. But just to be safe,
Maddie's gonna pull out his hammer. Do we have all our items that were on a character sheet, or just like okay?
You have all your items that are on your character
I don't really
sheet, yes.
know what he'd use as a shield, so I guess he just pulls out his hard hat.
I love it.
Nice!
Yes.
Nice. As a real life construction worker, I appreciate you so much for that.
So he has his fingers through the back of it where you tighten, and then the rest is just like in there like a buckler.
I was going to say a little buckler shield. I like it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can work with it.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna get inside and actually, does anyone want to pray before we go in? You know, all this talk about undead, it's probably best that we talk with our good friend in all of our corners, Jesus, before we head in. So,
Oh gods.
anyone want to do a little Hail Mary?
The mention of prayer and the names, it's interesting. All of you can feel pressure from within the house almost moving outward towards you, as if it feels
I think they want to pray with you.
I'm no evangelist, but there are unclean spirits in there. I am going to get you out of there.
for those of you that step through the door finally.
Yeah.
The beacon is very much brightening as you get closer to the door. The black theme continues as you step inside. Dark woods, beautiful black stones mixed with silver and some flecks of gold. Fabrics decorate the interior, illuminated by torches of blue flame, with hints of orange and yellow that tease brighter and better light, but never quite achieve full length. At the center of the room, this grand entrance, if you will, there is a massive hole. And it looks like the beginnings of an iron spiral staircase leading downward.
Does the light get brighter closer to the hole?
Yeah.
Yes.
I go up to check.
Is the light blue?
The light inside is pretty blue, yes.
Did we walk into Diablo? Like, I'm pretty sure I played this level.
And Sean, as you look around, it's interesting. There are some very large, beautiful tapestries that decorate the round walls of the staircase itself. Just even looking down into the stair or into the giant hole, you see the beginnings of tapestries.
So we're going down.
I think we're supposed to go down. That's how
Yeah,
it
I think we
usually
need
is
to
in
go
video
down.
games. Like, it makes the most amount of sense.
All right.
Do we get a save point here?
Love a save point. That'd be awesome.
As you start down these iron stairs, this fabric on the wall becomes a bit more clear. It's black, but there seems to be silver that moves through it. And the fabric itself seems to shimmer as though if it's in a breeze. But there's no breeze around you.
Is there any scenes in the tapestry that's like? Is there anything playing along on there, or is it just abstract?
So the closer you look at the fabric,
Yeah.
you start staring a little more deeply into it. And at first, it doesn't seem like there's much of a pattern. But then you see what looks like a hand pressing against the fabric itself. And then a face. The face is contorted into a scream of absolute pain and terror.
But there's no sound.
And Jake, since you were the first one to mention that you were going to be inspecting these closer, you are looking at this, and suddenly more faces start appearing, more hands, they start pushing. The rest of you start noticing that the fabric gets a little closer to Jake. It's almost imperceptible.
Back.
It's imperceptible, however, to Jake.
Oh,
I'm gonna reach over and pull him back. towards me.
Go ahead and make a... so, Jake, I'm going to have you do a dexterity or strength save. You can do it at advantage because Danny is grabbing you.
okay. We're gonna do. You said dexterity or strength?
Yes.
I'll do dexterity.
That's right. I forgot I got like no strength whatsoever.
13.
13. Yeah, I came this close, my friend.
Where's that 20 now?
I knew. I missed it.
Danny, you are able to grab him just as you see a hand, almost like the fabric pulling back on it, but a hand almost reaches out and is just about to grab Jake's shirt. And you pull him out of the way. As you pull him out of the way, the fabric kind of settles again.
So don't get too close to the fat stuff.
Yeah, didn't know that needed to be said to you kids, but don't be knuckleheads. Don't walk up to weird, creepy ghost fabric. Go ahead and stay towards the center of the lane.
Point
Why
of
don't you
order,
pray
aren't
to
you
it?
the one who wanted to enter into the gate that had all the weapons all over it, as opposed to, any other gate?
Hey,
Did you want to
My
save
point
the souls?
still
Aren't those
stands.
souls? Why don't you save those souls?
I'm not
Stay
here
away
to
from the-
save souls unless they want to be saved. How do you think Jesus works?
Can I see the bottom?
I'm
of,
walking
Can I
downstairs.
see the bottom of this?
You guys have been walking for a minute, and you're starting to see the ends. You see a couple of torches that seem to be in another circle at the base of the stairs.
Is
And
this
it's
in the
only-
direction of the map, by the way?
Of the map? Which map?
Wing
The,
map.
the wing map? Like, is the
Oh,
light getting brighter?
I
Yeah,
assume
it's
it's getting
getting
brighter
brighter.
as we descend.
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it is kind of interesting, though. If you hold it, Jake, as you're walking, it does kind of move in a circle, like around the... But this is
Of course it
because
does.
you're going in a circle. So anyways, as you do reach the bottom, you see a door. Just one.
Is it made of like the dark wood, like, or
It is
metal?
still the
or...
dark wood, yes.
Okay. Hold the wing up. Is it behind the door?
It looks like that's the direction you need to be going, yes.
Should we
You'll
knock or
want to
just go
stand
in?
back and I can open it just in case something.
Oh, no.
crazy.
Come on. Look at me. Look at me.
Fair point.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah,
And I just
that's
lean
right.
back and cross my arms, like fully out of the straight line of it, just to wait and see.
We're never
Yeah,
Right.
Danny's
gonna
pretty
wake
smart. I'm gonna stand next to
up.
Danny.
I tuck my hammer into my belt there, and I lean forward and grip the handle.
Hmm?
Just pull back.
It was flying across the room.
No, the door opens with perfect silence. The hinges have been well oiled and well maintained, and
It's the sound of silence.
I was just gonna say it.
we don't have the money for that.
I didn't sing it. I just said
about
it.
3 bars.
It's a
and be
cover.
okay.
It's a
We're
cover.
good.
It's a cover.
That's
It's a
fine.
cover. It's a cover.
As you open it and peek through, there's a very long hallway. Nothing else seems odd.
Shining in that direction.
Yes, it does look like the hallway is the way to go.
All right.
Is it lit?
Yeah, there's more
Okay.
blue. There's more blue
It's okay.
flame. Every 20, 30 feet or so, and you can see for a very long ways down here. Those flames get to a microscopic little tiny bit.
Okay.
Are you sure we're supposed to go down this very long hallway?
Why are you scared?
No.
Mister, I wanted to go first.
I'm just saying, if it's
I just
As-
start walking. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh my
this
gosh.
this hallway that's
I'm
very
walking
very
down the
long.
hall.
About how long is it? More than 60 feet?
Oh yeah, more than 60
Okay.
feet. Yeah,
I
you
started
you can easily see about 200, 300 feet down.
And it's angled downward. This
no,
hallway.
it's straight across. Sorry,
Or
that
straight
was-
across,
that was
okay.
forward, yeah.
No,
Well,
that's okay.
Let's get to it.
I've already started going. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Celine, you're a couple of feet ahead of the party.
Yeah.
And you walk, and you keep walking, and every once in a while you'll see a branched off hallway, but the beacon keeps you straight and true.
What about behind us? There's look like we're still walking the same amount of distance, and
Luckily, yes.
Okay.
You've been in a few dreams, Jake, but luckily that one is not this one.
So this is, but it's dim light. It's not.
It is fairly dim, yes.
Is it maintaining that dim light, or
Yes,
is it
the light
getting
has
darker
not
as we
changed.
go?
It's
Okay.
been very, very consistent all the way through. These torches are well placed so that you're never in full darkness.
Okay.
It does fade out a little bit, but then very shortly gets to a point where you can see fairly well.
If it gets
And-
too dark, I'm good.
Oh my.
We're fine.
Dark vision. The next, you walk for another about 5-6 minutes. More hallways. Keep branching, but you follow this beacon straight and true. And there's only one moment that really catches your attention. Celine, you're the first one to see this since you were kind of the leading the party. You come across an opening suddenly to one side of you. There's a railway, but it's an opening, and it looks into a room. Looks over what, even at really quick glance, is quite obviously a grand dining room. Beautiful grand dining room. And the railing overlooking it, keeping you from,
Oh.
having to be afraid of heights because you're a little ways up. Everything is decorated to absolute perfection, befitting royalty. Gold chargers, black plates, beautiful crystal glasses. And the table is adorned with one of the finest feasts you have ever seen. And everybody else catching up also starts to see this.
Do we
You start noticing
smell
that.
it too?
Hmm?
Do we
You can smell it,
smell
yes.
too?
Hmm.
Ooh.
Yes, absolutely. You can smell it. You see
Now's the
and
time
smell.
to get
You
the munchies.
beautifully cooked meats of various kinds. You see beautiful desserts, immaculately decorated. And as you are all kind of gawking over this, you suddenly catch a faint bit of movement.
Where?
In in the seats around the table.
Okay.
Just the faintest. And the more you start focusing, the more this movement becomes more clear. And it seems there are people seated at the table. Though they're incorporeal. Quite obviously incorporeal.
I'm just gonna be like starting to gesture like let's keep
The
going.
more you keep watching, the more people you see within this room. They're lined up behind each of the chairs. You start noticing.
I'm pretty
They
sure we
have-
saw this in Scooby-Doo once as kids. This does not end well.
I was thinking Disney Haunted Mansion.
Or that.
Maybe so. As you start to sneak your way over, you still keep catching some glances. You see each one of these ghosts are dressed in their finest, but there's a plethora of eras and styles. You see some in perfect black tie. You see others in beautiful medieval ball gowns. And it seems each are taking turns sitting at the table and attempting to take food. But with each attempt, their hands pass through it.
Aww.
One, however, manages with great concentration to pick up a fork and shakily moves towards the pea on a plate in front of him,
They're
attempting to grab it. They're learning. All the other ghosts around him start to look, start to get closer, start to almost cheer him on, and a tine touches the pea, and it pushes the pea. You can even see this. It's a fairly long hallway, and you're able to keep looking over. Now you might be a little interested.
I am.
Suddenly things are a little more interesting. You can almost feel the excitement in the room. And he tries to apply just enough pressure to pierce the skin of the pea, and the fork clatters out of his hand, falling through the incorporeal form. And the room immediately falls into wails, screams, anguish cries. I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah, I knew that was coming.
Yep.
Ooh, I got it.
It's a long hallway.
Oh,
I
that
don't think we
was
could have
really
avoided
long.
it.
That's not
They're
great.
loud.
That's really
Oh
bad.
dear.
Let's put it this way. Anybody above a 14?
Mm,
Anybody
Wait.
What does a
Wow.
nat 1 get you?
Well,
It was on a
what's your
17
modifier,
and then it went
Counselor?
from 1 to a 7.
All right. So my two that saved, you will take math in my head, 3 points of psychic damage. The rest of you take 6 points of psychic damage as this wail enters your mind, and
Also,
suddenly,
it wasn't good to be really smart.
I
and
told you this was a Scooby episode.
I got a 26. My brain has exploded.
no, you're fine, Celine. You only take 3 points of damage. You're
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
good. The rest of
have
you,
a
however,
exploding brain.
the rest of you,
Headache.
however, immediate splitting headache, and for some reason, you are suddenly absolutely terrified of these incorporeal forms. Absolutely.
We should go.
Wait,
Let's go.
And just for notes, you are frightened of ghosts for an hour. All forms of
great.
ghosts.
I ain't
Oh, wait.
no ghost.
Zoinks, man.
Okay.
Wait,
However,
is this,
yes,
Actually,
Jenny, you have.
I'm
You
gonna
can take a
use
second.
Wait,
I'm gonna
is this-
take a moment. I'm actually going to because we're in dim light still. You said the hallway continues, right? Like
Yes.
it's this legend and it could.
Your shadow step.
I'm
would
gonna
work very
just
easily.
literally like
Mhm.
the minute that happens, it's like, and she's gonna take one step and she's 60 feet away from everyone else.
Absolutely,
and,
you are.
and then I'm gonna turn around and see everybody there and just
calm
take
yourself
that, calm herself,
and relieve yourself of the frightened condition.
Yeah.
Good.
This was
Entire
a
save.
half on a save, right?
Yes, half on a save and no frightened condition. So
Then
you're good.
somehow I covered my face with my shield, and took no damage.
Put your head on there. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, because you are a shield master, correct?
I'm a shield master.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. However, that is only for dexterity saves, is it? Is it not?
Oh, it is for dex save. You're right.
Yeah. Okay. So you do still take that 3.
Oh, yes, so we did. That's
Oops.
just damage we take.
I
Yes.
messed up my health entirely though.
Oh,
I
you're
have,
good.
Yeah, there's only one health bar.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And it's interesting. You all rush out after hearing this wail, and you can hear the wails echoing for a little while. But eventually you do get far enough away. Another 5-6 minutes pass, and you're suddenly realizing just how massive this mansion is. Some halls that move seem to go on forever. You can't see the end of them, and you assume it feels longer than the one you're currently in. And the one you're in is really long. Others, you would turn and almost hit the door. And as you keep walking, there are doors that you walk past. Some of these doors seem to shake, rattle. The closer you get to them, you sometimes hear these bangs, just big old bangs right across them, as if you were close. Just, nice little jump scares for you. Others seem frost-covered. Others emit a sulfurous smell. And eventually, after a while of wondering if this hall was ever going to end, and the beacons continuing to just grow brighter and brighter, eventually it leads you to a beautifully carved, large black door with beautifully intricately carved silver engraving and trim. It does look closed, though.
Let's open it.
Okay.
I look at Maddie.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold out my hands to Maddie again.
It ain't broke.
Doorman.
If it ain't broke, might as well, right?
There's nothing wrong with being a doorman. I was actually a doorman for a few years when I.
Oh my gosh.
As the door is opening during this wonderful explanation, the room that it opens up to, these doors seem to be actually on connected hinges, so that way when you open one, it opens both. Luckily, doesn't seem like anything attacks you right away. However, the room that it opens up to is vast. Lacks a little bit in decor compared to everything that you've seen around. Smooth marble walls and floors the walls are lined with blue flame torches, beautifully smooth floors. There are pillars, though, around the outside of the room, each made with skulls. Human, all of them, every single one.
Like stacked skulls?
Stacked skulls. And those are the pillars that seem to be holding up this room. However, that's not quite the most shocking point of this room. There is a massive chair, throne, if you will, made entirely of bone. And it is so large that it could fit somebody gigantic. Huge.
Hey, Danny, you think that's the Undertaker's throne?
It is, and he's missing out.
He totally is, man.
Oh,
WWE references. I miss the Undertaker.
everyone misses the Undertaker.
Everyone
Dead
does.
man walking. Anyways, the more you...
You mean us?
Well, that depends on how the
Accurate.
dice roll for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on. At the center of this, at the very peak near the headrest, you do see an oddly shaped, almost horse-like skull, but there are fangs on it, and it looks just absolutely massive. But in the center of the forehead of this skull, Celine, you recognize something. You tried to hold on to it a little too long.
It's your friend.
It's my
Glass
friend.
sphere with flame dancing
How-
inside of it.
How high up is it?
This looks about 50 feet up.
Oh, yeah, I can get up there. I think. Maybe.
It's as
Maybe.
you enter the room,
I could
though.
throw you.
50 feet.
We've been trying the wrestling moves and stuff. Like I could try and
50
throw you. Yeah.
Yeah.
50 feet.
It's as you enter this room, though, that some of you start noticing the corners. There looks to be, well, and Sean and Denny, you'd probably recognize this more than anybody else. You've seen strongman competitions. Atlas stones.
Oh.
However, these
Oh.
Atlas stones are roughly 4 feet in radius.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay.
What are those? Why are you guys freaking out about those?
They're in like strongman competitions. You have to
Yeah.
like pick them up and put them on pedestals. Except I'm a pretty big guy. I don't think I can pick one of them up.
I definitely cannot. Like,
A little
this
closer
is
look
not my
at
skill
these
set.
stones. You do notice that rather than lifting to pillars, it looks like you need to push them up a hill. It looks as though there's a small lift in the corner that leads to a bowl that these outlet stones could rest in. And there's one in all 4 corners.
Okay.
So do we need to push them?
I'm gonna go up to like where one of the stones goes,
Mhm.
and yeah, I've played Tomb Raider. Like usually there's like a little trick to this, right? Like
Yeah, you could assume so. Yeah. You've played enough
so I'm
video
gonna go
games in your
look.
day.
Yeah, I've played enough video games in high school.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna see if my thought process is right.
Go ahead and let's make an investigation check.
This is gonna go great.
Because you
How-
play video games, go ahead and do it with
How
advantage.
deep does that hole go? Like the hole that they go in? Like, Danny will go over
It's
and look
a
at it,
small
too.
enough. It's a small enough bowl that it would just keep it from moving side to side once it's landed inside.
so somebody could stand in it potentially.
Yeah.
How far is
Um,
it from the heavy stone to get there? Like, how far is the push to?
So it's the ramp itself is about 5 feet,
Okay.
and it's not a huge like incline.
But
It's enough that you feel like you can push it up.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's like a 36 degrees, something like that. Not a
Yeah.
45, but
No.
something
Yeah.
a little bit nicer. So thank you for the advantage, by the way.
You're welcome.
That is an 18. Otherwise, it would have been
Wow.
a 3.
Nice. All right, you've played Tomb Raider. You've played Zelda. You know these kind of
Yeah.
things. This makes sense. This might actually be your dream. Who knows? And as you start inspecting this, and Danny, as you actually step up towards the bowl and kind of step near it, you notice, Sean, that as Danny steps on it, it actually does move like a barest inch downward.
Danny, it's totally like Tomb Raider. We gotta push the boulders.
Which one is the one you play with the bull? Okay.
Yeah. It's the puzzle game, exploring tombs and dungeons and stuff. Yeah. We gotta
Okay.
push the boulders. The
But what does that
boulder,
do?
it's gotta go into the basin so that there's weights and stuff. I don't know how it actually works, but
Okay.
it'll cause something to happen.
My question is, do we have to
it
do
all
that?
at once?
Or could you like throw me up and I could just grab the thing and we could go? Like, I know in your games you have to do it the way you have to do it, but
Doesn't that start a boss fight?
yeah.
But that might start a boss
If
fight.
I touch the thing,
I don't
then-
know
We
what
don't
any of you
want
are
any
talking
boss
about.
fights.
But if you
All
can
right.
climb up and get that without us having to push boulders, then maybe we should consider it. That's
You
all I'm
being
saying.
lazy, old man?
I mean, technically,
Lazy.
I can run up walls.
You want to see me push a boulder? I'll push this goddamn boulder, knucklehead.
And he'll
I
walk
bet
up
you
to one
I'll
of
be
the
able to push
boulders.
my boulder faster than your boulder.
Yeah, get him on! And he puts his shoulder into a boulder.
Oh my
He
gosh.
And
Just
as he
go-
does that, go and get the gem.
That's what I
Go
was
and
like,
get the
go
gem. I'll just
climb
push
it.
the boulder. Go and get the gem. Do it.
Okay. So if this is happening, Maddie, I need 3 strength checks. Your DC is 20, and
Okay.
I need 2 successes.
Will that
And
be
then-
the same for me as well?
Yes, that'll be the same for you as well. Danny,
Okay.
you're going to make that run. You can run up walls. I'm not that worried about you getting to the gem itself.
I think I can. I know monks
You got
can at some
one.
point. I
I
just
think-
can't remember exactly
think
what it
you're
is.
high
I
that
think it's
allows
like
me to
level
do it.
8.
Yeah, it's a pretty early on, so I think you're good that way. Even if you're not, you're dexterous enough that it's not a hard climb. You get up to it, and there's not a whole lot of places to hold on to. So
Oh, I'm totally getting onto the top and sitting on the head. Like,
yeah, absolutely. You try and
like
grab it.
perched. I'm
and
perched
it's-
up there.
It's like more than halfway in, and you try and get a grip on it. It's a circle. It's perfectly round glass. Even trying to grip it as strong as you can, it doesn't seem like it's letting go.
Sean, hey, I don't think I can get it out. Like, it won't. It's stuck.
Matthias, what did your what were your checks?
It was 24, 15, 16.
Ooh, bummer. Okay.
Wow.
So you are
I
able
got
to,
this.
yeah, you're
It
able
was
to
a big
get
push
it.
at the beginning. Just
You're able to get it 2/3 of the way up with that initial push. But it starts to weigh in on you, and you're pushing, but it's pushing back too much. You are able to stop it fairly easy. It doesn't come back and hit you like to bite you, but you are unable to get it all the way up. Go ahead and roll again. Sean, are you rolling?
I am rolling, except because this is a competition, it's sports, and I just totally watched the old man biff it. I'm gonna be a little smarter about it, and I'm gonna bite my tongue and fly into a rage.
Get it,
and then start pushing it up.
Take that advantage. Get it, buddy.
Yeah. Actually, Grog, I need your die.
Fair.
Double 18s for the first one.
Hey!
So that's plus 8 is 20 things.
you're gonna
26. Then that is 15.
15, okay.
And then the last one is another 18.
There you go. Okay, so you seeing Maddie struggle with that one. It's like a strange mixture of pride and anger. You know, man. Strange mix. But you just full shoulder boulder into it, and like it flies right up. And as it sets, the stones goes and sinks. It's at this point that you notice the sconces begin to change color. They turn to an orange flame. And you all have been around fires enough. It shouldn't be as hot as it suddenly is in the entire room.
You might want to...
Constitution saving throw from everybody real quick.
Even though I'm up higher?
Oh.
Yep. Actually, it's worse for you, Danny.
No, you're right.
Oh, no.
No.
I also need to roll a D8 because I flew into a
Yes, you do,
rage.
because you went into a rage. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Here we go.
We'll hope it's one of the positives for you.
Until your rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain a +1 bonus to your AC, and while within 10 feet of you, your allies get the same bonus.
That's awesome.
I'm shining bright like a diamond.
And suddenly these footballs start glowing around you. Start swirling at
dream.
breakneck speeds. All right. So con saves. Your DC right now is 5. Everybody beat that?
Yeah, 10.
I had a 9.
yes.
I got a dirty 20.
Then we're good.
9.
All right,
Okay, I
beautiful.
got a 90.
So, it's warm in here, and it feels uncomfortable. Maddie, were you going to try again on that boulder?
Yeah, I guess he's just been
Try
struggling
the
and
thing
sweating
now.
this whole time, just like, come on, this, let it get it.
Did the gem loosen up or anything?
I'm going to take one of my darts and I'm going to start trying to jimmy.
Yeah,
So, Danny, you're not quite sure if it's the dart that you're trying to shimmy in,
That's
or
fair.
if it's.
I think it's
But it
working.
seems to happen almost at the exact same time as the room heats up. You hear one click.
This horse head, am I getting a closer look at it now?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Sure. I mean, I'm digging new into its mouth, I guess, or something.
And
Like,
you're
digging
sitting
into
on
its-
it.
Yeah, you're
Well,
really
it's-
sitting
so
on
it's
it.
forehead. Yeah, it's forehead. Is it actually a horse, or is this something else?
It's something else. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check for me, if you will.
Oh, this should go marvelously.
Oh, awesome.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
It doesn't look like a horse, but you're not totally sure.
I don't think
Maddie,
this thing is a horse, guys.
go ahead and
What's
make
it
your
made
3
of?
rolls. What?
What's it made of?
It's bone. It is a skull.
Can you break it? Can you just like break the whole head off?
You want me to punch it?
Sure.
But that
then we
might
could-
break the thing.
Well, isn't it like on the end of it instead of trying to get it out? just
No,
take the
it's
whole
like
head?
half. It's like halfway
embedded
in.
in it,
It's
yeah.
embedded in
Okay.
it. Like I'm barely getting a grip with the dart at this point.
So I was like, we just break the head off and just bring the whole head down.
But that might piss the ghosts off.
I think they already
And
pissed
do
off.
you want to carry it, Jake?
Maddie, go ahead and make your 3 rolls if you haven't already.
Okay.
We will see. We will
We're a
see.
bunch of knuckleheads and we
I
all knew
love
it.
it.
We
It's
totally
so great.
are.
Calls it like it is. All right. Well, that time he did it.
There you go.
Cool.
That's 3 over 20.
Sweet. Okay, so this time you're like, okay, I just approached this wrong. You're a logical thinker, Maddie. You know what's going on. You've been
he's-
through it before.
He's rocking a -1 in
He
intelligence.
thinks he's a logical thinker. Come on.
Well,
We've all
if there's one thing he
noticed.
knows, it's that the body has a certain way with it. If you warm yourself up, especially at his age, so there was a little bit of like stretching and like.
We'd all
the
like
heat
to
in
point
the
out
room
he
helps.
sounds like
Yeah.
in his late
Yeah, yeah,
30s,
loosen
early
him up.
40s.
Loosen him up.
You bend the knees, you get it in there, you finally get that boulder up, and you hear
Cigarettes like burning up.
this.
Okay,
and then-
Popeye.
and suddenly the flame becomes a bright yellow around the room, and I need another con save from everybody. Your DC now is 10.
Ooh,
11.
11.
natural 20.
Yeah,
15.
yeah. How'd you do, Celine?
I got 16.
Cool. All right, everybody's
Awesome.
good. It's hot, but that's all right. Okay.
Is it hot outside of the room or just in the room?
So the doors have now sealed closed, and you touch the metal, and it. Do you touch the metal handle?
Well, now I don't want to after that. Yes, I would. Yes, I would touch it.
Okay, I
'cause
was
I'm
gonna
trying
say,
to
would
see if
Jake
it
do
opens.
it? Okay. Luckily, I didn't roll too bad. As you do so, you immediately pull your hand back, taking 1 point of fire damage as the metal itself has become almost unbearable to touch. Okay, so that goes to that one. Danny, as you are still trying to work on this, Sean, I've been there, man.
Yeah, no, I'm
That
having a
focus
rough
is
so
time over
hard
here with the
finally.
focusing, man.
But Denny, as you're still picking away at it and kind of looking at this skeleton, you hear, as the heat blares again, you hear another click. And although it doesn't feel like it's coming loose, you do feel a small vibration in the orb, as though something just released from it. You're muted, hon.
You're muted.
Sorry, I was unwrapping something.
You're good, yeah.
Like something like the orb has kind of loosened, like it's clicked loose from something inside the skull, or that something else has come loose.
Sounds. So you know how like an electronic lock sometimes work, like swipe a card and you hear this little.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds exactly like that.
So I think the whole stones into the holes, it's loosening this thing, but it's getting really hot up here.
It's hot
Anyone
down
else?
here. It's hot.
Great, I'm gonna keep.
If we
okay.
have to do this for, there's 4
Yeah,
of
we're
these,
not gonna
right?
make it.
Well, what if we do like the next 2 at the exact same time, ish? So it's just like the that's it, and then hopefully like in the game, the game when once you get it and you get it loose, everything goes back to normal, right?
That's the hope.
Well, could you hurry up because it's hot?
Okay, you think
Maddie,
I
let's
can
do
push
this.
one of those things? Are you kidding me?
No, they don't. No, those 2 will push it. They can.
Come on, Maddie,
they gotta
let's do
get in
this.
sync. They
Wait a
gotta do it
minute.
at the same time.
What?
Teamwork
Are
does
you
help.
saying that we're in Squid Game right now?
What?
In what?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm just gonna yell push
I love that.
because I can see both of you and give you you gotta go at the same time.
I need another con save from everybody. 10 is still your
Oh, a lot
DC.
better.
Let me know
20.
if you fail.
18.
I failed. 8.
19.
I am not rolling
That's-
well.
2 nat 20s in a row.
Well, you're done for the
Nice.
night.
Okay. So anybody below 10, you take 4 points of fire damage. We haven't quite reached exhaustion
Is
yet.
is
but
the throne itself, is it heating up at all, or is it just staying cool?
the throne, oddly enough, feels kind of ice cold the whole time. It doesn't seem to be giving you relief though. despite how
Okay.
cool it is.
I'm like laying my.
I was
Oh
sorry.
my God.
I was gonna like totally like wrap my legs around the skull and just like like on an ice cube.
I want to try the door again, but this time I want to use Mage Hand. to see
Beautiful.
if it
Okay.
opens.
You try and with Mage Hand, that's easy enough to cast. Mage Hand. What's the HP on Mage Hand?
Ooh.
Don't
Doesn't say.
Okay, because I think
It's a really
has it.
low.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's gotta be
billion.
really low, and it can only like pull 30
15
pounds
pounds.
worth, or
Yeah,
15
it's
pounds.
15 pounds. But or maybe even 10. But
It's
either
10.
way,
Yeah.
it does, and it feels like
Oh no, it has no HP or AC. I thought it did. I thought.
Unseen
thought
Servant has
maybe I'm
HP.
thinking, yeah, it's Unseen
Yeah, it
Servant.
might
and, Big B's hand.
Yeah.
I'm thinking as
Yeah,
well.
Big B's hand does. Yeah.
Either way, you're connected enough to your magic. You try the door handle, and you feel like, okay, you've got a good grip on it. Everything you try, it's locked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it was locked and that I just didn't burn myself and let go. So
Yeah,
now
yeah,
we
for
definitely we're trapped in here, which means if we don't get this thing figured out, we're going to.
Can you guys just go quickly, please?
I'm gonna
Is it
bite my
like a
tongue
lock
again
we could pick or
and
something?
go into another rage because it's been more than one
Too
round.
hot.
Or no, and I haven't taken any damage because I've
Yep.
succeeded in my saves.
Yeah, you did take. Well, actually, so here's the interesting thing. Because it's usually somebody just has to attack you. You don't necessarily even need to take damage. Because this would have damaged you, had you not made the save, it is the same as if something attacked you. So your rage is still good to stay.
I'll take it.
That's my justification for those of you in chat that may argue it.
I'll take it.
Oh, that's right. We're supposed
I'm
to,
so
don't we
hot,
have
I'm
a-
angry.
Don't we have like a +1 to all of our
Hot!
rolls?
I'm
I
uncomfortable!
definitely know people who are exactly like that. So
That's
I
a
have
plus
been that
1 to your
person in a
AC,
weld
I think.
shop.
It's just the AC.
If you're within I think it was AC within 10 feet or something
Gotcha.
like that.
Yeah, he's got a
Yeah.
+1 to AC.
Which doesn't help you
and-
on a
No.
saving throw.
No,
No.
it doesn't.
No.
And Maddie, go ahead and make your rolls. I'm assuming you're going to go for the other one, as well as Sean going for the other one.
Yeah.
Great.
And I'm literally going, push!
I mean, I'll help push something.
And I
Perfect,
have
yeah.
as much of myself like wrapped around this thing, like
So-
holding the.
Not that I'm
So
much
Celine,
help.
Celine, what I want you to do, whichever one you're going to help, who are you going to help of the two?
I'll help Maddie.
Okay,
I don't
so you go
know.
up next to Maddie.
I'm old. I
Celine,
need it.
roll 3d4. Make sure you pay attention to the order of them.
Oh, okay.
And Maddie, pay attention to the order of your rolls.
yeah.
And go ahead and make your rolls. Jake, you are also welcome to do a similar to Sean if you would like.
Very strong. I don't know if it would be
I think the
helpful.
D4 will
Neither
matter.
is Celine.
Neither is Celine. So any.
We're
Alright,
doing the
I'll-
brunt of the work, and then you guys are assisting.
Yeah,
just
so
like
I'm
basing
them.
allowing
You're
a
just
bonus
basing them.
d4. Yep.
Get out. Get out.
Okay, so go ahead, Celine.
I did a 3-2-2.
3, 2, 2. So add 3 to your first, 2 to your second, 2 to your third.
Negative. I got
Oh.
13, 17, 15.
Bummer. Okay.
Well, but
yeah.
plus
It
So
doesn't
that,
even matter if I roll then?
3, 2,
Unless
17,
you had rolled a
17.
3+ for the second one, none of them were past 20.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's all right. Okay.
that's fine.
that's okay.
We wanna
You two are
stop?
trying. So, okay, let's see what Sean and Jake can do here.
2, 4, 3.
Beauty.
Okay, so 18, so that's 20. And then 4. 22. So what was the second D4?
4.
4.
These are just
So-
flat strength checks, right? This isn't athletics.
Oh, you guys could use the athletics. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's.
Yeah. So, Maddie, if that changes yours, redo your math here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I've been
changes
doing
mine.
athletics
I was
because
gonna
that's
say,
like
'cause-
straight
yeah.
up my background right there.
Yep.
He's like taking it with a 3-point stance.
Yeah.
Drive that
Ah, I'm a linebacker, man. This is what I do.
I'm gonna say that's the bear crawl, man.
Let me convert
Straight
this.
up, man. So yeah, 22
hurts
plus 4 is
so much.
26.
Yes.
And then-
And then
3.
the third one. It only counts if you're in the bowl.
Okay, what was your roll for the third one?
A 2.
Nice. Okay. So, fail pass for mine.
Beautiful. Okay. And Sean, it sounded like
And
your
then-
first two passed already, but
Yeah, and then the third one is 21 plus whatever the D4 was.
3.
And now I'm gonna go find my D20.
so Celine usually being a little bit how did we describe it? Spacey. Sometimes you accidentally get in the way of Maddie for your first little help.
Oh.
But then-
get over here with
Yeah.
me.
No, where
Maddie
you want me to
kind of
push.
moves you over and finally puts you where to push, and you both get it up. And Jake and Sean, you both are able to get those up. As this happens, the room turns almost blindingly white. Danny, you hear 2 more clicks as the stones sink. I need 1 more Constitution saving throw from everybody else, though.
Okay.
Oh, I passed that one. Dirty 20.
I was gonna say, you hope.
I got a natural
Oh, no.
20.
Well, I'm hoping, but it's
13.
Okay. And Maddie, what'd you get?
25.
Okay. And Sean.
18.
Nice. All right. So Jake's the only one that made it. Sean gets by with the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
Nice burn.
It's all that summer camp training.
So that is 6 points of fire damage to you, Jake. And you have 1 point of exhaustion that will diminish after an hour.
Where do you put the exhaustion at?
If you go to conditions, there's
Yeah.
you can click on there, and there's a
And it's at the very bottom.
yeah.
Yeah, you've got about 5 little check mark places you can put.
I'm so old
We
school.
like
I
D&D
got all my
Beyond for
points
this.
written down on a piece of paper.
Thank you, D&D Beyond.
For real. For real. Hey, if you want to sponsor somebody. Just saying. We'll shoot our shot.
We'd love it.
We'd love it.
How much exhaustion was it though?
Just
Just
one.
one.
Just
point.
one.
You're good.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So that will create disadvantage on ability checks for you.
Yeah.
But after an hour.
But after an hour, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Other times,
So
no.
this blinding light happens, and Danny, you feel that heat. You panic and just pull on the glass orb, and it pops right out. And as soon as it pops out, the room returns to a perfect blue, and the heat dissipates into almost cold, just because you've been in such heat.
I told you. I told you it was Tomb Raider, man.
Video games for the win, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty.
Maddie
I'm
pulls
gonna-
off his hat to reveal a premature bald spot as he finds
Perfect.
You are making me feel so old.
Right.
He's had a rough life. This
I'm
is
gonna-
no way.
I'm just gonna jump down from the top. And,
As you're jumping down, you actually hear some more mechanics moving, it sounds like. And where the base of, like, you've got your seat and then the base of the throne actually starts falling away. And there are stairs leading up underneath the throne.
Hey guys, I found a shortcut.
Mhm.
Hey,
Are you sure
Chuck,
it's a
I
shortcut?
never find the shortcuts when you make me play. Dude, I always run into
Yo!
walls. I found one that's not a wall.
Yo,
must be
I'm
a
so
dream.
proud of you, man. That's
Beautiful.
awesome.
Can we get out of here now?
Yeah, let's.
I'll hold
let's
out the
go.
orb to Celine because I know she wanted the orb earlier.
And interestingly, as you take it, Celine, one beacon appears on it. And comparing it to Jake's, it's the same beacon.
Oh, so I got a map too.
I touched my thing to her thing. Does anything happen?
So interestingly,
They melt
because they
away.
are, it seems the closer they get, if they're within a few feet of each other, the beacons of the other disappears.
Oh.
Okay.
So-
Maybe don't do that so we
Don't
know where
do
we're
that.
going.
Well, the beacon of the one that it would be pointing to. So, for
Oh.
example, this one
Got it.
and
Okay.
this one would no longer point to each other.
Okay.
Got it.
okay.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
They just the other ones. Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm
So following
starting
these
up the
stairs, because I'm
stairs.
assuming you go straight up. Yeah. It's interesting. These lead just straight up almost, it seems. It's a long stair climb. Some of you may think of Kung Fu Panda. My arch nemesis stairs. However, our athletic ones, it's not a problem. They just keep going.
Who's carrying me? Piggyback ride.
Come on.
I'm doing the whole jog, like
I
quick
get
jog
back
up.
Yeah.
Back.
Come on.
Even
I'm like
probably
dying.
parkouring just because I
Oh,
just
yeah.
want fresh air.
Yep.
So-
And it's about 15 minutes, which any of you that have ever done the Stairmaster for longer than 5 minutes know that this
Yeah.
is grueling.
I'm
Yeah,
so like
It's just like running the bleachers again,
You're
man.
like 5
And
minutes
now
in,
Straight
I'm
up
like,
running
down.
bleachers.
someone's carrying me.
He has
I'm
his
done.
hand on his side.
Still better than Bear Cross.
Oh yeah.
Amen,
Oh yeah.
amen.
100%.
Alrighty. So, it's interesting though. This leads you out
Yay, so we got
to
2
another. Yes, you have 2 now. This
We're
leads you out
doing great.
straight to another pathway, and it seems you've now seen what it looks like when you're fairly close to an object, and the beacons on both of your items are pretty bright. Pretty bright.
Oh, so we're close
Look,
to. Is
yeah.
Yeah.
What's
And
around
you can
us?
you can
Is-
see a pathway.
Hey,
it this?
Take
Maddie,
the path.
Maddie had a good idea. Like, this is closer, and we don't have to go through all the mud.
Yeah, it's been known to happen. You know, I was actually team
I
lead
start
on my
walking.
last.
As you
it
walk-
was just disagreement
Maddie
with management.
pontificating as you walk. And it is 8:30. We had our first success. I'm going to get you to your next location, and then we'll take a break. So
You made me panic. I was like, it's 8:30, and then I looked. It's 7:30 for me. So I was
Oh,
like,
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
wait, what?
I had that same thought of
We were
what?
playing that long?
It's
sorry, I
9:30.
forgot y'all have different times. I'm on a different time zone. Anyway, so for y'all, you continue on this pathway for a little while. The beacon getting brighter and brighter. It does start to turn, but the path seems to turn with it a little bit. And it's interesting. You're expecting maybe a house. You've seen a lot of houses, a lot of normal buildings. What you see in front of you, not a normal building at all. It's a ship. An old ship. Like a 3-master.
Oh wow.
40 guns. It's a big ship. But it's on the side of a hill. And it's wrecked. So, seeing this, we'll come back to find out what you do.
Shiver me timbers.
Yeah.
No
Yo.
kidding, bruh.
Oh.
All hands.
Hoist
the
How long?
colors
And we're done.
Are we?
I don't think any of us started on the same note. I thought.
Hello, welcome back. For those of you that are still with us, yeah. No, we've got a lot to go. So, we are going to start. Last we left off, we had, we left our adventurers in front of a beautiful ship that seems to be wrecked on the side of a hill. It's interesting. However, as you see this ship, one thing does seem a little bit off. Looks like you're in a swamp. You're not used to seeing like nice, clear, beautiful crystal water. You see a beautiful crystal waterfall streaming from the side of it.
From the side of
The
the
ship.
hill or the ship.
Mm-hmm. Straight off the main deck.
I think my mom had a fish tank that the ship did that. It was like a waterfall. No, okay.
I've never been to your mom's. You tell me
Trust me,
stories
that's
about your mom, but I've never
probably a
been to
good
your
idea.
mom's.
Nah, she'd
mean-
probably like you. Maybe.
Mm.
Don't ever arm wrestle her. It's not a good idea.
Are we walking
you're no
towards
fun.
the ship?
What
Your
the
arm.
hell are you both talking about?
No.
Continuing forward, Selena, as you kind of lead the way, there is a ladder to get up to the side of the ship, or onto the main deck, I should say.
Hey, you guys!
I'm gonna just take one hand, hold on the rope of the ladder, like I'm
Mhm.
assuming it's a rope ladder, and kind of do one of those like kick off of the and flip forward like up to the top, just because I can.
Just because you can.
Just monk stuff right
Show
now.
off.
Why wouldn't I? It's the only thing that's fun about this stuff.
It's your dream. Screw up, man.
Eventually, though, despite the showing off of Danny, you do all make your way up through the up the ladder, and this deck is immaculately kept. Like it is, despite being wrecked on the side of a ship, the only thing that's missing seems to be the main mast. but the rest
Cedric
of it
has
looks.
clearly been swabbing the deck.
And the mask has been polished
The mask has
too
been
much.
polished. 'Cause-
This is
Sorry,
actually
guys.
what's left of.
Sorry, Ether jokes. If you don't know what we're talking about, please come watch Ether Realms. You'll find
Yes.
out very
When we
quickly.
finally
Monday
get
nights
back
at
to our ship
5:30
of
is-
Tyche's fortune.
If we ever,
If we ever make it back.
Anyway, moving
Anyways,
on.
So
Glorious.
where the main match should be, though, you see the source of this waterfall. It's a beautiful bubbling fountain, and it just seems to be decorative almost. There doesn't seem there to be any other reason than that. Looking around the deck, you see the entrance to the captain's quarters. You don't see any entrance to lower decks, though. You could go up into the upper decks. You do have your side guns, your oh, now I'm gonna lose all of my nautical terminology. But anyways, plenty of weaponry on board, as far as like larger cannons and side cannons. But other than that,
I'm gonna look at the two who have glowy things in their hands.
Yeah.
So which way?
What's it telling us?
it's interesting. It's pointing away from the ship, but you entered on the port side. It's pointing towards the starboard side, which leads into the hill that it's on.
Okay.
Oh, so like what crashed into. and
Pirates
stuff.
don't do anything. We just
I think I watched that VeggieTale when I was a kid.
There's another one from
Details.
Galavan, but I can't remember the tune. It's
I don't
basically the
remember it
same
either.
concept.
Yeah.
Fiercest pirates on the land.
So is it like into the rock or up?
I mean, these things are kind of hard to. You have a little bit of an advantage here, Celine, whereas Jake's is flat and kind of hard to read. Yours is more of an orb,
Yeah.
and if you hold it, it almost looks like the beacon is pointing down into the hill.
Into okay.
So we have to go below decks, possibly.
Right. To see if we can get in. Okay.
And there's
I start
no way
looking
to-
around, see if we
Yeah.
can find
Go
a
below
deck?
place to get below deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple of where you would normally go below deck. It is flat, but checking around, there are a few other doors on this side of the deck leading towards the upper decks.
Is there any the cross hatching, the wood cross hatching that is usually like the bays for
Your crate
cargo?
bay. Yeah, your cargo bay. There is no cargo bay.
What kind of ship doesn't have a
Like,
cargo
it's a
bay?
big ship, you think it would.
Yeah, like it's in all the movies.
A ship that
Because
doesn't
everything
actually
else around
carry
here makes
cargo.
perfect sense.
That's
I mean, in a
true.
weird way, it kind of does. We just solved the Tomb Raider puzzle, okay? it made video game logic. It's a kind of logic.
Well,
Yes,
go
ma'am.
video game on
Maybe
this
they
thing,
didn't map
figure it
out below
out.
anywhere past this. And
Maybe it's incomplete. It's like a
Maddie,
beta
what
testing.
were you going to say?
Maddie's gonna walk up to the fountain and dip his hard hat in and take up a sample of the water. And
It is
Sniff it.
very clean spring water.
okay, sniffs it. Doesn't swallow, but tastes it.
Seems extremely clean. Very the cat tongue.
Yeah. Spits it out, dumps the water back.
And yeah, they're really, aside from the stairs that lead up to the two upper decks, for like where your helm is and your aft, your fore of the ship is, there is, for those, most of you are fairly familiar with ships, at least kind of general knowledge. You would know that the door near the aft of the ship or the rear of the ship, leading underneath the main deck, would be the captain's quarters. Near the front would normally be places to hold like armor, weapons, anything that way, instruments to clean the decks with. But otherwise, it doesn't seem like there's anything else.
Can I go over to where the waterfall is? Like probably as Maddie was looking into it.
Mhm.
I want to just look like I want to actually like go over the side of the ship that I'm holding onto it, and I'm just gonna kind of like lean down far enough where I can see. Does it go under the ship? Does it go into the
So the waterfall,
mountain?
pours over, hits to the ground, and actually feeds. It looks like it's feeding into the swamp. It's actually kind of sad to see the water hit, this beautiful clear water hit, and then suddenly become tainted by the swamp surrounding it.
And the water is coming from the mountain, or
The water is coming from the
Fountain.
spring itself.
from the spring itself? But the spring, sorry, was it? It's
It's
not
in the middle of the ship.
It's
where
in
the
the middle, like where the
should be.
mast was,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So, if the water's coming from somewhere, it's like maybe like one of those geyser things. You think?
Maybe. Huh.
There might be a map of the ship somewhere.
I say check the captain's
Yeah,
quarters.
I figured somebody was already doing that, so I was just trying
I
to
was
do
waiting to
other
say I was
things.
gonna go up the stairs since there's nothing to go down to go up and start looking and stuff. But
So, Jake, going towards the captain's
Except
quarters.
I'm not touching the door. I'm using my mage hand.
Fair enough. Yeah. Mage
You
hand
learned
is
your
enough to
lesson.
you grab it. Mage hand is able to open the door. It opens with a nice little click. There's a little bit of a creak, so it's not quite as nice as the mansion, but it does open with a little bit of a creak. And you're expecting a room, maybe not a grand room, but you're expecting a room. Instead, you see stairs that lead down.
Stairs.
all right, let's go check it out.
Is there anything else we want to check out up here first?
Maddie?
Oh, sorry. I'm
you're
doing
good. It
this
was
in
just hand up.
character.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Now hold on.
Unless we want to check the other room that way. Hang on. I'm gonna run over to that door and just yank it open.
Just yanking it open. Looks like what could have once been an armory is pretty well void of anything. There are places where there would have been cutlasses and blunderbusters and other smaller pistols, but the only thing you really see in there is a mop.
I'm gonna grab the mop and I'm gonna break off the end of it.
We got ourselves a quarterstaff.
Now I have my quarterstaff.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out why I would randomly have it, and now I got it.
I like it.
If not,
Yeah, I'm still working on mine. Glad you found yours. I'm still
Doesn't
working on
come up.
mine.
She probably won't use it very much, but she's totally gonna just go, huh, and kind of flip her around and then over her shoulder and follow everybody.
Nice,
Love
you
it.
got it.
Sorry,
so
Maddie,
we
there's
don't
no
have our
guns in there.
weapons on us. I thought we had all.
No,
of
we
them.
do.
Things
It's
you would
just like,
normally
okay.
have with you, yeah.
I was like,
should-
oh my
would
god, I had a
appear.
quarterstaff this whole time. Here, do you need
Yeah.
one?
And
I
actually,
really don't. I
let me
do the same
double
amount of
check
damage
here
without
with
it.
you, Sean.
Yeah.
What weapon do you currently have?
I technically would have a great axe, but I've been trying to justify why Sean would have like a double-headed camping axe on his person.
Please tell me you have
Give me about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I was gonna say maybe you have a Swiss Army knife. That's what I need.
It's,
Wow.
Percy Jackson theory. Yeah.
Percy Jackson it right now.
All right. So checking that clause, doesn't seem like there's anything that way. Are we proceeding down the stairs?
Are they lit?
Excellent.
Stairs. We found
Uh,
stairs.
Everybody following down the stairs. It is very dark.
Light.
You are able to still see for the most part,
I got flame.
but Celine can produce flame and create enough of a light to make it more comfortable for everybody.
Ooh, that's a cantrip. That's free.
Whoa,
We
Lemon.
love those.
that's
Go
new.
ahead.
And Dodger appears. Oh, thank you. Dodger. Okay, so I
You
got
just see
flame.
Dodger's head in your hands going, how'd I get here?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Alright, I got a flame.
I'm a good
No,
druid
we're
should be able to blaze it.
Yeah, no, that fully makes sense.
Alright, well we got
This
we
druid
got a
especially.
flame. We got some light. So.
Awesome.
Anyways, so heading down towards, you just keep following these stairs, and they do end up curving back towards what would put you under the main deck. And you come into this large cavern. It's pretty easy to guess you're now under the ship, within the hill itself. And let's see, who's my more studious ones in the group? Probably, well, let's see, Maddie, you work construction.
Yeah.
You're not exactly the most intelligent of them, but you recognize at least construction stuff.
Yeah.
Jake, as a bard, especially one of creation, you understand at least inventions and things, and so you probably have heard of a water screw. So Maddie and Jake, you both see a water screw coming out of a giant underground spring, and leading up towards where you are assuming the fountain was. And you don't see anything else other than the wood and the screw leading into that. Go ahead.
Do you know what this is? It's called a water screw. See, it was invented by Sir Isaac Newton. It takes the water, screws it on up, and it goes right out the fountain. We used to have one at our old build site.
Wasn't it like something with Archimedes?
Who?
Also known as the Archimedes screw.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Isaac Newton. He's the one that invented apples.
Oh, he just like
He's there.
kind
He's
of-
there.
How's Johnny Appleseed, man?
Yeah.
No. Johnny Appleseed stole the apples. That's why he was constantly on the run.
Oh my.
You all need to read a history book.
Who are
Badly.
you?
I'm in modern European history, all right?
Wait a minute. You're a religious guy, though, so if he invented the apples, how did Eve get the apple?
Oh,
I misunderstand. I meant the modern apple. He invented the modern apple.
So while this argument is happening,
Danny, it's like, what is happening? right
you
now?
see what basically looks like a giant underground lake. And this water screw is coming out of it, but you also notice kind of more along the shoreline that there is a single boat lying in wait. Probably big enough to fit maybe 6 people.
Like a rowboat, a longboat, basically. Okay.
Like a slow boat to China?
Are there are there oars in order?
Yes. There are 2 oars lying beside it.
Boat.
We can sing in rounds as we go.
No.
I have a drum I can beat to the...
I will probably throw that in the lake.
Pull.
You can
Possibly.
certainly try.
Yeah, I didn't join the scullery team for a reason, so
Oh
let's
my gosh!
just
Just
not.
get in the boat.
Yeah.
And she'll like take the oars to start out.
You all start piling into the boat. And with Celine and Jake's help, you guide your boat into what seems like a general direction.
Does it seem like
towards
we
the
are
beginning.
going in the direction of the light thing? Like she'd be
Yes.
following the compass.
Yes, the
Yeah.
beacon.
The
with,
wing
with Jake
compass.
with Jake and Celine's help, you were able to work
And
your
is-
way.
Still dark, and I still got my.
It is
flame
still
going?
dark.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I feel like I've seen this in a film one time. Like, if this is the whole river Styx or something, don't touch the water.
Ooh, that could
Yeah,
be
wasn't
fun.
it that Harry
Writing
Potter?
that down?
Don't.
Sorry, I looked at her history score and I was like, nope, she know Greek mythology. It's like a +5 over here, guys.
Oh yeah.
Fair.
Anyways, however, as you guys are pontificating on whether or not this is the river Styx, you do
Or Acheron.
all start hearing
Oh,
a rushing water.
like.
Uh,
Oh, okay.
somebody look behind us.
What
Looking
are they?
behind, you see nothing but darkness. It almost sounds like another waterfall.
I hate
Rocks
to
to the bottom. Bring it on.
Most likely. Bring it on.
And Danny, it's about this time that you start feeling you're moving faster than what you're rowing.
Yeah, I'm gonna start fighting the current a little bit, trying
Yeah.
to.
So like.
You do so.
You want some help?
Yeah, I would have liked it like 20 minutes ago.
Like little.
You don't
water-
normally let me help you with these things.
How wide is the waterway that we're on?
It's a little too dark and a little too far away for you to tell.
Like,
You're
are we
in
like
such a
hearing
cavern
like
that it
Niagara
echoes.
Falls or
Mhm.
smaller?
Go ahead and make a perception check, Celine. I'll see if you can
20!
deduce. Hey!
So that would be a 28.
Ooh.
I'm actually quite perceptive.
So, for some reason, Celine,
Holy crap, that was
it
awesome.
might be the fact that part of your pharmaceutical recreation, you are used to hearing echoes. You're very used to that kind of more ethereal sound of. You're almost able to see sound in some cases. However, you do end up narrowing in. It doesn't sound like it's a roaring, crashing, massive waterfall.
Okay, so it's not Niagara.
It's not Niagara. And it doesn't quite sound like it's falling. It's weird with such a high perception, and you're familiar with nature enough. It doesn't sound like the water is falling straight down like it would off a cliff.
Okay.
You've been to water parks before.
Yes.
Almost sounds like a slide.
Ooh, that could be fun.
And Sean and Danny, you are both fighting this current. You're almost, like, you have slowed your progress.
And I tell them,
but
we're not going to go straight down. We're going to kind of ride it out.
Are there... okay, so we're okay?
Yeah, I think we'll be okay.
I've got some
Sean's
rope.
still fighting.
It sounds bad. It sounds real bad.
It's not going to go straight
Okay,
down. It's
everybody
gonna be
just
rough,
hang
though.
on.
Just
Hang
hold
on. And I'm gonna pull the oars in so that like so that they're
Do
not.
you tell Sean that you're about to pull the
she'd
oar
be like,
in?
okay, we're gonna push the oars in so that we don't lose them when we go down this thing.
Okay,
Let's go
on
for a
on three, so we
ride.
don't spin around. 1, 2, 3. Because he's still going.
Do we go down?
If he's on one side, your boat starts to speed up, gaining speed, going faster and faster. And you put your hands up.
I am.
You've
I'm all
been
like,
on rides.
yes.
You put your hands up. Why not? Sure. You might die. It's
It's
might
a
as well
dream.
go.
I reach
I'm
over,
gonna wake
feeling
up
that, and I
be
grab
just fine.
and I grab her,
And
and then I
grab her.
grab Sean's arm, like bracing myself.
Yeah, he was
Sean
white
wouldn't
knuckling the
Sean would
side
not
of the
kill us
boat.
in
Yeah,
his
same with
dream.
Maddie. Maddie's just gripping like the wood's creaking under his.
I
In
prepping
that
the feather
case,
fall
I
in case
totally
this
do.
goes south.
In
Fair
that
enough.
case, one of those things, I do one of those like the collar grab, like that you see football players like doing to each other, like it's like on Sean's shirt because I'm hanging on to Celine.
I
I'm
love it.
totally convinced this is a dream. We're not gonna die.
We're not gonna die. Yep, that fits. And Celine, it's interesting. You, because of the position you're in, and because you are the one that has the flame on your hand that is lighting your way, and you have a high enough perception, you notice is right as your boat starts to lean, you see that there's a chain within reach.
Jane!
Don't,
yell.
don't,
However,
maybe don't.
You say that as your boat starts going down.
Where?
I'm pointing. I'm like Jane.
It's chain. Ah! And Doppler effect would make that great from the bottom of the cavern. But
Jane.
nonetheless, Celine, as you are noticing the chain as you fall, you do notice that the chain seems to go down.
Okay.
Logic would dictate it might be the way to either slow your fall or get back up, or both. However, it's such a quick fall
We're going down.
that you all splash into another lake below. All of you getting drenched. Maddie, I'm sorry, even your socks in your pocket are drenched.
Aw, sorry, Maddie.
And
What about the
That's
one?
why you put him in a Ziploc bag.
and as you land it, luckily the boat seems to have stayed afloat, perfectly usable still. And
See.
now it seems like you're in an underwater river more. It seems more guided and there is more movement to this water.
What's your orb say?
Yeah.
Orbs.
What are directions?
It's interesting. Your river is curving, but the glow is getting brighter. So it does seem like you're gaining ground at least.
Okay.
It may not be direct path, but you are gaining
But we're
ground.
getting there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is this river moving us slowly?
Yeah. Do we need to row?
It is moving pretty slowly. You could speed it up
Okay.
if you
Yeah.
want to row. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
I'll
are able to
shift
speed
over
up.
so that Sean can have one oar and we
Yeah.
can just like
Perfect.
watching it.
I lean to Jake. I'm like, it's nice that they can do all the work.
I heard that. You should really work out and stop that. And she'll just like point at Maddie, who I'm assuming has another cigarette left.
It's damp and
It's all
like
soggy.
hanging.
So soggy and
as
sad.
he's
Like he
as he's like
tried.
squeezing out his hat.
After following this underwater river for a little while, and it's interesting. There's like bioluminescent rock and different things that are allowing more light. Your light is still very helpful, though, Celine. It does kind of keep a more significant light. However, continuing through, it's interesting. Celine, you're near the front of the boat, and I would assume Jake is also probably near the front.
Yeah, because I was telling him they were doing all the work. So.
Yep. You two both notice coming up an almost dock, and it's interesting. It's a very short dock, and you immediately see what looks like a old-timey bar. Some might even call it a
Point that
tavern.
out.
Yeah, let's point it out. check
Doc.
it out. Yeah.
Is that where your
Yeah, is
the
it
orby
kind of?
What's up?
thingy is telling us where to go?
There's
The
a
orb
bar.
does look like it's going that direction. Yeah.
Apparently, we got to stop at the bar.
There's a bar off the dock.
I
Yeah.
would love some water. Hydration's really important when you're working out, you know?
And the
This is
closer
a
you get to
workout?
this, it's interesting. You do start seeing movement.
Did you lift boulders?
No, I just got roasted on the top of a horse
Yeah,
dragon
so
skull.
hydrate. We've been sweating.
Okay, fine. All right, come on.
It's a dream. We don't need that. Come on.
You didn't take
Actually,
a swig after when we hit the
knowing
water?
knowing Danny, she pulls like a water bottle out of it's like her little backpack.
Gator!
Takes a
Perfect.
sip and hands it over. It's the
Awesome.
electrolyte. Don't dump it. It's got the electrolyte stuff in it.
No,
that I
it's
like.
the sports bottle at the
Yeah,
football
but-
game.
okay.
Trying not to give you germs. Trying to be kind. Yeah, and I just kind
Can
of
we pull over to the dock?
Are you guys
elbow
do
and
this to
pull
the
over.
dock?
Eventually, the dock bumps you. You bump into the dock. For Jake and Celine, you've been trying to get Danny and Sean's attention. Maddie, you might even be doing this at this point because they've just been going. There is movement at the
movement.
bar. Yeah, there are what look like humanoids at the bar. And you've seen movies. These look like pirates.
Does anyone
But-
look like Johnny Depp?
It's all Johnny Depp.
They're all
Just a
just
sea of
They're all
Johnny
Johnny
Depp.
Depp. I'm like,
Yes.
hey.
You know, a lot of people would hope that if they were to ever come across pirates. Unfortunately, these pirates are lacking something fairly important.
Good looks.
Skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have skin, muscle.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
these are skeletons,
Sean,
but they are
your
moving.
dream sucks.
Why is
I
it
think
my
we already
dream?
established this is all of our dream.
No.
Thank
No, we
It's
have
all
not.
his. I'm blaming him.
Bruh! It's a
Um,
communal dream, man!
Okay, can we deal with the skeleton pirate
Fine.
situation and stop arguing about whose dream it is? We're all here. Just throwing
and
that out there.
It's interesting that as you've approached, you start hearing music. Some very shanty-like music, which sea shanties have taken the world by storm for a while. Y'all are familiar with some. You hear what sounds like shanty music.
Hey, I know this song.
Yeah, you would.
Let's
And Jake
play it.
actually is able to add to the melody and create more of a harmonious overtones, if you will. However, none of the pirates seem to react to your approach at all.
Winning.
They seem to be going about their business. Some of them are drinking. Some of them are arguing, obviously, over drinks. Some look like they're singing, but they're missing something fairly essential for that, vocal cords. So their mouths are just kind of moving, and there's no real, sound coming out. There are two pirates that look like they're playing chess and seem to be stuck in a battle of wit, if you will. But otherwise,
Can I look at the chessboard? Can I tell how close are they to the end of the game?
go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
Look at Danny go doing smart things.
12.
You look, they seem to be pretty stuck. You can see there are some moves they could make, but you feel like there's a way that the game could end, but you don't know for sure.
Can I
Right.
roll? Can I roll?
By all means, anybody looking at the board can try.
Just thought it would be funny.
I know. I see you look, and I'm like, I got a 19.
Are we on the dock at this point? Like, are we out of the
Yeah.
boat? And
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
out
we're
of
up
the boat.
there.
up and
Like,
out
I
of
got
the
a
boat.
19.
Maddie's
19?
heading up to the bar.
Okay.
You said intelligence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got 19.
All right. Celine, you haven't played much chess, but again, sometimes your mind just feels more open than others. You look and you see, I don't play this game much, but I know that this horse moves like this,
Move like elves.
and this little castle thing moves just straight.
I'm watching her. If she reaches for the board, I'm going to catch her hand.
You do see what looks like a move that could end the game in checkmate. You reach out and Danny grabs your hand.
No.
Okay.
I just say what I think the move should be. I whisper it to the guy playing. It's like, if you do this. Type
And-
thing.
The pirate sitting there with his bony fingers pressed together, very confused, doesn't seem to react to your words. However,
I guess then I move on. I'm just like, if he doesn't react, I'll start walking off.
well, he doesn't seem to react, but
Yeah.
almost as you finish your sentence,
Okay.
it's not as if it's acknowledging you. It's more of, I suddenly had an idea. And he grabs the knight and moves it. And then suddenly, all of the skeletons disappear.
Hey.
And Maddie, you were just walking up to the bar.
Yeah,
You
I was
sit
like-
down. You sit down, probably ready to ask for a drink over to the bartender. As the bartender disappears,
That's kind of rude.
and as you put your hand down onto the bar top, your hand hits a hilt.
Tink.
It wasn't there before. You lift it, and there is a beautiful, beautiful looking longsword.
Was
And
that
Hey,
as you
nerds,
hold-
drop this.
I was going to say, as you hold it, it starts to almost change form. The top dulls and becomes a bit more shapely, and it shortens into what looks like a hammer.
Was that one of our thingies?
Whoa.
No.
Okay. I was
Yeah,
like,
your
I'm
beacon's
ready.
actually pointing a little off of this.
Okay, I was like, is that one of our things?
This is pretty cool.
Now, Sean, you being fairly attuned with magic in pretty much any nature, there is some fairly high level concentration of magic in this item that Maddie is currently holding.
That is a very powerful boom hammer. That's a nice boom hammer.
What does that mean?
It hits things really, really hard. Like, better than your regular construction hammer, bruh.
I mean, Sally has never let me down before.
Yeah, but see how big Sally is? As a construction person, I'm assuming Sally is a single jack.
I was thinking it was going to be like a little sledge, but
Yeah, so
Yeah,
single jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what that is. So Sally is like this big with a very good hammer. That beefy boy will hit things a lot harder. Like there's a scientific word for it where you got a longer handle, and so you get a lot more power and oomph out of things. That's it.
It makes it go boom.
Makes it go boom.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can I do a
Pendulum.
ritual identify on that?
By all means, you can. Yeah.
Look at your boom hammer.
Sure.
He hands it over.
Okay.
It's a beefy boy.
So-
and you're gonna call it Beefy Boy.
Nick, as
That's
you
what
sit
Sean's
down-
calling it.
As you sit down and start to strum to a tune to the weave around this hammer, it comes across as something that would hit things that may be fighting against dying. In other words, undead might hit a little bit harder to that.
Okay.
And an interesting thing about this, you've heard of items such as this. Magic isn't unfamiliar in your world, but this one seems interesting. There's a bit of other magic to it, that it seems whatever user is wielding it, it will become what is most comfortable in their hands.
So as I'm touching it and doing this, does it change to a rapier?
It does change to a rapier, yes.
It's a boom rapier.
Well then, that's like super
Takes on the
fancy.
form of whoever's touching it.
So who still needs something that they can hit things with? I mean,
Yeah, I'm
pretty
gonna
good
stick with Sally.
Hand it to Sean.
She's my
We can
one
see what
hand,
happens.
Or whatever it is you call this thing.
Sally's fine. We can work with Sally.
That was fine.
Now you got the
and
boom
Sean,
stick.
as you take it, you've done some combat training, just for fun. It was a random class you could take in college, and it's one of the few that you thought you could pass. You're
Stage
wrong.
combat in theater. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sounds
you know
about
exactly what
right.
you're doing. And as you do
I
so,
feel like that might have been how Danny and Sean met.
Probably. And then they
That
became
makes sense.
roommates.
that makes sense. Celine, did you have a comment?
I'm just laughing.
Okay. Sean, this, as you take this, you feel the power surge through it, and it feels like it connects to you. And one of your favorite weapons was a double-bladed axe. And suddenly,
Hey.
you are holding a double-bladed axe.
It's like Gimli's axe. Nice.
Exactly. Right. So, now that that has been found, Celine, I would assume you since you're waiting about 10 minutes for Jake to finish his thing, you're probably inspecting what's going around and probably looking at your orb. It looks like there are some stairs. If you walk behind the bar a little bit, there are some stairs leading upwards. And because you have the orb, you see that the beacon is pointing up.
I think we need to go this way.
Yeah.
Grab your
So-
boomstick thing. Let's
I,
boom
I've
axe.
been-
boom
This is my
axe.
boom axe.
I've been following behind Celine, like going everywhere.
Okay, so following up, you now see a door with the sign Captain's Quarters. Not spelled like it should be. It's just Captain's Quarters. Yeah.
Like Captain Crunch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you all recognize it as the spelling for Captain Crunch. All right. And the beacon seems to be pointing directly inside.
Go on in.
You open the door?
You got muted for a second there, Celine.
Yeah, I think
I
your
did?
sound, yeah, your sound buffer just kept you from jumping.
Oh, okay.
So what-
I'll say
what'd you say?
I opened the door. Go in.
Okay, yeah, you open the door.
I'm
It
right
opens
behind her.
perfectly fine.
Okay.
And it's hard not to let your jaw drop as you enter the room. There is treasure of every kind. Statues, gold, jewels. There are art pieces, extremely valuable art pieces, you would assume. Some don't make any sense. And the entire room is filled with this. You see a bed, but you also see a chair. And in the chair, you see a skeleton. What you would assume is a long dead captain.
Is he moving?
However,
One-Eye Willie.
Is he moving?
One-Eyed Willie.
Yeah.
And you, having been told by the others what you're looking for, recognize something that you think you're looking for. A feather
Thanks.
in the cap.
Of the
captain.
is he moving?
Grab it.
The captain does not seem to be moving. However, you do look more closely at the captain as you're checking this. He doesn't quite seem like a normal humanoid.
Okay.
Though skeletal, you do see those Skeletor.
Oh, sorry.
Power of grace.
Freudian slip. Freudian slip.
You see his limbs are elongated to an uncomfortable length. His forearm twice the length of what it should be. And at the end of each his arms, where hands should be, are instead two giant sickle-like hooks.
Oh, no.
It's Captain Hook.
Nope.
Uh,
Nope. Nope. Nope.
How far away am I from him right now?
You're about 15 feet away.
Go forward.
Hey, I can get it.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
Now hang on.
Get your axe ready.
Yeah.
I can get it without going over there.
Okay. Well, I don't. How am I supposed to know that?
I'm telling you, and I'm trying to calm Maddie down.
Maybe we like some of us inch back so that we're just.
That's what I'm
ready
saying. It's
to
like I
run
probably
for
get it from
rowboat
the
so we can
door.
just get out of
Back
here
up.
as soon as. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
thinking.
mean, I can move really fast compared to a lot of you, so I'll be gone
move
and
really
like
fast, too,
halfway
and I'm
out of this
scared.
place.
You'd be surprised how fast I can move when I'm scared. I can cover a lot of distance.
Is this
All right,
dim light-
Shaggy.
Yes, I was like,
Yeah.
phew.
So I want to try and grab that feather with Mage Hand from the door.
Beautiful. Okay. So from the door, it's about 15 feet. You've got plenty of space. Is everybody outside of the room?
I'm gonna be standing just outside the door next to Jake with the axe,
Okay.
just in case I
and
need
the
to get in
doors-
front of him.
Before we do that, I'm gonna be remembering watching Sean play a lot of video games because I'm pretty sure Danny generally watches more than plays. Because
Yeah, especially when he messed up his shoulder. It was a
Yeah.
lot of video game
So-
Oh,
time.
yeah.
So I'm gonna whoa. So if this is like the video game thing, remember when like if you trigger something, it shuts the door?
Oh.
Can
That's
you
when we
be
stay
outside
the door.
So,
and do this? Like how far can that thing go?
Yeah.
30 feet, so I can get, and it's only 15 feet away, so I could be
Oh,
out-
okay.
So
right,
I'm
but
gonna
if the door closes, will that mess you up?
Maybe,
of
but we can
bringing-
deal with,
Okay.
I don't think it's a line of sight thing, but even if it did, we'd have
It
to get
is.
the door back open.
It is line of sight.
To cast Mage Hand and control it, it is line of sight. However, it looks like you could probably grab the feather without the doors closing. Like, you don't have to have the doors closed to see the feather.
Well,
Yeah, don't
like
most
we're thinking like
doors
when
have
we grab
the
it, the
window
door will
up
shut
top?
automatically.
So this
Yeah, we're
one
gonna
is a
trigger something.
oaken door.
Let's just break the door.
I don't know if you're
close.
going to trigger something. We'll find out.
Is there little hingy thingies that we could just pop out and take the door off?
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
I like how you think.
Yeah.
13 plus.
I like your funny words,
It's
magic
what?
woman.
18.
18. You think about that for a second, and you look at the hinges. It looks like it'd be difficult to remove them, but it looks like you could possibly remove one of them. Might take some doing, but you've got a man with an axe and a hammer.
Why don't we just try and hold the door open just in case
Well,
it
we could
decides to
do
shut
that
long
too.
enough to just get the feather out? Because if that thing comes alive and decides to come out running after us, don't we want the door to
Okay.
block it?
Well, here's the thing. Is the hinge on the inside of the room or the outside of the room?
It's on the interior.
It's on the interior, so.
The doors do open inward.
Okay.
And as you are
Is
opening
it single
these
door or
doors,
double door?
this is a double door.
Okay.
But it does seem like that as you open the doors, they are on loaded hinges so that they do close
Okay.
on their
so,
own.
pieces of furniture. Where are they at?
I just like wedge them in those chairs,
Wedge
like
'em
a
in.
chair or something.
Aside from, you could run downstairs and grab some chairs from the bar. That would work.
Sure.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Danny's already like
Yep.
halfway down the stairs. She's like, it's like zing, zing, zing.
And
Did you
Danny,
want me to grab the couch?
You even grab the table that the chess
Yeah,
players were
anything
at
light
and
enough that
just
she
throw
can
that
carry up. Yeah, she's just
it's
like,
great. Between you, Sean, and Maddie, you get stuff up the stairs real quick. And
I do the whole like
Pivot,
jam.
pivot.
Pivot.
It's not gonna fit.
Just pivot.
All right. So, Jake, you're at the ready. You've got these doors pretty. You feel pretty confident in your arrangement here. And Jake, you cast Mage Hand. You're going for the feather, I assume. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Will you please make a sleight of hand check? Go ahead and use your own dexterity modifier for sleight of hand.
20.
20.
Woo.
Very nice. Carefully. Yeah. A quarter of an inch away from the feather, Jake sneezes
Yeah.
and then continues forward. Everybody panics for a moment. And plucks the feather from the hat.
Reel it in.
Yep. Nice
Please
and
tell
slow.
me your mage hand looks like a fishing pole.
A hand on the end of a fishing pole.
I like it.
Oh, release a little. Okay, now.
All right. And without any issues, the feather returns to your hand.
Oh my gosh, we got another one.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but that seemed really, really easy.
Now, having said that, you do have the feather in hand, and only a couple of moments later, you do hear a click within the room. It's a small one, but you don't see anything happen within the room.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Go.
Yeah,
I don't
it's time
wanna
to
know.
go.
All
I
righty.
don't want to know.
I
Fair
want
enough.
to take my staff and I'm gonna actually like knock the chairs on either side out of the way
There you go.
so that
Fair
it
enough.
closes.
That's
and
great.
then
That's great.
Follow everybody. I'm like literally like probably like trying to hop over.
It's just
more
like
people or
barricading it with what we had.
something. Nope. It's
That's
like
perfect. It's great.
Get on the boat.
And
Get on
you
the
are
boat.
able to get back to the boat. And it takes a while. This actually elongates for quite some time, unfortunately. You wonder there might have been a faster way out as you are halfway up the waterfall fighting the current, pulling your way up. There might have been a faster way out if you remember that, oh yeah, the mansion had a way out. Huh.
Yep.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Either way.
Keep pulling.
I'm assuming it's been an hour then, right? So
Oh, yeah,
Jake's
it's been well
point
past
of
an hour, so
exhaustion
your
is
point of
gone.
exhaustion. And so you are good, and you get yourself out of the pirate ship.
Hey.
Nice and easy. You are back in the swamp, and one of you has keen mind, as I recall. Yes.
Celine, I believe that
I
was you.
think it's me. Yeah.
'Kay.
I just got
So
to figure out
Celine-
where that's at.
Luckily for you,
They're great tool. So good.
Where is that at?
Yeah.
Where's that
Luckily
It'll
for
be in
you-
features and traits. Scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you should find it.
at? Okay.
Yes, you do have it, Celine.
I
I've got
do.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got quick reference for all of your stuffs. So luckily, you're able to remember all of the paths that you took here. It might be a slightly longer way, but you do find your way back towards the entrance of the mansion, and then find your way out towards the veil that looks like it's leading out into the circle once again.
All right,
Okay, so we
2 down.
got 3 altogether.
How many to go?
You got 3 total. You now have
We need 5 more.
5 more.
Okay.
Oh, good lord.
So now we need to go to the doll and wings one because there's 2 over there.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna full cap, as the kids say, and I need to tell you that I am morbidly afraid of dolls. Full cap.
I think you mean no cap.
No, there's a lot of cap in this one. So if we could save that one for last, I would appreciate it.
Or we could just get it over
Face your
with
fears,
so you
man.
didn't have to deal with it.
Yeah, but no.
You got Sally. It's okay.
Sally
All
does
right.
smash dolls.
Okay. Well, while he gets his courage.
Maybe if we just get the doors open and he won't see the dolls, they'll be out of the way and then you just go
That's
through.
true.
Like you don't have to
Because-
deal with the dolls.
Well, because the one we just went through had blades and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was like all blades and
But
Blades are great. I love blades.
guns and
I love guns too. Yeah.
Right.
You know
but-
what?
but
I'm
there
walking to the
wasn't
doll
blades
door, and I'm
everywhere.
gonna pull it open.
Okay, walking up to the doll door. It's actually a small doll's hand that is holding that seems to be holding
So
the door
creepy.
closed.
Oh,
squeeze your finger out and you grab it.
You grab the doll's hand and twist, and the hand snaps. But you do hear a click, and everything falls to the ground in front of you, swarming out towards you.
Sweet. Jesus.
The different doll parts is interesting. First, what you notice is the butterfly wings, the bird wings, and the bat wings. They start flapping without bodies, but start flapping and flying away into different directions. The doll parts start crawling.
I'm
legs
lunging for
forward.
Danny.
Okay.
I'm lunging for Danny.
The
She's
one.
already dodged out of the way and has probably kicked 3 or 4 pieces away from
I
her.
mean,
And that's
fair.
Now,
They
I,
seem-
I'm not thinking.
They seem to be crawling through the door,
okay.
or the
Oh.
gateway that's now opened.
Now that's the door that
Uh.
I recognized something that wasn't.
Ear.
Yeah,
Yes.
like,
Ears.
Interestingly enough, they start flapping and fly away.
Okay.
Matthias is just holding his hard hat and his hammer.
It's
All right.
okay.
Let's just try and make this as quick as
Let's go,
possible because
let's
that
go.
was
Yeah,
gross.
as
even
fast
for
as
me.
possible. You got this. You got this, Maddie.
All right.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I'm
Out
gonna
of
lead the
character,
way
I
through
am
the door.
fucking afraid of dolls.
Stepping through. It's interesting. You're a little distracted by the dolls and wings, but as you're stepping through, you notice that this looks like a medieval town that you're stepping into. But much like the town that you walked through to get here, it's old, dilapidated, torn down. Looks as though parts of it have been burned. There are rotting woods. There are skeletons lying around. Some humanoid, some animal. Not quite sure. And 2 beacons appear on both of your
Okay, which way?
items,
Okay.
Which way?
Yeah.
Quickly.
So we're.
following
Which
straight
one's
down
the
the path.
strongest?
Both
The
of them go
strongest
straight
one,
down.
both of them are straight down.
Okay.
But the strongest one does seem to be pulling a little bit to the left. And you're walking, continuing down, a little cautious, I'm sure, keeping eyes out for any movement. Some of these homes seem to have even been recently burnt, as you see smoke rising from them. And then you see one home to the left, especially as you're kind of following the beacon. It's a thatched roof home. Looks to be entirely unharmed. You see a beautiful chimney with welcoming smoke and a nice warm glow inside.
Dude, I've read
Rather
the
different.
story. There's like a witch in there. Oh no, that one was made of candy.
Yeah.
Uh,
A wolf is gonna come and blow it down.
no, that was the hay and the twig and the
And the bricks.
Bricks.
Okay.
And it's
Maddie,
leading
you
us
should go
towards the
check it
fancy
out.
house.
I'm gonna go look in the window.
Yeah,
Can I
let's
see
go check
anything?
it out.
Yeah.
Looking inside, it is a beautiful, quaint little, what you would assume is kind of like a medieval style home. There's a warm
what they're
fire, wooden furniture, and as close as you've gotten, there's even this. You can even start smelling warm, fresh baked bread. You see a small table. There's fresh fruits and veggies that are kind of strewn out of a basket.
Are there place
And-
settings?
There are not place settings, but it does look as though it was waiting.
But there's nobody. I don't see a person in there.
You see no movement inside other than the crackling fire.
Now,
What's the beacons?
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
are they like bright? Like it's like this is it?
Beacon is pointing directly inside and is very, very bright.
All right.
let's go. Check it out.
Anybody else want to open this door, or is this one on me?
I'll do it.
It's like,
All
He's
right.
got an axe. You got a stick.
we don't
You
have
have
to.
no
bust
idea what
it
I can do
down.
without
All
this
you
stick.
can just
She can
shut the
kick my
door
butt
first.
any day of the week.
It's true.
Okay, as they're saying that, I open the door. Like,
You open the door.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem as if there's anything wrong.
you don't have to be.
And you are now that that wafting breath of warm baked breads, and now you can smell stew cooking over the fire. Smells beautiful and just inviting and warm.
I go in.
Okay, entering in.
Follow suit.
Okay,
And
looking
I'm looking
around.
around for any of the objects that we're searching for.
Yeah, you're not quite sure what object you're looking for, and for our beacon holders, the
Oh yeah,
beacon.
who's got the
I got
third
it.
one? Oh, you got both of them. Okay.
I don't need it, but I have it
Here,
because
I'll take the
pulled it up.
feather.
No.
All
I'll
right,
take
so you
the
got the
feather.
feather.
I'm holding up the feather like everywhere.
you're doing this. It's interesting. Almost the entire.
Oh, I've totally tied the feather to my quarterstaff. That's
Oh
enough.
yeah, it's
Oh,
great.
straight up. Straight
Perfect.
Straight up.
You've
Follow
got.
me, guys. I'm the line leader. I got you.
It's interesting. The beacon has now grown so bright that it's hard to discern a direct place. Sean, again, your natural sense of magic things. There's a number of random objects throughout this house, especially on the ceiling. There's a number of like adorable decorations, like little clocks and a couple of wooden dolls. Nothing terribly like exciting. No porcelain figures or anything. There's also some beautiful glass pieces hanging as somewhat like wind chimes. However, that's not what draws your attention specifically. Because you're so sensitive to magic, you are drawn to the only thing that seems extremely out of place in this room. A large floor-to-ceiling full-body mirror, beautifully adorned with gold frame and complex etchings and rare jewels inset.
Hey,
Nobody's
Danny.
quite in line with it just yet.
I think I found the Harry Potter mirror.
Don't look into it. Remember, Dumbledore said not to.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like, it shows us what our heart desires, but, well, I mean, if our heart desires one of the
I'd like to get
objects-
out of this dream.
That's true.
I'm gonna stand in front of the mirror.
Okay,
I'm
Sean.
gonna have my hand on his, like, on his shoulder just in case something.
Fair
weird
enough.
happens.
Sean, you're looking into the mirror, and it looks pretty normal at first. And it's interesting, the mirror is set up in such a way that you actually, looking into the mirror, have a full view of everything behind you in the cabin, or in this little home. And at first it all looks normal. And then you realize that you can't blink. Like, you have the desire to, but your eyes physically cannot blink.
Danny, I did it bad.
And suddenly,
I
the
did it
room
real
starts
bad.
the room starts to shift. Danny, you pull as hard as you can. Nothing. You start to tear his shirt.
Maddie, help!
No
Now?
movement.
Okay.
Don't look in the mirror.
Sean, the room begins to change behind you. You no longer see a beautiful interior of a cabin. The bread on the table is molded. The room is dark and cobweb filled. You smell the smell in your nose changes. You now smell an acrid stench of something like vinegar and bile.
Ew.
The veggies and fruits are rotted on the table.
Danny, you were right. This was a trap.
The decorations change above you. The dolls are not dolls, but mummified pieces of flesh. Some animal, some human. And the glass are now crystals, which you now recognize as magic.
Are you telling us this stuff? This is what you're seeing?
Can I
Glasses are
counter that?
magic. You
Maybe
don't want to
smash the
know
mirror?
what else is here. The glasses are magic. You don't want to know what else is here. It's bad. It's real
Smash the
bad.
Can I
glasses?
counter
What do you
that?
smash? Do we smash something?
The glasses are magic. That's all I can tell. What kind
So-
of magic? Actually, it'll tell me what school of magic it is.
It will. Let me double check. I believe this is enchantment and
I can counter charm that.
Invocation?
And I can dispel.
yes, thank you. I was like, I can't remember the schools right now. But yes, invocation and
I'm a
enchantment.
nerd.
I love it. Thank you. So Jake, go ahead and make
I start playing a tune.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check. We're gonna do a check for you. See if you can help Jake in this situation, or Sean.
Where is it?
Actually,
Uh-huh.
go ahead and do a performance check rather than that. So that'll be closer to the bottom for you, because you're a bard, and that makes more sense for what.
So
you're
add what
doing.
I rolled
Yep.
to that one. Okay,
Yes.
So that's
It should be
26.
higher.
Yeah, a
26.
26.
Yep.
Perfect. Now, because of the timing on this, I'm going to explain some things how this works. Sean, as you start hearing this music of bolstering magic from Jake, you start to feel a little bit more confident. Except for then suddenly your eye catches something. On the table, you see the glint of gold. And one of the apples on the table rotted.
God. That's what I was like,
to the
are you
core.
explaining stuff to me?
Yeah, that's what
Now-
I was looking for.
The other thing that catches your eye, while Jake is still performing, you can start to feel the spell breaking. However, you see a woman appear in the mirror. Beautiful,
Oh, dear.
beautiful woman. One of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. Legendary beauty, if you will. And everything is perfectly fine. Until she smiles. And instead of normal, beautiful white teeth, you see chipped, broken, fang-like teeth and blackened gums. She smiles and latches onto you.
Oh
I'm
dear!
holding on to
Apple on the
Sean.
table. That's rotted.
You see nothing, Danny.
I know, but I'm holding on to Sean, so if something's
Yeah.
grabbing at him, Maddie's, I
You-
think, helping me. So it's like,
You also
just a
feel
chain.
nothing. The
Oh,
only thing
dear.
you feel, Sean, is pressure around your arms where she's grabbing you.
whoa,
However-
nice lady, please be nice.
something on the table. He said something on the table.
Golden
Is it-
apple, rotten,
Okay,
it's bad.
Gold apple
I'm
on
going
table.
to find the apple on the table.
Okay, excellent. Jake, your spell finally takes effect. However, not before the woman seems to react to the music and screams. Absolute blood-curdling scream. Only you can hear it, though, Sean.
That's
Awesome.
I need a wisdom saving throw from you, sir.
This is gonna go great.
He gains
Hey,
you can
help
hear
me
gains
get him
advantage
off
on
it.
saving
We're
throws.
like trying to
Yep.
pick him up. I'm trying to do like a suplex on him and
Advantage?
get him out of the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if that
Yeah.
applies,
Yes.
but with my
Good
counter
thing
charm,
that
you're
was a
supposed to have
natural one.
Woo!
Oh, buddy. To a natural 20, I will take a picture and show it in the chat.
I believe you, my friend. That's why we use advantage, my friend.
Oh,
So,
advantage.
thank goodness
man.
the terror setting into you is
Okay.
incredible.
You're playing like a riff.
The scream does take hold, and you feel it entering your mind, and it hurts. It hurts.
Oh,
You do take 6 points of psychic damage, but suddenly you are able to break. And as he
Yeah.
breaks away from staring into the mirror, the the illusion breaks. And all of you now see the cabin as it truly stands.
So I'm like,
which is what I was seeing in the mirror. This is what it was like. This is terrible. Let's grab the apple
And
and go.
Celine, I was going to say, Celine, luckily looking at the table, is able to grab the apple quickly.
Run!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Is
go. Let's
the
go.
lady there?
You don't see the lady, however.
Oh,
oh, okay. I was like,
Don't. I
Now
don't
we're ready
trust
for it.
that.
Don't want to stay in here anymore.
I'm like, I got it. I got it.
Let
Let's
me
go.
know
It might-
anymore.
It might be that the lady's trapped in the mirror. Anyways,
Later.
Well,
So-
let's hope for that.
You're
Yeah.
assuming
Luckily-
Sean's smart enough for that.
luckily, it seems like the cabin is not changed in size, so you're able to exit the building quickly and easily.
All right, where's the other one? And let's get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like some
Now.
creepypasta nonsense, and I'm not about it. Okay.
I got the apple and I handed it to Sean. You earned this.
Don't eat it.
Don't.
It's all right.
I
The
don't
next one
want
for Maddie.
to. I know what it turned into.
And well, as you've pulled it out, it now is the golden
It's
rotted
golden. Yeah.
apple. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't trust it. It's just gonna go in my pocket. Let's find the next one
Okay.
real
Alrighty.
fast.
Let's go.
As you exit the building, immediately the beacon shows to the left. You have to keep going down through the town a ways.
Okay.
Head
And
that
now
way.
it turns into a little bit of a forest. Nothing too extreme, and a very clear path. But after about 15 minutes of walking through this forest, you do suddenly see what looks like a fortress. Maybe once was a castle wall or some sort of citadel of some kind. And the doors seem solidly shut. However,
Oh,
there is a moat going around. And
thank
the moat
God.
does lead under the wall.
Castles I can deal with. Castles are good. Y'all like medieval stuff? I love medieval stuff. Y'all ever
How wide
watch
is
that
the
History
moat?
Channel show where they pit the
The moat
two?
is pretty good size. It's a nice. It could fit a boat pretty easily.
Well, darn,
So
we should
easily
carry
enough
that
to walk
boat
wide.
all this way.
Yeah.
Should have brought the boat with us.
As far as depth goes, even from up above, it is pretty obvious that it's fairly low.
Okay.
So you could probably walk it easily
Okay.
enough.
Okay. What kind of
What's
liquid's
in the
it?
water?
This was like, what kind of liquid's in it?
Do you recognize the bodies in the water?
Oh no.
Anyways, no.
Follow the lights.
Go ahead and make perception checks for those of you that are looking more towards that.
Technically speaking, how
I
wide
have
is this?
no
I might be
clue
able to
with
run
my
across it fast
wand.
enough not to go to
23.
the water.
You technically could. Sorry, what was it?
24.
Okay.
What? There's
so
liquid?
other than Celine, yeah.
Yeah.
Celine, you're just distracted by it. You see it's interesting. You swear you see a weird looking object. You're a little creeped out, and the closer you look at it, oh wait, that's moss. And by the time you've done that, the other two have actually checked everything else out. And it's like this is completely void of any life, anything there other than maybe some floating moss and some silt.
Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty dead.
I mean, how far across was it again?
Oh, it's only about 20 feet.
Okay, so 15.
I mean,
You
I
could
can,
eat-
like,
You could jump it. Yeah.
I couldn't.
I'm just gonna jump it. I'm going. I'm like,
Okay. You easily jump. You make it to the other side. You're up to you're up to this what looks like a wall, castle, citadel. Who knows?
I'm
For
holding
sure, it's
up
hard
my
to tell.
feather.
Okay. The beacon does point directly inside.
Can
It's
you like
inside.
lower a drawbridge or something?
Yeah.
Just
How
jump.
far?
Get
How
a
far
running
across
jump.
is it? 20 feet.
The jump,
I was
yeah, the
saying for
jump would be
these
20
ones,
feet.
and I get a running start like 10 feet back, and then poof.
Easily make that jump. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I can jump. That's one of my
Can.
spells, right?
Oh yeah, you do have jump.
I do have jump.
That's right. I forgot I give you jump.
Yeah. I just gotta
Alrighty.
find it.
So, are we all jumping across? And Danny,
I don't
what are
think
you
I can
doing
make a
since you're
20-foot
already
jump.
across? You probably wouldn't be able to make a 20-foot jump. However, you've all looked at the river. It looks pretty safe to cross. You could just cross.
Yeah,
Walk on
that
your
cottage
tiptoes.
looks safe
You're already
too.
wet. You're already wet anyway. Remember?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's true. You are still drying off a bit
I
from
just don't
your
trust the
pirate ship. Why? Because I said you don't recognize the bodies?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start heading towards the castle. I'm gonna start walking that direction. I'm
Just
like,
strap the
And
bodies
it's
together
not
to create a
far.
raft.
To the castle itself, because the drawbridge it would be lowered from it. You're on just a small outcropping of land from the water to the wall itself.
So we still gotta get over the wall.
Oh,
Like there's
God,
no
do we have
there's
to
no
climb a
opening
wall,
on that
too?
side.
It's about 50 feet up. Danny, you could probably run it.
Okay.
And then lower the
Is there a
drawbridge for us.
drawbridge? because I don't think I
Fine.
can get up a
Hey,
wall.
Sean, give me like a boost. I'm gonna run, and you're just pop
Yep,
me up.
Did you both jump over
when we
there?
did when we did the what was it, the Spartan runner thing or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. And I lean up against the wall and just go, all right, 1, 2, 3.
What's
Yeah.
your
Taking proper position. Your shoulder fights it for a second because you're still healing up a bit, but you get it up easy enough. And Danny's fit enough and it's nice and trim.
I was
so
not.
it's
I
pretty
could
easy.
pretty
cast
tiny.
jump on you.
I
Same
literally
spell.
can.
Nonetheless,
If
Danny
it makes sense, I can pretty much run
Okay.
up like a certain amount of
Yeah.
walls.
Gotta
So,
love class features.
Danny,
Oh, monks.
you're expecting to get to the top and run over and like see another side to it. What's interesting about this is you get to the top
Ugh.
and you land perfectly flat stone.
It's not a drawbridge.
What?
It's like flat stone. Like this is the top. Here,
And it's
hang
a
on.
really large cube.
And I'm
You
gonna
now have the
rummage-
perspective.
And there's
I'm gonna rummage in my pack, and I have like 2 jump ropes that we've used, like when like
Yeah.
you
Yep.
work out. I'm gonna tie them together and I'm gonna lower them down so that Sean
Nice.
can start climbing up.
And easily enough.
also in our orbs, like, is it like inside this?
Inside.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danny up at the top would be able to see that it's pointing inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
But
Sean.
there's no
up, at least in
openings
my-
up there, right?
I don't know. I
Doesn't
haven't
look
looked.
like it. But
I'm gonna
yeah,
let
go
Sean start getting everybody else up, and I'm gonna start searching around for a
Okay.
way to get inside.
ahead and do a perception or investigation check. Investigation should probably be fairly high for you.
Actually, perception is higher.
There you go.
I
Hey,
won.
we'll take it.
18.
18. Honestly, looking around, this is, you don't even see like the cracks between stones. Like they're microscopic. It's almost perfectly smooth.
Did you say the moat went under the wall?
Yeah.
I don't see any way in here, guys.
We're gonna have to go
We're
under.
gonna have to go under.
All right.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna
I'll
pull
hold
out.
it.
Unfortunately.
I'll hold it and you can climb down. Hang on.
All right.
All right. I was gonna pull out some of my jump rope, tie it to yours, and like tie it to the top so that we could all climb down. But then we
I can
wouldn't have the
jump,
rope again.
though. I
That's
don't...
true. You're
I
pretty
didn't even
spry
get up there
like
yet,
that.
so
Yeah, we're not up
we're
there.
not up there
Yeah.
yet.
Just on the other
Sean
I
side.
was
and
like
I are.
setting up to like help you guys up if that was what was gonna happen, but apparently not. And so I put my jump rope away and start climbing down.
And then once he's down, I shove mine back in my pack and then I just jump down.
Jump. Yep. Naturally able to
Geronimo!
land perfectly. Yep.
I love mugs
Sup-
so much.
Hey guys! It's gonna be a superhero landing. It's gonna be a superhero landing.
Totally do it just because I hear him saying it.
Perfect.
I
Yeah.
do like the
3-point
Black
superhero
Widow
landing.
pose. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Of
Flip your
course.
hair up.
I'm posing.
She's totally posing.
Brilliant.
Was that
Alrighty.
necessary?
Totally.
It's actually better for my knees if I do something like that. I mean, I didn't
Yeah,
want
How
to
does
roll
flipping
because
your
that's
hair
muddy
help your
water.
knees?
It's called style points.
Yeah.
You're a showman. Come on.
I walk by him and just like tap his shoulder. Keep going.
Ah.
No, Maddie's like the
Okay.
shoulder check kind of thing.
All right, you need to take it down a
So,
couple of notches.
We need to figure out.
We got go in.
Just go in the water and go under.
Do you
So-
want me to check it out first? I could probably morph into something that can go on the water. Or
But do
something.
you like how? I don't know how much
I don't know
energy
how-
that's
it's like,
gonna
I don't know
take. You
how
might
deep
want to
it
hang
is.
on to that
I was
energy.
gonna say. I'll
Uh,
also remind you.
Do you mean your wild
I
shape?
don't even. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Yeah,
wild
wild,
shape.
wild shape. I would remind you that those of you that looked at the water, it is very shallow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Shallow. That's
You
right.
could probably walk easily, maybe up
So
to your
take the form
knees
of a
for the shorter
duck.
ones.
I just kind of just
Waddle.
walk
I forgot
How
that,
we
I
all
forgot
just
that
made
it was
duck
shallow.
noises.
That's
No
right.
apparent reason.
Because
Yeah,
they're loud.
and I normally I wouldn't remind you that
I
it
turn
was that
into a
shallow, but-
shark. Oh crap!
You start flopping around.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Well, if you turn
This was
into a
not our
goldfish,
That's not
goldfish,
cool.
Always an excellent choice.
yeah, I'll start. I'll
I'm gonna
start leading the way with
looking
my stick with
around.
the feather on it, like the little tour guide.
And we're walking. And if you look to
Over
the
on your
left,
right, you'll see dilapidated stone, and on your left, more slimy dilapidated stone.
Get a picture of me with it.
Anyways, so going under this, you actually are able to enter quite easily. There's not even. Usually there's
You
bars.
made that way more complicated than it needed to
I
be.
know, we're overcomplicating things now.
It's what
Is it-
players do.
I was going to say classic D&D, my friends. Entering, there's not even bars blocking your way, which normally there are for moats, but nothing here. It's interesting. Walking down this tunnel, it goes for a little ways. Luckily for you, the shallowness
This
of
tunnel
the
better
water.
not go all Willy Wonka on us.
Yeah, really though.
Hate that
Luckily,
part.
though, the shallow water doesn't change. It seems to just stay about knee height for most of you, maybe a little lower for the taller one, Sean. And it goes on for quite some time. But as the deeper you go, the only thing that really seems to change is the smell. And it's seawatery, fishy, really gross. Not exactly fresh fish either. But continuing forward, it goes for a little while. Maybe 10 minutes of walking through this water. It gets really annoying at this point. Getting a little tired in the thighs. But suddenly, you see in front of you a large cavern opening up. Massive cavern.
Is it lit?
There is light in
We'll
there.
say if not.
It's a really low ambient light, kind of similar to the rocks that were below the pirate ship for you. It's kind of a nice ambient light, enough to illuminate certain things, making it pretty shadowy though. And it looks like the river leads to a large pool, massive pool. And the easiest thing to see in the pool is a small floating island in the middle. It looks to be made of cement and perfectly round. And you see one small lone figure on it. Very small figure. Now, as you get closer to the pool's edge, the more perceptive of you, so anybody with a passive of probably over 13 or so.
Yay!
I was going to say, so a couple of you will catch this. You see around you, and you start looking around. It looks like stadium seating around this.
Gladiators.
And there sit hundreds. At first you look. The closer you look, it might be closer to thousands of figures.
We're not alone.
Some of them are just brightly lit enough to recognize some forms. And they're small. Some are teddy bears. Some are jack-in-the-boxes. Some are dolls, porcelain figures.
Oh no!
Did
Some
we
are
reach the
new.
island of misfit toys?
I
I'm
know,
like
it's like-
tearing up
Some are
slightly.
used.
Thank goodness.
That's the Isle of Misfits.
And all the dolls and toys in the stands seem to be looking directly towards the center. Unfortunately for our beacon holders, guess where it points?
Nice beak.
How deep
Matthias.
does the pool look?
The pool, it's interesting. The pool itself is interesting. It gives kind of an ambient glow. Like there might be some of those rocks underneath, but it also is deep enough that it turns to pitch blackness at the bottom.
Oh yeah, let's make a little bit of thalassasiophobia or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Dude, how wide is the water to the cement platform? Like how's the
from where
distance?
you are, you're looking at about 50 feet to the center platform.
Oh, you can jump that.
I actually can teleport there.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Go grab it.
I could.
Dude, Shadow Monk is awesome.
It's pretty.
I
It's
could
pretty
so
dope.
cool.
Shadow Monk now.
Now,
If it's
pretty
dim
dope.
light, it has to be dim light or darkness.
and it
That's
is
the only
dim
thing.
light. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very
Yep.
easily. You could very
So-
easily utilize this. However, speaking of another natural ability of someone, Sean.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The water itself is giving off very powerful abjuration magic.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh boy.
However, it seems familiar. You have this natural sense of magic, and you've walked by, walking around town, you've walked by churches, temples, cathedrals. Feels familiar to that. This is holy magic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Maddie. The pool's holy water. It's like it's holy water. So you're very much all about God and Jesus and all that stuff, man. So it's take comfort in that. Use it if you can. It's like
Looking at
protective
Maddie.
magic.
Now, one thing to notice, it looks as though the water is aligned just right so that it keeps a separation between you and the stands.
So the water's around, like we're.
So as the
No, we're
river
all
opens
like-
up-
I'm like, I'm trying
yeah,
to
sorry.
visualize
This
it.
I'm having
it's
thoughts.
really
They
easy
might be
in my
stupid
brain.
thoughts, but they're thoughts.
Really easy in my brain.
Oh, can you
Come
give us
on,
a
guys.
shape
Okay,
here?
so we come
so-
into we came into the room.
As the river opens up into the room,
Oh,
it
it's like a
actually
half.
opens up, and the stands don't start until about right here.
So the pool is actually not just a full circle. We're on like a entrance
Just a deeper part. It just gets
And then-
deeper.
Like a wedge.
If it was a gladiator pit, you would be one of the entrances.
Got it.
Okay, so we can make it there without having to like jump to the center, correct?
Correct. You would have to swim, but
No, we still it's like we walk in, it spreads out, the pool starts, and then where the pool starts, probably a few feet
Is
back from that, is where the stands,
where the stands
start.
are.
And then in the
Yes,
center of
yeah.
that pool, in between the stands and where we are, is the center
Is where
pillar.
their match is.
The
And
island.
the vibe in layman's terms for Mr. has 0 intelligence score, or intelligence modifier. The water is giving off abjuration, so protection magic, and
It
therefore
feels-
touching the
yeah.
water will not hurt us.
you get that sense. Most
But it's keeping probably them at bay.
That
Maybe.
was the other vibe I was getting. I was gonna get to that.
you're not
Well-
quite sure if it's something that would help you or would harm the dolls.
Can I see
What was the
Okay.
holy?
The
That was
water
the pool,
itself.
the water in the pool.
Is both abjuration and holy?
It's got the holy vibe.
So actually, most
Protective.
celestial magic is abjuration.
Yeah,
it's protective
Oh,
magic?
okay.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
all like, I'll
Um,
turn into Shamu and I'll get them in the splash zone. I'm sorry.
I can
Can I-
I can try and
Thought.
get to the island if that's what we want, but I
Yeah.
don't know. Like, do we see what? Can I see where any object that we're looking for is over there?
Well, you remember that the shell was rather small. Could maybe
Yeah.
fit around the neck of something.
Are the
Ah.
first 6 rows, are they wearing ponchos?
It's a little too dark to tell, but some of them look like they might be wearing some small light jackets or something.
They were prepared.
All right. I say I jump across, I grab that thing, and I jump back, and we figure out what the heck that tiny thing is.
If you get into trouble, I'm swimming after you.
Can I do?
If you
a-
get into trouble, I will write a song for you.
Thanks.
Can I do a religion?
It'll be
check
epic.
on any of this if the
Bruh.
water's giving off holy vibes.
Yeah, because you have some of that, you could actually you could actually even touch the water, get closer to it, kind of inspect it, and try and get a feel for what's happening with it. So go ahead and make go ahead and make a religion check.
Are you like checking the acidity of the
Oh,
like
it
you're
was
out there
a
with your,
20,
like,
and then it was a 2.
Oh.
Oh shoot.
It's water, and I hate it.
It does give off it does seem familiar in some ways. And now that Sean has pointed it out, you can kind of like it's very dull and diluted, but you can kind of sense that there is some sort of holy magic having to do with this water.
So am I like I mean,
The water's probably your friend here if you're gonna chance it either way. So I'm not gonna go in there. But just so you know, water probably good. Maybe. I'm gonna go a little bit back actually, if that's cool.
maybe you can go sit in the stands with the doll.
Ah, yeah.
okay.
All right, go. If you start to get
Yeah.
into trouble, I'm coming after you.
Don't get in the water, maybe. Just I can get
I-
back.
I-
Just
I
give me
got
a
a
second.
good
I can
vibe
get
about the
out of
water.
it. Okay.
Everybody get out of the water.
And I'm gonna like take a few steps back and then start running forward, and I'm going to jump as far as I can, and then boom, and I'm
Okay.
standing
Perfect. And
Yeah.
basically
luckily,
right in
easily
front of
enough
the
for you,
thing
that's
he
not
is.
that big of a deal. And you're really good at stopping your own momentum, so I'm not super worried about that. As you land on this
Like one of
island,
those slide stops.
yeah.
Yeah. No!
Splash! Whoops.
It's like one of the dogs where it's like, no.
Scribble.
No, you do land quite easily. You're able to stop that momentum. And sitting up in the middle of the room, or in the middle of that little circle, is a beautiful porcelain doll. Red hair, blue eyes, beautiful pink ball gown. And it's sitting there, staring blankly. You do see, the closer you look at it, you do see two things that seem slightly out of place. What it is, the first object that you notice is the conch shell. And you know you've been looking for that. But right next to it, you see a small silver needle that is pinned to the doll.
I turn back around to the group. Found the shell, but there's like a silver needle and it's a creepy doll. Sorry, Maddie.
They don't need the needle.
Yeah. But it's kind of
Grab
weird.
and run. Just grab and run.
Do I just grab the
Okay.
doll and run?
Okay, wait.
Rip the shell off and run.
Is there
Don't grab the doll! Do not grab the doll!
Is there anything wrong with
Please.
the doll? Is it like perfect? Like nothing.
It's nice. It's pretty. Red hair, blue eyes.
like the
cute,
needle.
actually,
Does the needle
kinda.
need to be used for anything?
I don't know. It's like stuck in the dress.
You doing, Danny?
Screw it. I'm grabbing the doll and
Okay.
bam.
I was about to say, Matthias, doesn't your faith have something where you take babies and put them in the water? What's that called?
Baby dolls.
That's a
with cold eyes.
baptism, and
Baptize the doll!
Oh boy,
I've already landed, guys.
All right.
But I'm trying to land like right on the edge, and so I have like I can do the whole grab the things off the doll and drop the doll in the water.
Before any of that happens, however,
Oh great!
I need a charisma saving throw from you, Danny.
Oh no!
You're gonna become a doll.
No!
Oh no!
Oh no! Did your dice do the thing?
7.
Oh no!
And I'm so glad it's you, Danny. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I need to pick up your character. Alrighty. Danny, you chill for a minute.
Can I I tell something went wrong?
Well, you'll see.
We're about to find out.
I'm gonna log off now, guys. Have fun.
And we lost our first
Dead
person.
yet.
Okay.
Danny, it's strange. You're fast. You are known for your speed. As soon as you grab the doll, it's strange. The head whips up, looking directly at you, and the needle comes free, landing directly in its arm, or directly in its small hand, and it stabs right into your hand.
Ow!
You don't feel that pain. You feel a different kind of pain.
Oh no.
You feel as if your soul is sucked out of your body through the needle. And it's strange. You sense a presence passing you.
Oh no.
through the needle.
Oh no.
You did become a doll. I was right.
Sean!
And suddenly, the rest of you, decent perception, you watch as Danny grabs the doll and she pauses for a quarter of a second, drops her head, and then looks up. She seems fine.
Oh.
No!
Can I roll an insight check?
Yes. You've seen you know
My
Danny well
question.
enough. I would say you can do that. Yes.
Does this thing actually know my abilities? Is my question.
It's in your body.
You
We'll
only
find
count
out.
if you're in the bowl.
I only asked because I've had a thing where we swapped bodies in D&D and things got, and I'm playing a monk in that one, and it got very frustrating very quickly.
Uh-huh.
Because the other person didn't know how to do things physically because he was an artificer.
So is she like
Like I
holding
said,
the
I'm
doll
really
when
glad
this happened?
I got a monk. She was holding the doll when it happened.
And she like dropped
18.
with the needles
18
in the
on the
hand.
insight.
I don't think I dropped
Something-
I
it.
don't think you dropped it. It's like stabbed it into
Nope.
your hand you're holding.
Still holding the doll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something seems off. Something seems off, Sean. You're not quite sure what it is, but something seems off. And rather than jumping back, Danny stops, places the doll back down, does pull off the conch shell
Now
from
we
the
gotta
doll.
pry it out of your cold dead hand.
Yeah, no, I'm going into
Puts
the
it around
water
the
and,
neck.
oh no, I'm going.
Okay.
That
now-
that stance, that's not her normal
put it around-
stance.
Put it
Nope.
around the neck.
Put it around
Put it on?
your neck, your body's neck. So, and you, Danny, you're able to move.
Oh, I'm kicking this thing's butt. I'm kicking my own butt. I'm gonna start punching myself. Then at
Okay.
the minute it tried to put me down, I would have been popping it in the nose.
If you've got
Pop.
okay, you won't gain consciousness until you've touched the ground.
Oh,
So
okay.
I will say that. But
And I'm scrambling up.
go ahead and pull up a carrionet in D&D Beyond.
Oh
A
no!
what?
Carrionet.
Carrionet. Oh,
My-
I fought
My favorite
these.
monster.
I have
Never
fought
created
these. They're
Uh,
interesting.
Now, interestingly enough, as Sean dives into the water, the rest of you, not Danny, of course, notice that all of the dolls' heads in the stands shift and start looking towards Sean. They don't move, but they start looking and following his movements. Yeah, we're having fun now. Okay. And Sean, you're a quick swimmer. You're athletic enough. It's not too bad. We're not going to bother with initiative because of how this one is going to work.
Dang it!
So, Danny, you wake up after blacking out for a second, and you look up and see yourself. It's strange. You suddenly realize what's happened. You are now the doll.
And I know that the doll pricked me with the needle. Yes?
Yes, you remember that.
And is the needle back?
The needle is still in your hand, your body's hand.
Oh, I totally stabbed this thing in the calf.
No.
Over the ankles.
Oh, in
It's
the old
still
hand.
in Danny's
It's
hand,
in-
not in the
Oh.
doll's hand.
Okay, then I'm
Oh.
scrambling up the back of this thing trying to get to the needle.
Absolutely.
Can I talk at all?
No. You try and move your mouth, you cannot speak.
It's sealed.
Uh-huh. And you go ahead and make an attack using you can go ahead and use the silver needle attack that's on there.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Oh, come on, dice.
And Sean, after this attack, it'll
Okay.
be you.
Okay, 18.
Okay.
That
And
should-
anybody that wants to do something, Sean, you've seen Sean jump in. If there is something that you'd like to add to this encounter, by all means. Go ahead, Danny. What was that?
An 18.
18 just barely meets your AC.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Now we see this doll attacking her.
Yep.
Now you see the doll attacking.
Get it! Get the doll! Kick it!
I don't think it's. I
So it's-
really
I
don't
ro-
think
I
it's
rolled
a
a
doll,
2.
bro.
So is it 3?
Roll the 2, so that'll be 2 points
That's
of
not Danny.
necrotic damage.
Okay.
Okay. So that's 2 points of necrotic damage.
Plus
It
1
seems like
piercing.
Danny barely flinches as this doll reaches out and just punches. Luckily, you still have, because you're still in your brain, you know how to hit properly. So it's almost like a needle hitting your calf. This is a really weird description.
This little
hit-
I
silly
am,
doll
I
just
am
like
gonna
struck
start
a-
trying to climb up.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We'll come to that, Sean. What you're still swimming? You would make it by the end of this round. So what are you?
Okay,
doing?
so by the end of this round, if I would make it by then, I'm going to. Really sorry, Danny. I'm going to bite my cheek, and I would like to rage,
Yes.
and
you do.
then go into an
This could be so
instinctive
bad, guys.
pounce.
I'm doing the wrong thing
Okay,
right now.
instinctive pounce. Before you do the instinctive pounce, go ahead and roll for your wild magic.
Yep,
Oh, I screwed up.
buddy.
It happened at some
Shadowy
point.
tendrils lash out around
Somebody's
you.
gonna
Each
do it.
creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12 necrotic damage. I also gain 1d12 temporary hit points.
Nice. All right.
Oh,
So- Are you picking Danny or the doll?
I
You
know
currently see the doll
some-
attacking Danny.
Yes, but I also Danny and I spar. We're
Mhm.
gym rats together. I know Danny's fighting style.
You haven't seen this Danny move very much.
No.
And you were in the water when you were in the water when I punched. So
Mhm.
all you see is this doll crawling up Danny's
So
back.
what do you think Sean would hit? The doll or
He
Danny.
did get the funny feeling enough to jump into the water of something's wrong,
Mhm.
and he doesn't trust the situation in here. I'm gonna leave this up to the dice. So DM, can you give me highs or lows?
let's go highs.
Okay. Highs is I have the shadows attack Danny. Lows, it's the doll.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm so sorry. That's a natural one.
Yikes. Okay,
I'm
you're
so
going
sorry.
for the doll.
I'm going for
In
the
a
doll.
In a
Well,
panic.
well,
it
my
makes
camera
sense.
is just
Yeah,
flipping
your
out.
camera felt sorry
Camera
for it
felt
too. I was
sorry
like,
for it.
I
It's
can't
like,
see
it's
this.
the one. Nobody needs
I'm
to
gonna
see
be going to
that.
bed early tonight, guys.
Nah, you'll be good, girl.
All right, so that's 1d12 necrotic damage before I hit anything.
Yep.
I should have
Oh,
blood splatter
baby.
pictures.
That's 10.
Okay. Cool. And Danny, I know your HP right now as doll form, so this will be fun.
Oh
I
no.
totally forgot about that.
Don't tell me I just killed my best friend.
She's not dead yet.
Mm.
Now,
Right there.
herein lies the question. You did have the instinct that the water is something important. What would you do knowing that? You've just made an attack. You were going to make a pounce, which is not necessarily an attack. It would not hurt anybody.
Well, with that pounce as I'm leaping out of the water, my main plan was to take off my jacket that's soaking wet
Mhm.
and throw it at one of them to land on top of with this soaking wet jacket over
Fair
them.
enough. That's
So,
great. And currently, are you going to continue going towards the doll?
it's what I rolled.
Okay,
I just
that's-
don't want to. It's
that's
what
great.
I rolled, though.
Go ahead and make it. There's no damage to worry about, luckily.
Okay, so just roll a basic d20 plus my strength.
Yes.
Like, just
It
roll an
would
attack
be-
roll?
It'd be an attack roll, yep.
Okay.
And Jake and Celine, after Sean's turn, if there's anything that you'd like to add to this, as well as Maddie, is it safe to assume you are too scared to even attempt anything on this?
Maddie's like freaking out, shouting in the back, waving his hammer over his head.
Got it. Okay.
You guys got this.
Get the doll. Get it.
22.
22.
I'm using
will
my
hit.
my unarmed strike modifier for it.
That's great. That works perfect. Okay, Danny, you as doll form suddenly are hit with this sopping wet jacket, and unfortunately, in this doll form, you are not strong. And if you've ever had something
Ironically,
very
this doll
soaked-
has the exact same strength as Danny.
This is why we keep working on, the lifting of the weights.
She lifts more with like knowing how to like use angles and things like
Yeah,
that. Like
she
she's
uses
smart.
weight against it, not as a force.
She works smarter, not harder.
Anyways,
Come on, you gotta do the
Danny,
deadlifts.
you are. Go ahead and just make a strength saving throw for me using dolls. So, just a straight roll. 6. All right. Unfortunately, that will not beat the 22 attack roll.
Nope.
So you are currently pinned underneath the jacket.
Am I still on other me's leg?
Unfortunately, Sean hit you off of
All right.
yourself. So,
All right.
so you're currently pinned. So we consider that you're grappled for 1 round underneath
Okay.
that as you're untangling yourself.
Okay.
Now, Celine, Jake, is there anything that you are doing from a distance?
She would think that Sean is taking care of the bad thing because you didn't say anything before you jumped in the water.
Oh.
Nope. So I'm thinking, oh, he's wailing on the doll.
Luckily.
I wouldn't do anything. That's the
So then
sad
what would you
thing.
do? Yeah. Are you focusing on the doll, or are you going to add anything, or just going to let Jake or Sean go for it?
I'm just gonna let him go for it. I'm watching these. Now you were saying like the
keeping an eye on
stands?
them.
Yeah.
As you do so, just before we get to Jake's turn, you start noticing that they start moving towards the edge, start crawling towards the edge. They're desperate. Some of the movements are desperate to get to the edge, but you watch them stop as they get near the water.
Okay.
Some of them, however, since you're close, some of them are within about 15 feet of you. And you watch some of them pull silver needles from their bodies and throw it at you.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Don't
is
die
a
on us,
nightmare.
Joe. Not even
Luckily-
Maddie. Don't die on us, Joe.
I was going to say, luckily for you, I rolled horribly. So the only needle that was close enough to hit you falls short, but it is immediately starting to be reeled back in off of a ethereal silver thread back towards the doll.
Oh, this sucks.
Jake, your move, if there's anything
I'm-
you wish to.
Yeah, I'm going to use Psychic Whispers to connect all 4 of them to me to
Perfect,
go
yeah.
so we can talk.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the
great.
one that I'm looking at is not, but that's how we're going to find out.
I was going to say, is it visual or is it...
It's as I choose up to four creatures you can see,
Okay, so it is visual. Okay.
and then I would roll a psychic energy die, but not the first time I use it. So the first
Understood,
time's free. If I ever use it again, then I have to use psychic.
Perfect,
Die.
yes.
So
Okay, so, and that's
at least
connected...
connect us.
Yeah, and go ahead and roll your d4 to see how long that lasts.
That's going to be...
I think it's a d4. I can't remember for sure, but...
I rolled a 2.
Okay, so that'll be 2 hours for you, if I recall.
Yeah, it says it's a... Oh, no, I have a D6.
A d6. Okay, yeah, roll that. Sorry.
5 hours.
Cool. 5 hours. You guys are all psychically connected. Unfortunately, one of you is not. And
What's
although
going on?
this suddenly surprises most of you, that Jake, what do you say as you enter their minds?
What's going on?
there's a everybody else, you have a chance to respond, but before you do, you hear a little girl's voice. And it's yelling. It's interesting, though. It doesn't seem to be yelling at any of you. It seems to be screaming, "Help release me. Help release me." And as that happens,
Danny?
yeah, it's not a voice you recognize.
I feel like
As
we got a
that
bad
happens-
connection.
Celine, since you're the one keeping an eye on the dolls, you start seeing a few dolls dive into the water,
Oh no!
floating,
I can't do that.
start connecting to each other.
Ah, they're building a bridge.
They're building a bridge. They're building a bridge.
I'm sorry,
Ah.
baby. I'm so sorry.
Okay. I don't know what to do.
But it's holy
Okay.
water.
Yeah, are they?
Yeah, and you know it's interesting.
Here.
They're not
You
tied
watch their movement as they hit the water. They go immediately limp, but most of them are able to latch on at the last second.
It's
Just
like
before
World
they
War
hit the
Z.
water.
They're just building.
Oh my god, I should
corpses.
go full Shamu. Come on, guys.
You get
Alrighty.
stuck with one of those needles.
I know.
And we got a
Uh-huh.
crazy Shamu after.
You got a whale. Not usually the target of carrionettes, but why not?
Yeah.
Sure.
We are never getting out of here.
We are, because now Sean knows. He knows which one's
Okay.
which.
Yep.
I do.
I'm like,
Yep. Sean
Drown
now
them
is
all!
aware that something is wrong with Danny's
Oh, and then I'm going to
body.
move out of the range of their little things
Good
because
choice.
it
Yeah.
has a range of 1 mile.
Oh yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
So I'm
and
going to back up.
it looks like Celine was at the very edge of their range.
okay. Question
Yes.
on hold person
Yes.
because it paralyzes them. Can
Mhm.
someone still move them, or they like
Absolutely.
cemented to that spot?
Essentially, how hold
Okay.
person works is it's just seizing their muscles to the point of like they can't move.
Okay. Okay, so tell me when I can go.
You're good. Yep.
Okay.
We're currently to the carrionette's
So
turn.
we all know now that.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I definitely know that. So
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna cast hold person on
Mm-hmm.
Danny's body.
Okay, and hold that thought because we're currently at the carrionette's
Okay.
turn. So, because I haven't had a chance to use Danny's character sheet yet.
I did just read, and you can't use everything. So
Nope.
I
Nope.
just was like, because I have it open for that thing, and I was
This
like,
doll's
No,
going
don't worry. I will
lone
not.
monk.
I will not be
Oh my God.
utilizing your special abilities. I won't waste
I was
key
like,
points.
oh,
Let's
no.
put it this way.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can still
however-
do. He can still do a lot of damage, you guys, but a little
Yeah.
bit less.
We're still good. So, Sean, Danny turns to you, or what you thought was Danny for a second, and her eyes are strange. They almost look glass, porcelain. And she smiles as her bow staff. Oh. Luckily, you were ready for it.
And I'm raging.
And you're raging. So you are able to dodge the first attack, but and luckily you've sparred enough with Danny that you know her speed and movement. Oh, y'all are lucky. I rolled below 6 on both of those. Both of her attacks whiff, and still getting used to the body, doesn't do anything more than that, and just holds position, ready to go. So, Sean, we're back to you.
Okay. I'm going to pull my great axe out of the belt loop that I've just kind of shoved it in there.
Uh-huh.
And I'm only going to hit with the flat of the blade, so non-lethal damage.
Okay.
That's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
But still like to, mechanics-wise, to knock the hit points down or whatever to hopefully help this
Non-lethal
situation.
attack, absolutely. Yep. Okay. The other option I would remind you, because you are aware that the water has something to do with this, you do have a bit more strength than Danny. You know that. Just
Take her in the water.
Yeah.
Give her a baptism.
You do have 2 attacks, so you could hit her. I mean, it might just be fun to hit her once and then try and dive in. But
I'd like to see that. Go ahead.
No, I'll save that for sparring matches.
Fair enough.
I live with this person. She knows where I sleep. I know better.
Smart.
So
I mean, at the
I'm going
moment,
to.
you know, I don't know anything.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's very dark in here.
It's all dark.
He doesn't know that.
Nope.
But I'm going to attempt to grapple.
Okay, so that'll be opposed athletics checks.
Yep, and mine's with advantage.
Hey,
Yes.
no, Danny has 1 more point in his strength than the doll, but it's still a +0.
Unfortunately for grappling, it's either acrobatics or athletics.
Yep, and you've got very high acrobatics.
Yes. So we might be pretty close here. What'd you
Yeah. So I got only a 17.
get? Ooh. She slips out of your grasp with a 22.
Okay.
You do have 1 more attack, and I will allow you to attempt another grapple with that attack.
Okay, because I also, depending on how this goes, I might have to use bonus action stuff.
Because I say jujitsu is a form of an attack.
I appreciate that. Natural 20.
Yes!
Heck yeah. We'll see if I match. Nope, that's a 2. So, with this next attack, you will have her grappled. But I will say, because I let you use that second attack, you can't move yet.
Okay.
Okay. So you do have her grappled, so at least she is held still at this point. Danny, you as the doll, finally work yourself free. You're up, and you see that Sean is holding you. Again, the weirdest sentences ever for this.
I'm like full on like arm holding chokehold kind of situation, half Nelson at the same time and going, we're going in the water. We are going in the water.
I start clambering up my own body trying to get to the needle again.
Great.
It's the only thing I can think of to do at this point.
That's great. No, I like that. So you were able to get up about halfway up to your body. You're reaching out for the needle. Go ahead and make
You
it.
just see Lee's little doll hands like rain.
Just go ahead and grab just give me a dexterity check. Just like a.
Oh, my dice have
dex
been
check.
very mean to me lately.
Yeah. You have a
Be
plus
good
2 with
dice.
the carrying
Be
it.
good.
We'll see.
Come on.
I'll say it's a 15.
18, so a
Yeah,
great
it
one.
is. So you are able to
It was almost
grab,
a 2.
You are able to grab the needle, and you pull, and it does come loose, but nothing changes.
Yeah, okay.
You currently just have the needle.
And
So
I'm
great.
if I'm done, I'm done. If I have anything left,
I would say that is your
something.
action, unfortunately, because you're still not used to this body.
Okay.
So that's probably going to take care of that action.
I'm gonna be looking at Sean like in the eye because I'm like up. I'm like.
Sean, you have a beautiful little doll staring at you, like hanging on to the side of Danny, looking up.
We
at
have
you,
got to get that needle and get Maddie and turn him into a. So he has to be his worst fear.
I'm literally got the needle like this,
Why?
and I'm like holding it back.
It's called flooding.
No.
You do realize he's like already out of the cube that we're in.
Yeah.
He's like gone.
He's halfway down the
I
tunnel.
did not sign up for immersion therapy.
Gone.
You do still
Gonna
hear
go get
him
one of the
though.
other items.
You do still hear him. Good luck, you guys. We're gonna do it great.
Yeah, there's a bit of an
Just
echo.
running down the
He's
corridor.
been like backpedaling like a little bit as he's been like, yeah, you guys got it. Don't worry, okay?
I support that choice. Alrighty.
Can I give him inspiration for that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
True.
You got it.
Agreed. Seconded.
All right, Celine and Jake, is there anything else you'd like to add before we move back to Sean's turn?
Well, now he's got who I was gonna hold grappled, so I won't
That's fair.
do that. So
That
I'm
is
just
fair.
kind of backing so that they can't get me with their little daggers that they get, and then
A couple of them still try and throw, but
Yeah.
most of them are now working their
how
way onto the
close
bridge.
are they getting?
They're about halfway.
Just to remind you,
Yes.
Celine,
Yeah, I'm looking through.
because I helped build this
Yeah,
character
he
with
helped
her,
me.
and it's your first time. Let me assist. You do have some distance
That's
spells
thorn.
that some of them are area of effects or have area effect type situations. Ice knife could be helpful in this situation.
Very true.
So you have some distance stuff so that you can still do things.
So like ice knife is just like a dagger that throws.
So yeah, it's like a
type
dagger
thing?
you throw
Okay.
out about
Then
60
explodes.
feet. As soon as it hits, it explodes, and anything within
It
5 feet,
explodes?
it explodes.
It's,
It's a
I wanna
grenade
do
launcher.
that. Can I do
Yeah,
that
it's
to like
real
knock
nice.
one of like the little
it's an icicle launcher.
Sure. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
coming from both sides, and you can try and hit one of them. For sure.
yes to see if I can get like their little bridge to like break his ball
Sure.
type thing.
So is that an attack roll? Remind me. I've
no
used
idea.
ice.
It is an attack roll. It's a
Okay.
spell attack roll.
Go ahead and make it a spell attack roll, and at the top of your spell sheet, you'll see your spell attack modifier.
Where's that at?
So it'll be where
Should.
spells are when you click spells.
I got
There's like
spells.
3
Okay, plus-
at the
plus
very
four.
top
I
of it.
see
There
I
you go.
see it. Okay.
New character, who dis?
Right?
Okay, 14 plus 4.
Nice.
So
I
That's
will
my
say
modifier.
that hits. Yep.
what do I do? A spell
So-
attack too?
That's an 18 total for you.
Okay. What's the plus 8 spell attack thing?
Oh,
Does that
actually, yeah, that is your spell attack modifier. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
Well, I
is
that's
see,
plus
I
22
see
to
plus
hit.
4 modifier and plus 8 spell attack.
Plus, I think the plus 4 is to your damage.
Correct.
Oh, so it's plus 8. Ooh.
Yep. So
Okay.
plus 8 to that attack. So that is 22 points, or 22 to hit, which will hit the bridge,
Okay.
despite their plus 5 to AC for being prone. Or technically, yeah, and whatever.
Okay.
Don't come at me in the comments.
Okay. So I click one of my boxes. Okay, and then do I
Perfect.
roll damage? What is it?
It's 1d10 piercing damage. And then because it hit, it does explode, and so then it's an additional 2d6 cold damage
Okay.
on top of that.
2d6.
Yes, yes.
A 9.
Beautiful.
So total 16. I just add it all together.
Yeah, go ahead and add it all together. That's great. So you toss this ice knife. It's really interesting. You feel the magic swirl around your hand. You grab onto this solid chunk of ice and just throw it. And it's perfectly aimed and hits right in the middle of where this bridge is starting to be built. And as it explodes, it actually explodes perfectly in line and separates the bridge, shattering the grip of some of them. They're still building, but you've slowed their progress by entirely half.
Yay!
So that's great. Perfect. Awesome. And now let's run back. It will be my turn.
My turn.
Oh, yeah, Jake, you're on.
I'm gonna attack the other side
Please do.
with my psychic blades.
Yes.
Nice.
That's right, you're soul knife.
Rogue.
All right, so what do I add? Plus
That should
8.
be your dexterity, yeah.
All right, so that is 27.
20 easily hits. And because yours doesn't quite explode, go ahead and roll damage for me.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see. We'll say damage is if it's high enough that you've found the right angle to hit.
10.
Beautiful. Okay. So it doesn't quite.
I got another one.
That's true. You do have 2. Go for it. I forgot. You got 10.
I was like, just in case, I was like going, well, I could do another one, but it's not as high. It's only half of it. Oh, I know.
The offhand one, yeah. But it'll still add to the damage.
Hold on, I was reading the wrong thing.
So your modifier, attack modifier will still be the same. You just won't get to add your damage modifier.
That's it, yeah. Okay. So that's not going to do it. I don't even know. It's just the attack modifier because
So yeah, your attack modifier to your d20.
or 11.
11. Yeah,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that second one does miss. So
Yeah.
it doesn't quite have the same effect as Celine's, just because it doesn't quite have an explosion. It's more of a straight line. But you do manage to it's like you half cut it, like a banana peel. It kind of peels out slightly. So you've reduced its distance by a little bit. They still are getting
That's
closer.
my
but
attack. Yep.
Yep.
And my dice was
Definitely
like,
give a lot
what?
more time.
19, but you don't get it twice.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
We got to bring your ego back down.
Yeah, you've rolled a couple of 20s tonight. We're good. Alrighty.
It's time to
Danny,
chill, bruh.
It was either that or I was
going
going to animate your jacket and make you go fight them, but
I'd love to know how many
Hey,
fights
I'd like my Letterman, please. I'd like to have that back, please.
yeah, I was totally just going like, just have an attack. But I thought, no, you probably want that.
Now, Sean, you're still raging. I need a athletics check from you, sir,
All right.
because she's going to try and break out here.
Okay. Yeah, that's lots. That is lots.
Does it beat a 17?
So it was a natural 18 on the dice plus 8.
Fine,
Yeah,
fine.
lots.
You've still got her held, and she's grappled. And that's
Time
technically
to
all of
go
her
for a
actions.
swim.
Yep. Easily enough. Yeah.
Suplex
you
into
take
the
it.
water.
That is straight up, though.
So, Danny, you're on this ride. I forgot you're holding on for a second.
Oh,
You
I
are on
also
this
forgot
ride.
you were holding on.
Yep.
So, Danny,
He's like,
you are like
I'm so
you
sorry.
get thrown.
I had the I'm hanging
You
on
have
for
the
dear
needle.
life, and I have the needle up like this because I was like, I don't know what to do.
I'm so sorry.
luckily, Sean
Bestie,
leans
no.
Luckily, how I'm going to interpret this is, Sean, you're leaning back into the water.
Yeah.
So Danny the doll would not hit the water before Danny's body. As the body hits the water,
Oh no.
Danny, you feel that same strange pain of like your soul being sucked out. Not through a needle this time. It's a little more violent and a little more chaotic. It does manage to make it back into the body. You do inhale a whole lot of water, unfortunately, but
I'd be standing up as soon as, or like swimming upward as soon as possible, for sure. Because that would not be half of my movement, and just be like, "You good? You back? We cool?
Yeah, needle bad.
Get rid of the needle."
I'm like grabbing the doll, and I'm gonna chuck the doll.
The doll
Like, as we come up out of the
lifelessly in
water.
your hands. Yes.
And you've got the shell on
Yep.
you because she took it.
Yep.
You got the show.
Excellent. Okay.
Yep.
Mark that one off.
Ooh, okay.
Let's go.
And as soon as the rest of you that are watching the dolls trying to make this bridge, as soon as they all hit the water, all of the dolls sit.
Oh.
From far back down the hall.
Maddie's echo is heard through the entire chamber. Beautiful.
Okay.
I think I'm with Maddie. I don't like dolls anymore.
Yeah, get to shore. I gotta grab my jacket real quick.
Okay.
Sean, as you do so, no, I'm kidding.
No.
You didn't think the soul would end up in the jacket, did you?
Why?
Beautiful.
You
Okay.
betrayed my tiny trust.
For time's sake, we'll speed through you exiting. It's a very easy exit at this point. The dolls no longer the dolls do follow you on your motion on the way out the door, just their heads though. And then as soon as you seem like you're out of sight,
Where's the one that
turn back to
tried it?
She
Take me.
is floating in the water,
Okay. I'm like,
Lifeless.
unmoving.
Nothing's on land. I would
Are
have
we still connected
punted
to
it.
her? Are we
Oh
still
my
connected
gosh,
to her
it's true. We
psychically?
were all connected to her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, actually, that's an
Amazing.
interesting thing.
Or is
Oh.
it
You know
to
what?
my body?
For the heck of it, everybody connected to that takes 4 points of psychic damage as you feel the soul rip from existence.
Yeah.
Wait, who's connected?
So you,
Except for
Sean, Jake,
Danny.
and Celine are all connected. So
Yeah.
y'all take 4 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
You're
We're
like-
running out of the.
You go,
You're right.
ow.
Yeah. Ah!
It's like throw out your back type of yell. Ah!
He's like, we find him back there. Call my chiropractor.
All right, someone else pick the next door. I don't like that door.
All right, you have wonderfully done that, and you are able to walk your way through the town. You do.
We're not walking. We are
Running.
You're running.
Danny's at
Let's
like a
be
dead
honest.
sprint. She's out of here.
Sean, you find it almost irresistible, and you do glance at the cottage that you pass, and you catch a glimpse of the woman in the mirror as you just run past. Literally just waving. Yes.
No.
with their teeth.
Yep.
No.
She's like,
Yay! I've
she's
scarred
like,
people.
Oh,
Guys, my job's done here. I've scarred all of you. Here we go. All right.
I would like to point out, had you guys destroyed that doll, I'd be gone.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm so sorry. I was
Hey,
putting it
like,
to the character.
we had, like,
I knew
6
better.
seconds.
We're
You
all
got like bundled up in a jacket, doing elbow drops on it. Dude, take it.
Yeah, she had,
People's elbow.
she had
Wow.
17 HP left, and
Wow.
it would have killed both of them.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the player knew better. I fought
yeah.
these before, but I'm like, I gotta play it to the character, and he
Oh,
rolled
yeah.
low.
All right, what door? Who's picking the next door? Because it is not Danny.
That one.
And one point of order,
Spin and grab.
backtracking one, because I realized that I am an idiot sometimes and say things wrong. So the door that let me double check. There is no beacon pointing towards the gate of vines and thorns.
Okay.
There is no beacon that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Forgot you already had one of the beacons.
Oh yeah.
let's go for wood and rotted.
Wood and rotted.
Okay.
Excellent. Ooh,
Oh, where's
this one will be
carriage
fun.
in all this, by the way? Is it still like slowly
that's
like?
true.
It's still
Yeah.
slowly moving. It's only made it about 4 inches of the amount of time you've been
Oh,
here.
okay. So
And you've been
Cool.
here for about probably 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
lots happened.
So we still
Yeah.
have the
Yeah,
Still
the
have
wood,
the
the
burnt
rotted
chrome oily one.
Oh yeah.
The wood. We have the obsidian horn, the wooden totem, and the dice. That's all we have left.
So we got, and then we got the burnt oil door,
Yeah.
the
Animal bone
And the
the
animal
rotted
bone.
wood.
Okay, so wait, we got
Yep.
three more we gotta do, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
We're doing the
Yep,
rotted wood.
let's go. Let's
Okay,
go.
let's go.
Yep,
My
let's
head's
go.
Rotted
hurting.
wood it is.
This is
Here we
I know
go.
we get killed now. Let's just do
Danny's
it.
like, ah.
I got you.
Ow.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'm not here to totally
It's a
kill
big
you.
old spike pit.
Danny,
All
you
right.
good?
Rotted door. Here we go.
I'm gonna pull out a Gatorade.
Yeah. Do you need
An
any?
elixir of
No.
healing.
Yeah, do you
No?
need any
Does
healing?
anybody need any?
Yeah.
No.
Should I say take them as
All right.
you can?
Alright, yeah, because I'll say I can heal you.
Okay.
I would prefer to use it one of the heal. I'll use my
Okay.
healing potions when I need to. I'm
Good
okay.
choice.
Okay.
Alrighty. Okay, so stepping through this door, it it's interesting. It doesn't really do anything terribly exciting, other than just kind of crumble as you grab onto the handle, and the whole door just kind of crumbles away as rotted wood.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Were the dolls and stuff still out like all scattered all over the place out there when we come out?
So as you were entering, so we'll kind of backtrack a little bit. As you were entering, they seemed to kind of scatter, almost like mice, rats, things that way.
They just
Cockroaches.
kept going.
They just kept going out all over the place.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I was gonna get one for you, Matt. No,
Hi,
hi, you can be my friend.
Anyways, so stepping through this one,
So
you guys have seen some old Western films. This is a near perfect mock-up of some of the most iconic buildings of Western style. Unfortunately, as seems to be the pattern here, everything is rotted, dilapidated. Yeah, pretty much dying, dead. An entire ghost town. And the only thing that seems to be a real standout in this town is a almost mountain looking area. Strange. It's not really rock patterns that you've ever really seen. They're little funny forms that take kind of spires and bubble, and it's strange, but does look like a mountain. It's red rocks.
I'm having so much fun. Okay.
For those of you that haven't caught on yet, there is an Easter egg, and some of my players, in fact, all of my players have finally figured it out. We'll see if you have. Put it in the chat.
For legal purposes, this is just a hint.
Exactly. Anyways,
No.
the
Don't
beacon
worry.
does seem to be pointing towards this mountainous area. And the temperature here is dry, hot, just deserty. Not exactly pleasant, and very much not pleasant right after coming out of this humidity. Your skin is going to hate you so bad. Now, as you enter...
This is how the pirates lost all their skin. Just so you guys know.
Exactly.
It's all coming together.
So, looking through parts of this town, you start getting closer to this mountain, and it starts looking more like a mining town. You see places for smelting ores and figuring out like trade posts, places of where if you found any precious jewels or precious metals, you could go and get exchanged for monetary value, etc. You're continuing forward, and following that beacon, the mountainous region leads to a mine entrance. Once boarded up, looks like the wood was either rotted, maybe broken, kind of hard to tell. And you see tracks that lead in.
What kind of tracks?
They look like railway tracks, probably like a minecart.
Maddie has sort of recovered by now, and he's back to his sort of gruff self.
Well, now this we can all deal with. Back when I was a railroad worker,
Nope. Start
we
walking
would
into
it's like these all over the mountain.
She just looks at him and like drains more water out of her hair and then goes.
You all enter. Maddie continues his ramblings for a little while. Moving through these shafts, kind of following through it does start climbing. And you do hear, again, rushing water. It sounds like a small waterfall. Nothing to be nervous about. It doesn't sound powerful enough to like, oh crap, the mines are going to flood. But as you do notice that it does seem to be, the miners were pretty smart. There is a natural spring that is falling where the tracks would be, and it seems to be diverted perfectly around the tracks, falling into some side pits. As you do so, again, Sean, you recognize an abjuration magic of sorts. Again, a good kind. Something familiar. And you feel a little bit more refreshed as you kind of pass through the mist, but nothing too exciting right there.
I really like the mist. The mist is nice.
The mist
Feels
feels
good.
good for sure. And the water
Yeah.
is easily close enough that you could reach out and touch the water, take a drink if you want, anything that
Yeah.
direction.
I'm gonna do that. If it's feeling good and tasting good and just all kinds of good.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Tasty.
Take a sip.
Crisp.
Take 5 points of healing for any damages that you currently have.
Hey.
It's healing water. I like it. Hail hydrate, guys. It's good
Danny
for you.
goes over and takes a sip as
Me
well.
too.
Beautiful. Everybody will take 5 points of healing from that. If you take that drink, give
Sweet.
you a little bit of help.
Maddie's a
Awesome.
little bit skeptical about this.
From the Brothers Graham that you're not supposed to really drink anything in any sort of different realm.
This water
Listen.
is great. It's almost like
Listen.
the water that was holding those daws up big. Maybe you should have
Yeah. It's like I was right about the water with the dolls. I'm right about this water. It's good for you. It's good fresh spring water, like mountain spring, like
It makes you,
Dasani.
it makes you
Like
feel
this is where they get the water.
Sonny,
Yeah,
that's
it's a
the
brand
worst
of water.
one.
The Arrowhead, then, okay?
I like Deer Park because I like the deer on the
This
front of it.
episode's brought to you by
Sure.
Arrowhead Water.
Not a sponsor. B, contact us.
Yeah, he'll fill his hat and take a drink.
Awesome. Yep. So you take that
Awesome.
5 points of healing as well. Okay. Moving forward. It's interesting that there's not a whole lot of action going through here, but you keep following that beacon. And suddenly you come across, it's another room filled with treasure. But these ones are all jewels, all precious stones. Celine, you especially recognize these stones. You're into astrology, you study stars and everything, so birthstones aren't too far of a leap for you. You recognize every single one of these as birthstones.
Where's April?
Now, there is a door at the other end of this end of this room, and interestingly enough, in the door there are 3 separate little pockets that seem like they could fit a well-carved jewel of sorts. And it does look like there's some writing above the door, but it's difficult to make out from a distance.
Danny's heading straight. Once she took a step, she would have been heading straight for it.
Check out.
Yeah, fair enough. So, if that's the case, what you see written above the door, find what you seek, just take 3. Avarice will set him free.
Greedy.
That's what avarice means?
Yeah.
Cool.
The bard would know.
Wrote a song about it. You want to hear it?
So we need the 3. Nobody touch anything else except for the ones we need.
So, are they certain shapes?
Avarice.
It doesn't seem.
Hey, Jake, you're the one who actually touched things before we knew what was going on and started this whole mess. So, no touchy.
No.
So, looking at the slots for them, there doesn't seem like there's any particular guide as to what should be. You might avoid larger cut stones, but there are stones of every size and shape of every kind here.
So we just find.
But we can only touch
find 3 of the same. Yeah, get 3 of the size that fits and just go with it.
Well, you also said avarice was greed. So what would have the highest value as well? Would it be like...
It says avarice would set him free. I don't think whoever him is, we want to meet him.
Oh, good point.
So let's just try and find the right shapes.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you are searching around, though, you do come across one particular point of note. A skeleton lies on the ground. On one of them. Yeah. You start kind of looking around, not really touching anything, and you come around a corner, and Sean will say you spot it first. You catch the skeleton just laying on the ground. In its hand, resting perfectly, is a pearl.
I think I found one. I don't want to touch it, though.
Is one of the shapes like a pearl?
He chose poorly.
He chose poorly. He was an Indiana Jones.
We just drank that really great water that healed us.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Okay, so not this one.
No.
All right, I'm gonna start searching around for
how many of these jewels you said there are everywhere.
And there's no shape to it, like that we can match to.
It doesn't seem like there's a specific shape. I'll read through all of your different types: ruby, amethyst, peridot, garnet, aquamarine, diamond, emerald, pearl, opal, topaz, tanzanite, sapphire.
Okay, but those could all be cut.
Yeah.
Same way.
They're all cut. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so the 3 shapes, are they exactly the same?
Yes.
Okay. Are they the same, like, in depth, too? Like,
yeah, so it really what it looks like is just a chalice. Like, it could fit any number of
no
size.
paradots at all. Those are evil, and we shouldn't touch them.
How do you figure that?
Something just tells me, it's like calling out to me that paradots are horrible, and we should not touch them.
It's like you've got some chatter in your ear.
Yeah,
or
it's like a
something.
chatter in my ear.
I always thought it was a very pretty stone.
Well, clearly you're drunk.
Anyway,
let's go ahead and roll an investigation.
Not drunk.
Yeah, I would be helping.
Around.
Are we all rolling, or what's going on?
Everybody
Everyone's got luck.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say I'll make the attempt.
I got nothing. I rolled a
Only
1.
counts if you're in the bowl. bud.
17.
20.
Hey!
Oh,
There it is.
Oh my gosh.
I also got my third 20 of the
The
night.
cheapest
first.
gem around is
So I
the
got a
rock
21
itself.
because I've only got a 1 in investigation. So.
I got a -1, so that's a 19 total.
And a 17 for me.
Beautiful. Okay. So everybody over 18, you notice something written beneath. It's carved into the wood, and it's beneath each of the little stone slots. But what's weird about it is you can only see it from a certain angle, and you just barely catch it at a glimpse.
I'm beating my head into a wall right now. Oof. Oof. It's not working.
Under the first, it does say summer celebration. Under the second, it reads lover's paradise. And under the third, the learner's bane. Let me rephrase, the young learner's bane.
Can you repeat them one more time?
Sure. Under the first, summer celebration. Under the second, lover's paradise. Under the third, young learner's bane. And it is written in perfect English.
And this was, where was this located? I'm sorry.
Under each,
So,
under
under
each
each
spot.
one.
Under
Under
each
each,
spot.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we know you
Mhm.
get for summer celebration, lover's paradise, young learner's bane.
What were the stones again?
Every single
So your
birthstone.
stones. I will read your month and your stone. January,
Is
garnet.
garnet.
February, amethyst. March, aquamarine. April, diamond. May, emerald. June, pearl. July, ruby. August, peridot. September, sapphire. October, opal. November, citron. And December, tanzanite.
Well, I know Learner's Bane. That's the, it's gotta be,
What's September again?
That'd be sapphire.
that'll be Sapphire. I know. Because bills are due in September, and boy, that's the bane of any learning, is a capitalist society that, charges for its education. So, that comes in September, so I'm going to go with Sapphire.
Do you grab a sapphire?
Yep.
Okay. Picking up a sapphire,
Die.
something feels wrong as you do so, but it's not really bad. It just feels weird. It feels like your body has some sort of rubbery quality to it now, and as you kind of test it a little bit, and you jump, and what should be a little hop, you nearly hit the ceiling.
Oh my god, juicy legs.
For the next hour, you can jump 4 times higher and farther than your base jump.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Juicy legs squared.
Right.
Is
Okay.
that a good thing or a bad thing?
Don't
Also,
I think it's
know.
fine.
you might want to stop. You're going to hit your. Okay, never mind.
Can you put it in? Does it fit into one of the spots though? Because we're not supposed to keep these things.
Right.
Yep. Oh, go ahead and just jump right over there.
It takes a second to get used to, but yeah, you do finally
Beware.
figure out how to walk without jumping. But yeah, it's you set the
So
sapphire
this is
in. So you go ahead and set the sapphire in. It's there.
And I still have.
You're still jumping. Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk over and grab a ruby because it said summer
Yeah.
and
July would be the.
That's
Sean's born in July. So that's the only stone that he knows what month it goes to.
Beautiful. Great choice. All right.
And he's gonna grab it and stick it in a slot.
Okay. Which slot do you stick it in?
The middle one.
The middle one?
Yeah.
Or the first one
No,
that said
summer
summer celebration?
celebration.
Yeah,
the
summer
first slot.
celebration.
Oh, that was first.
That's the first
Okay.
slot. Yeah.
Whichever one it correlated to.
Fair enough. I got you. Yep. I was just making
The
sure.
right one. He wants to put it into the right one.
Yes, Steve.
As you set the ruby in, the box that is holding it does start to glow ever so slightly.
I think that's the right one.
All right, so we don't
Yeah.
need Sapphire. Hey, can you bounce over there and get that out of that slot?
Yeah, but I stand by my logic.
There.
Boing.
Okay.
I'm guessing
Okay.
So
maybe
Loveless Paradise, I'm assuming February?
diamond.
Yeah.
Well, either it's Valentine for February or it'd be Diamond for April for marriage.
I would feel more Valentine than.
Okay.
Well, that's February. That's Amethyst.
Yep.
You know, Valentine was a holiday that was invented by Hallmark.
As he's saying that, I'm grabbing the Amethyst.
Amethyst, you pick it
what
up.
was it?
Doesn't
Saint
seem like there's
Valentine.
any reaction, but you place it in the correlating spot,
Yeah.
and the box glows ever so
All
slightly.
right. So learner's
And what's the last
Bane.
one? Learner's Bane.
Young Learner's
Learner's Bane.
Bane.
Young Learner's Bane.
The player has an idea, but Sean would not know it at all.
I mean,
Uh,
admittedly, let's think about this. Sean does hate education. So
Yeah.
he might have an idea.
I mean, school does start in August.
Does now.
Bills are
Well,
due in
it
September.
depends on where you
Read with the
live.
bills.
Sure.
I'm paying for college
hearing
right now.
Sean,
I know
like,
my
I'm
bills
gonna
are
go
due.
over.
Same.
I'm gonna pick up a Peridot and take it over.
Jake panics for a second, but no. But you do pick it
No.
up seemingly without harm.
Hey,
and-
look, I'm not bouncing all over the place, and you know, you might want to put your helmet on.
It's already on. Wait.
Smack, smack,
Safety
smack.
third, but never last.
I put it.
And you do
slap.
place it, and it finally glows, and you do hear a click.
Mhm.
There is a door handle. It was locked.
Oh.
There's a door.
I'm over
Where's
the
the
door.
click? Where's the click?
Sorry, I think I forgot to say there was a door.
Yeah, I was
handle.
like, there's a door. Okay.
All right, stepping through this doorway, you see a giant room once again, and a strange demon-like humanoid creature, massive in size, but just its skeleton.
Aren't we
You
really
even
glad
see
we-
giant skeletal remnants of a wing on either side. And your beacons point towards this creature. There are 2 horns atop the creature, though.
One an obsidian
You
one.
want obsidian one?
Yep, one looks very obsidian.
All right, juicy legs. Because if you woke it up by grabbing that,
I didn't wake it up. Clearly, it's asleep.
jump over there and grab that horn.
All right. Boing.
Okay, and easily enough, you're able...
Gummy bears. That's what I was like. Running through my head.
You do end up touching the horn. I need you to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
Oh, you got this in spades, bud.
I do.
Spades.
18.
18 does not make it.
Oh.
Let's see. That is 5, and that is 6. All of you watch this, and then I'll let you do something here, Sean. All of you watch as soon as the horn is broken off. Lightning speed. Danny, you can barely even keep up with the move. One of the skeletal hands reaches up, snatches Maddie out of the air,
Hey!
and pulls him to the ground. Maddie, you take, what was that, 10, 11? You take 11 points of necrotic damage immediately as you start feeling your life essence being drained from your body. The rest of you watch as Maddie is hit and starts to scream in pain. You see a strange sight as the connective tissue and sinew starts to form at the joints of the skeletal figure.
Nope, running up.
Let's go ahead and roll initiative for this.
Real quick, Celine, just to remind you, in your features and traits, you do have a cosmic omen at the start of the day. You roll a D6 or something, and odds or evens, or no, it's a D20. On evens, you can add numbers to players' rolls.
That's right.
Yes.
There you go. So
Okay,
I want
it's
to
a
remind you of that.
Can I
Yes.
do that really quick?
And Jake, you also have
Just to determine
things
whether
that can help
it's
with that as well thrown under your bard.
Where's that at? Where's that at? Cosmic Omen. Yeah.
It should be in
Now.
features and traits. You'll have to scroll a bit.
I found it.
Let's go ahead and roll initiative. 25 to 20.
I think I get advantage. Yep.
Yes, you do. I hope most of you can go before this creature based on how I rolled.
I got a 21.
21. Okay, that'll be Maddie first.
16 for me.
19.
You're good. So
do-
Sean,
yeah.
and then anybody above 16? Okay, Sean, Jake.
I rolled
And
really
then,
Oh no.
Celine, what'd you get?
7.
bad. I
7?
didn't roll
Beautiful.
that bad.
Okay, so then Danny
10.
and Celine. And luckily for you, none of you rolled that horribly comparatively to this creature. So you all get a turn. Okay, Maddie, you are up first. You are currently grappled and technically restrained by this creature. Go ahead, and what would you like to do at this point?
Let me yo you.
And his face turns beet red as he begins to rage.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And now you can use athletics if you'd like to try and break the grapple.
Yep. And tries to break the grapple.
I don't notice any difference in him raging and normal. I just it seems the same.
Are you raging? Are you mad?
He's not speaking anymore. It's just
Incoherent
I
babbling.
just seem like, well, you know, when you grapple like this, the word grapple comes from.
I get
And he's
advantage on this,
completely
right?
wrong.
Yes, you do.
You
Did
know,
they just cock
raging
my
was
dice?
originated by the.
They just cocked my dice.
Yep, D&D
know.
Beyond can. It's funny.
Okay.
Did it say cocked?
No, it just like stopped. Okay, 22.
22. Okay. This creature is immensely strong. It seems like you might need some help getting out of this. You push hard.
Oh, no.
You're good.
I was
Okay.
gonna think of my inspiration, but
Yeah, I
I
was
can
gonna
really
think
get
it's
it.
like yeah.
You do have your inspiration. I will allow you to utilize it if you'd like, but you already rolled with advantage, so up to you.
Yeah, I already rolled with advantage.
All right, Sean, that put you up.
All right. I too would like to rage.
That's 3 today. Ooh.
yeah. It's fun time.
We got this.
We got this. Yeah, there we go. Now we're up to 3. I missed actually counting one.
Well, Sean's working with us. Thank you all for staying with us. If you're still here, I know we're running long. We're getting close to the end, I promise.
We're trying, guys. We're trying.
We're trying.
We're all still
Believe me,
alive.
our characters won out. We're
Do
done
I
with
have
this ride.
do I have enough distance to do the leaping rage?
Absolutely, yes.
Then that's what I'm gonna do. And as I come down, I'm bringing that axe straight down like in Dark Souls. Just
Beautiful.
wham!
I'm assuming aiming for the hand, or are you aiming for the creature?
I'm aiming for the hand to let my buddy go.
Beautiful. Go ahead and make that attack roll.
All right. Oh, buddy. I don't think a 16 will hit.
You'd be surprised. This is a very large creature.
Fair, I'll take it.
16 does hit. Don't worry about rolling damage, as this is more of an encounter point, but we will move to the next round. Jake, you're on.
I'm going
Attacks.
to.
Yeah. You hit once. I'll tell you how this is working, just so we
Okay.
can move quickly. So what's
Cool.
happening is an attack, like a hit like that, not going to bother with damage. It's going to lower the DC for Maddie to break out.
Oh, right on.
So right now, Maddie's at a 30. You just brought it down by 5.
A
So he's at
30?
25. Yep.
I'm attacking that too with my psychic blades,
Beautiful. Yes.
and then I'm gonna have a bonus action. I'm gonna use for
AC
psychic.
15. If Danny and Celine would like to pre-roll.
First one's a miss.
Okay.
Second one is a 21.
Beautiful.
So that
and
is-
because you didn't hit that first one, you can still add your modifier for it. So.
Oh.
It's one of the weird ones that I've found in the side blades.
So I add my bonus to that. That
Yeah,
would
you
be
do add your bonus. Yeah.
that'd be 6, and then I'm going to, as a bonus action.
You do
Bardic-
technically also get sneak attack with that
Oh,
because
Oh,
Sean is
that's an
engaged.
additional. Okay. Where's that at?
And
Or is that
actually,
just an
since I remembered
additional-
that you hit, don't worry about rolling that damage. I forgot.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm like, yeah. I remembered that.
And then
okay,
I'm going
that-
to Bardic
go ahead.
Inspiration, Maddie, to help him
Beauty.
with his
Excellent. So you'll be able to add. We're at a D6 for you, right?
a D8.
D8. Beautiful. Yes. All right.
Does he roll
and,
that, or do I roll that for him?
He rolls that when
Okay.
he wants to utilize it. Danny, you're up.
Yeah, Danny, I rolled
Oh, I gotta
a
check that
18 plus 8, so that's a 26.
That'll
And
definitely
she's
hit.
running in and like totally trying to hit like right on the elbow to just like
Hit
make
that funny
the-
bone.
Yeah, and she's gonna use instead of key point to use stunning strike to
Beautiful.
try and help a little bit with this thing can't do anything anyway at this
Okay,
point.
go ahead with. So what's my DC on that?
It's a con saving throw of a DC 14.
Well, the
Fingers
skeleton
crossed.
doesn't have a whole lot of constitution, so I rolled.
Well, that's great because I
So,
wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, you're good. So yeah, this skeletal figure does seem to freeze up a little bit. It's strange. The nerves are just barely starting to form around the bone, and you just find that perfect spot to where it seizes up the arm. Like the rest of his body's kind of moving, but he's like so focused on the arm.
Do the nerves, does that effect stop or is that still going?
The things are still growing.
Okay, great.
Slowly.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Celine, on to you.
Okay, so he did bring up the cosmic omen thing. Am I allowed
Yes.
to? Because it says you're supposed to do it after a long rest. So I don't know if I should have done
you've-
that at
you
the beginning
haven't-
of the
You
night.
haven't used it yet.
Yeah, you haven't
Yeah.
utilized
So it doesn't
this.
Remember
matter.
how you were sleeping since 6:30 the day before?
Well,
You've had a
technically,
long
I'm
rest.
still sleeping.
It's true.
That, That's
you are
fair.
allowed to use it right now.
I was like, so am I allowed to use it right now? So
Yeah, I thought
is
about what happens if they want to take a long rest, and it's like, how does that work?
yeah, how
That'll get
would
weird.
that work?
We wake up. It's like Inception. We
You
wake
sleep
up
in
in
a
a
dream?
deeper
So, I
dream.
mean,
and
I'll
then we
let
get out
you-
of that one.
I will
It's
let
even
you
more
make that
terrifying.
choice if I'm allowed to use it or not, because technically I am sleeping.
No, yeah, you're
So I'm-
totally allowed to use
Okay.
it.
Okay, so do you want me to take the roll that you said to do, or do you want me to just re-roll it and give you that number if it's odd or even?
Depending what remind me the effect again.
Okay,
Sorry.
so Cosmic Oath says whenever you finish a long rest, roll a die until you finish your next long rest. Okay, wheel is if I roll even is whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, a saving roll, or an ability check, you can use your reaction to roll a d6 and add the number rolled to the total.
Got it. And then the other one
And
is
if I do
adding
odd, it's
Okay.
it's the subtract to d6.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and what did you already roll? Was
I
it
rolled
odd
an
or-
8, so it was even. So I was like,
Evens,
but
okay.
I will totally re-roll it if we
Nope.
go with
You
that
keep
one.
that. You're great. We'll stick with
Okay.
evens, so that's your use.
Okay. Which means
and
plus,
so-
plus d6.
Yes.
Okay.
A plus d6. So, for example, is that only on attack rolls or is that on ability checks?
It is on attack rolls, saving throws, or ability checks.
Perfect. So Maddie would be able to utilize that. You'll need to get a little closer because you're not quite within 30 feet, but you would be able to use that.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That's could I do more?
Was that an action or bonus action for you? Oh, that's technically something you do at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have
so,
already
like-
done it technically.
So that would have been a reaction. So you're fine. You still have an action, bonus action at this point.
Hit it.
Okay, I'm gonna hit it.
Do it.
Am I close enough?
Depending on what you use.
So I can still do a spell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Ice
Well, I don't-
for you got all sorts
Well,
of fun
ice
stuff.
type. Will that
Turn
hurt
into a
him?
big whale.
It's possible you can turn into a whale.
I
got
turn into a
options.
whale and I crush it. No.
Guiding bolt would probably
Yeah, I
be.
think I'll either do. Yeah, I could do that, or I could do thorn whip. No, I'll do.
Either would work.
I'll do.
Guiding bolt is a easier hit maybe, but thorn whip is a good choice as well.
I'll do guiding. Bolt.
Is there metal on this creature?
Not that you can see now.
Nah, I tried.
Oh, with the heat metal, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
I
That may
tried.
come in handy later.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
goodness.
go ahead and do the guiding bolt.
Beautiful. Go ahead and make that attack roll. With a +8 to your roll.
I rolled a 1.
Oh.
Oh.
That's a 9. Luckily, I'm not a punishing DM, so you should be good.
That's too much
All right.
for me tonight.
Maddie's head blows up. What did you do? What did you do?
Okay, so unfortunately, you aren't able to help lower the DC with that attack, but you are able to grant that
You guys get
starry-
D6 to
whatever that's called.
stop.
Yeah, he
Plus
gets a D6. So a D8 and a D6. That would technically make it my turn.
Stunned.
Yikes! Oh, he's stunned. However, this effect does not do anything. The creature does not move. However, Maddie, you do feel another pull on your life force as you take 9 points of necrotic damage.
Is that an active thing? Because if he has to actively do it, he is stunned. He cannot do anything.
Anything
Can't take
touching him.
actions.
Can't take actions, can't take bonus actions, cannot move, nothing.
Anything in contact with the creature.
Oh, okay. So it's just an effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
more of an
I tried.
it's more of an
I
area
tried,
effect
guys.
for it.
I tried.
Yeah. It was good, yes.
Because I'm
Public
saying
defender.
He
Damn
cannot
me.
he cannot add his slam attack. So that
Hey,
helps.
there's a bonus.
So you reduce
Puny
the
God.
potential damage from 5d10 to 1d10. So Maddie, you are now ready to make your check. DC after all the helps now is minus 15, so you're now at 20 for your strength saving throw. You have a D8 and a D6 you can add to your roll.
You can do it. We believe in you. You can do it. Don't screw it up.
I'm gonna add the D6 here, I guess.
Beautiful.
Ooh, there it is.
And if need be,
Yeah, this beats it. I'm at
okay,
24.
awesome, sweet. All right, so you are able to just rip out of the grip, and as soon as you rip out of the grip, the skeleton falls slack. There's no more animation, and the what little was growing starts to immediately decay.
Maddie begins taking bits of bone from it.
I join in the rage fest.
Absolutely, why not? Why not? Make some damage. It's fun.
I'm gonna just kind of shift slightly out of the way for a
Yeah.
moment.
You
Hey,
make a
now if
little
they've
bit of
completely
bone dust,
pulverized
it's
all its
fine.
bones, can we like take all the jewels now?
Greed.
I forgot to mention that.
That was a question, not a action.
I forgot to mention that when I began raging, little cherubs began flying around.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Shooting little spectral bows.
Beautiful.
Now I know why you're afraid of dolls. What the heck is that?
Okay. All right, and because we are running so long, I'm going to skip over a few of the descriptions here and kind of take us to our next two more quickly. Which of the two doors or gates would you
Bone
go into
gate.
next? Bone gate.
Small
Okay.
bone gate.
Bone gate. At this point, this one's fun.
I mean, I'm sorry, I misspoke. What I meant.
Decision's made. Sean
know,
walked through the
just
bone
kidding.
gate, my friend.
Unfortunately,
Follow
Wait,
along.
wait a minute. So this one is interesting. You walk through this gate and you enter into a pine forest. Beautiful but dark and ominous feeling. You end up going. It's about a mile walk. Not too long, but not short. Following their beacons, you end up in front of what looks like an enormous pile of bones reaching towards the sky, and a waterfall cascading. And because it's so dark, it's hard to tell exactly what is cascading. But it's not water, and it's dark.
It's blood.
Could be.
I'm just.
The entrance that you find after a little bit of searching is lit by lightning bugs trapped in floating spheres of glass. And following through this entrance, you see another lavish mansion. It's colonial in architecture, kind of more your southern colonial architecture, some beautiful front porches, all of that. Nice marbles and pillars, beautiful decorative wallpaper. It's interesting. Something does feel off though, as you walk through this mansion following your beacon, and you realize, Danny, you would be the one to notice this. You realize that your shadows, other shadows, all seem to be acting strangely. They don't follow the lights like they normally should. Seems like they're all stretching towards where the exit was, as if they're trying to escape.
That's disturbing.
But shaking off a little bit of the nerves, you've seen a lot of scary crap today. You are able to follow the beacon up some stairs and through some halls. Very much like the other mansion, these halls seem to go on for ages. And it's very hard to gain your bearings, even for our very strong memory, Celine. And it's as if the space itself is warped. You'll come across some stairs that seem to be going the wrong direction, upside down. Doors that seem to be turned on their side or warped in strange
Winchester
directions.
Mystery House, guys.
As you were walking through, you seem to hear laughter echoing through the halls. Very faint laughter. And let's go ahead and make a general wisdom saving throw across the board. Your DC is 11. Let me know if you fail. Otherwise, give me a thumbs up if you fail.
11.
I know I rolled an 11,
yeah.
so whatever.
An 11 is
I
a save,
cannot
so
roll a
you're good there.
saving
me-
throw to
I got
save
11
my
plus
life,
8,
guys.
so it ended up being a 19. But like,
I have an
everybody
8.
so at least I met
You
it.
got an
16.
Beautiful. And Jake, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So Danny, you start listening to these laughter, and it starts kind of entering your system. And you know when somebody has a really contagious laugh, you just find yourself starting to giggle along with the laughter. And Danny starts breaking out in just uncontrollable laughter.
Strumming my guitar
good?
for a counter charm. Strumming my guitar for a counter charm.
Yep. And after about 6 seconds, as Jake starts playing this melody, Danny, go ahead and make another wisdom save for me. And with that, you get advantage, and thanks to Jake's feature.
12.
Yes.
Beautiful.
You did it.
Just made it.
You did it.
Sweet.
All right. You do finally break through, and doing so, you start to realize that there is a source to these voices, but there's lots of sources. And when the laughing doesn't seem to be working, you start hearing whispers. These are voices of people you all know, family, friends, other relations, professors. And they're all, some of them are crying for help. Others are pleading for you to leave. All of them very emotional, very strong. And for all of you, you can make a DC 11 insight check.
Ooh, 20!
Yeah, there it is.
19.
Total of 20.
14.
23 for me.
Oh,
What the?
All right, so
This is what
everybody,
happens with her dice. They
get
either go
special
very,
credit for
very
this
well
one.
or very
Or
bad.
very bad. There is no in between.
No in between.
guys.
you all realize, except for Danny, that all these voices are fake. Danny, you realize, man, these are real people, but nobody else is panicking. You don't understand why.
Guys, there's
Counter
people
charm.
calling out for help. Like,
I have a song for that. Let me play it for
Not-
you.
It's not real.
Lie right now.
It's not real. I promise.
Listening
That's
to your
not your
friends,
family.
That's
not
That's
my
not your
voice.
friends.
and as Jake plays his song once again, go ahead and make that saving throw, or do another insight check.
With advantage.
Let's see if we can get above 11.
I rolled another 2.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Was that it with
Wait.
advantage?
You got advantage.
no.
But does that do my plus stuff too?
12.
Yeah, there it is. And yes, technically, so we would be able to add to it. But we made it either way. You
Stop
finally-
listening to things.
You listen for a while, and you realize, okay, it's fine.
She's walking. La, 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 la.
Essentially, that's how
Cover
she has
your
to
ears.
go. Eventually, you make it to an interesting door. It's black wood, pure black wood, and there is a silver skull in the middle of it. It looks. I mean, the skull looks friendly as far as skulls go, but inscribed in the door, inscribed in the door itself, you see the word "doctor's office."
Why are we going to the doctor?
The beacon does lead directly
I
inside.
was like, is the beacon like there? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like needles. Like, I
Yeah,
just got
It's a
stuck by
door.
one.
Is it a door?
It is a door. There is a handle.
You open the door.
Open the door.
Door opens inward. And inside a massive office lays before you. There's lab equipment to one side and a study to the other. In the center, you now have found the source of the waterfall. It's a large pool. And you see, now that you're in here in a much better lit environment, it is in fact blood. At the center of the pool sits a cement island. And a pedestal.
We had the last island.
And a pedestal with a glass dome cloche. And an almost comically thick chain attached to its apex, reaching to the ceiling. And inside you see a strange wooden carving that you recognize from earlier.
There's that totem.
Am I doing
I'm
the
over
jump
it.
thing again? Like,
Am I able to walk the distance and be fine, or is there like another pool situation with that blood water?
You would have to like walk either through the pool or try and jump it. Most of you could jump this. It's only about 10 feet.
I'm gonna jump it.
yeah.
However,
Right
what you
next
do
to it.
see is that there are 2 pole handles on either side. They're about 20 feet apart from each other. And they seem to be attached to chains leading up into a
I have a
unseeable
wild
contraption above.
guess that you guys got to do something with that so we can.
You said the
get-
chain was there was a chain attached to something that was in the center thing.
Yes.
It's like
So we have to raise
that
that.
covers like food
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So
Okay.
I mean,
Well, let's find
we
out
can try
how
and just
strong you
lift
got to be
it.
first.
Yeah, we gotta figure out how strong.
Let's go test it out.
I mean, I'm already
there
standing
ready to
right there
grab.
by the pedestal.
Yeah.
I can try and lift it up without the
Okay.
lift it
assistance.
up,
I doubt it's
I'll
gonna
grab-
work. That's not how video
Before you
games
go,
work.
Let me help you out there. I'm going to. Where do you go? I want to do bardic inspiration, but mode of potential
Oh, beautiful.
Ooh.
on you. So we spend that. So, when granting a creature bardic inspiration die, you summon a mode of potential that orbits within 5 feet of you. You can re-roll your bardic inspiration and choose either one. Target and each creature of your choice that you could see within 5 feet of it must. Oh, so that's it blows up, damages things around you. So if you get attacked, I can choose
Hey,
who
it
gets
works.
hurt. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But I still have a D6 bardic inspiration die,
Yeah.
or
no,
is it just
D8.
the effect?
It's a
Or
D8 for
D8.
this guy.
Oh,
This guy.
fancy!
I play a mean axe.
Fancy. I mean,
I'm
axe.
gonna be ready to grab that totem if Sean can get the thing
Okay.
up.
And Sean, you're attempting to lift the cloche itself, correct?
Yeah, just the close, like basically grabbing where the chains connect and hefting.
Beautiful.
That is not going to do it, even with the bardic inspiration, because that is
Wow, you wasted
with
my
athletics.
song.
That is a 17.
Okay. As you attempt to lift, the moment your hand touches the glass, you are immediately shocked, and everyone around you hears a almost lightning strike. You take 13 points of lightning damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
I use my staff and just like my core staff and like nudge him away from it.
Well, after all the zzz, and he just kind of collapses, just smoke. There's the
Hair's
smell
all-
of hair. It's all
Yes.
So
How is
yeah,
everybody looking, by
yeah.
the way? 'Cause I
lift
know-
the
I was gonna say
pull,
Cedric.
pull the things.
Maddie.
I'm gonna yeah. You guys want to use the pulleys and I'll be ready.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna go run over to a pulley.
Okay,
Leap
no need for a
across.
strength check. Is somebody else grabbing the other one, or are you just doing it yourself, Sean?
I'm doing one side.
You get a Hercules this.
That's to both of you. As soon as your hands touch the handles, 16 points of lightning damage.
I'm
I'm rolling really well on these.
Can I fight through it and still pull?
Your body is essentially locked, and the only way you're able to move is by releasing it.
Okay.
Now, Maddie, you work construction for a living. You've dabbled in electrical every once in a while. Circuits are a thing.
Yep.
Sometimes, if you connect two electrical lines, you can diffuse a circuit.
Yeah, what's happening right now is called a long circuit. There's somewhere in here a wire that's slapped against all this metal up here.
Is he raging again? I don't understand what he's saying.
This is how I sound.
Now, looking at the distance between them, it would be hard for the two pulleys to touch. But
if there's anything laying
somehow
around,
we're able to make a conductor.
We can join hands.
A human chain.
And conduct it with our bodies? You think that?
Yeah. I'm joking. I was looking around.
Hey, that hand thingy you have, could that lift this thing up?
No, if he couldn't lift it, that hand's not going to lift it.
I got shot before I could lift anything.
Oh, I can try. I'll try and lift it with mage hand.
And while you do that, I'm going to drink a Gatorade.
So about 15, with the 15 pounds of force trying to pull with the mage hand, doesn't want to move.
It doesn't move at all?
Well, it moves ever so slightly, but what you
if
notice
it's enough
is that,
for me to get my staff underneath it.
So the center does not move at all. The chain itself
the chain,
only moves
got it.
ever
Okay.
so slightly. The other chain, though, when you pull that, does sway ever so slightly. Seems they're connected in some way.
Can you whack the thing and just knock it over?
I can try. Sure. I
I'll
whack
let
it.
you- yeah, and it's not hard to hit, but as you hit it, I mean, it rebounds. Like, it sends that vibration through the wood. Just, kind of shocks your hands. Not like
Almost it.
actual electricity, but with bad vibration.
I don't think that's going to work.
All right, so what I was trying to say is there's a long circuit somewhere up there. And we
Somewhere
need
up
to break
there
it.
is not helpful.
Nope,
Where up
just
there?
Look.
Okay, I'm starting to look around, see if there's something that we can break.
Same.
To break something.
Why do you think there's all this blood here?
Doctor's office.
That's very disturbing.
Yeah, I don't know what doctor's office
Well, it's
you're
like-
going to, but you really need to find a new one.
Well, let me tell you.
No. Searching around.
Okay, so
The chains can't touch the blood, right?
It does, well, you'd have to pull them down, and right now you're still trying to figure out how to pull them down.
okay, I'm just looking everywhere to see
Go ahead and
if
roll an
I
investigation
can
check.
figure out
Same.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation or perception, whichever's higher for you.
Oh, roll perception for sure.
17
Yeah.
perception.
17. Okay.
I rolled a 2.
26.
Oof.
22.
Celine got a really high number. So
11.
Nice. Okay, so Celine got 26, if I heard it right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So Celine, looking around, you don't see anything that seems like it would make sense to work here, but you, for some reason, your brain thinks differently than a lot of people's. Might be something to do with the recreational drugs that we enjoy. However,
Or should we just stop trying to be subtle about it?
yeah,
Like,
we are
let's be
stop
honest.
trying to be subtle. She's a drug dealer. It's fine. Anyways, so Celine, you
It's
start
after
thinking,
dark, guys.
It really is.
We've shifted over.
I know, yeah.
Kids should be in bed.
After 4 hours, it suddenly becomes after dark. We're good. So Celine, Jake, you think Jake, Maddie, and Sean are all connected mentally right now. You can speak to each other without opening your mouths. Connection between people. Why does that make sense?
Connection, bruh. We got a vibe, man.
And after Maddie's commentary on circuits and closed circuits versus open circuits, something seems like, oh, I need to bridge a gap, maybe?
I'm telling you, human chain.
Your
Oh,
sound
that's a
isn't
weird
working.
mute. Yeah.
Buff.
What?
Oh,
Yeah,
there
talk
you're
louder.
back.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay. I'm saying.
I think it's your background noise filter. So.
Oh, that's so weird. I still think it's human chain.
Do you
If we
suggest
do a
it?
human chain, the electricity is passing through us.
But it's something connecting. It's
That
connecting.
So if
will
we grab
kill
the other
us.
chain, it would just create a loop. Like we wouldn't shock because it would pass.
I'm
Like
willing
it's
to
like when you like rub something, you shock somebody, but if they're touching somebody, that person gets shocked.
And
I
then it
don't
goes
think
all the way
that's
to.
how that works, but okay. This is gonna.
I'm
If
willing
it
to
hurts
try
us,
anything,
we've
man.
got potions and I can heal. So let's
It
just.
looks like you could do it with about 4 people, so you might have somebody free to grab.
Alright, who's
Danny,
gonna
you grab.
Yeah, you grab since you're already there.
Okay.
All right. So
All right.
Hands
Hands
across this
across
pool
the
of
pool of
blood.
blood.
hands holding hands. As you
Maddie.
thinking about it, you start first in the middle. You have 2 people grab hands,
Yeah,
and 2
and
more
then
people grab hands.
At the same time.
Touch at the same time. You all feel a little bit of a hum through your body, but there's no pain.
All good?
And as your edge is
Yep,
pulled down,
cool.
as your edge is pulled down, the cloche lifts.
And grab.
You grab it, and everybody lets go. You're all good. Suddenly, the door you hear lock behind you,
Why?
and those whispers
What did
and the
we not
laughter that you heard
Yep.
starts growing loud,
Yep.
louder, louder, louder.
Shove the thing in my backpack.
Uh-huh. And the door, you start hearing rattle a little bit as if something's trying to break in.
Didn't the blood pour out of this thing? Can we go out that way?
Wait,
It does look like there's an exit there.
Okay.
I'm taking it.
Let's go.
I'm
You
not
want to go
around.
up the blood chute?
Yep, we're taking the blood chute.
Blood
Like,
shoot it is.
the blood drained out of it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
poured.
Well,
Yeah.
the blood isn't drained out of it, but that's the source of the waterfall.
Yeah, we're gonna take
So
the
there's
waterfall.
still blood in there.
Uh-huh.
You want to go swimming through blood?
Yes.
Do you want to mess with whatever?
Have
the
you had your
drain-
shots?
Well, that's your family and friends at the door if you want to hang out with them.
The doors rumble.
I'm gone.
Maddie, runs,
All right.
dunk.
Let's go.
Together?
No.
Rich in iron.
No!
You like to pump iron. Now you get to swim in it.
No!
Inspiration to the DM.
Are you sure?
Oh.
Wait a minute. Only
All right.
in our favor.
So I'll admit this last one that you guys are going to is a really short one. And it is essentially again, because we're coming to so long so far, I don't want to keep our players as well as our viewers for too much longer. So we will skip through this one. I'll explain what would have happened. Essentially what would happen here, you would enter a metal-looking disc of sorts, following it looks like a casino. This whole town looked like a dilapidated Las Vegas. It's neon everywhere, strange-looking buildings. You enter this one, and you eventually find your way to what you would assume is the high rollers room, where a scarecrow sits across from you. And it looks like there is a chip machine or a token machine that you would be able to exchange gold for a certain number of chips. Your buy-in would have been with single chip, and you would have played Gambit of Ord. It's a fairly well-known D&D game for some. Essentially, you roll a d8, place a bet, roll a d6, place a bet, roll a d4, place a bet, and that's highest number wins. Every chip that you lost, if you lost any of them rounds, equaled 5 HP lost.
Oof.
Yeah. And then you would have only had to win 3 total rounds as a group to gain your prize, which ironically was the Scarecrow utilizing the bone dice as his d6. So, you now have all of your items.
Awesome.
We are running for that central area.
Yeah.
It's like, boop, boop,
Looking
boop.
gross as heck. Just booking it.
I was gonna say,
Dry,
so
the
gross.
crusty blood and everything.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, it's
it's
bad.
so
Something like a
bad.
B horror film.
Yep,
All
straight
Probably
up.
should have done that one first. We could have washed off in all the water.
Right?
Now, I'll ask this of my players. I'm going to give you this choice. There is a final encounter. It is very late. I have kept you very long. I am okay just to explain to you what would happen, or would you like to run the encounter?
Is it a long one or?
It's a deadly encounter. So
I would love to, however, I do need to be up for work at 4 o'clock.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Sean has one of our earliest work schedules. So I think if you guys are okay.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
and
say, but
Selena-
Sean's actually in one of the later time zones.
That's fair too, but yeah.
2 a.m.
So,
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
rather
and
than-
it's almost 11 for me.
Oh,
So
that
rather
makes
than
me
keep
sad
our
though.
players,
It'd be
I
fun.
know, yeah.
I
and-
know.
But
It's one of those-
I get it. I'm looking at the clock too, going, oh.
Yeah, I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, we've been running a long time. Okay, so allow me to explain what would happen. As you would enter the center circle, you would see a woman waiting for you at the gate that you assume would be the one that would open if you were to place all the items. She would have a couple of smaller creatures next to her, looking very demonesque. And she would ask you quite politely, very politely, in fact, for all the items and allowing her to go through. Assuming you would all refuse, she would then say, fine, I'll take them. And you would watch her morph into an ancient shadow dragon.
Dude, you guys, we're missing out on Maleficent.
I know, it hurts my soul, but I need
Literally a dream. Do not say anything else. Let's just assume things got solved, and that needs to just that has to happen at some point later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's put a pin in this to come back at a later
We all
date
have
because I
another
want to fight
nightmare,
Maleficent
and-
so bad.
Yeah, the sequel.
All right. I will say I will be more than willing to run a sequel. We could also essentially run this game. For those of you that are not already catching on, they're in a dimension of a dystopian Disneyland. They essentially were picking their final boss by the first thing that they touched. And they
And
Way
it
to
was
go.
the wing.
Way
Oh,
to
After
go.
the select
damn.
Maleficent, your
Miracles.
options are, and this is one that I'm continuing to work on and expanding. You would have been facing Captain Hook, Chernabog, Dr. Facilier, the Evil Queen, Hades, Maleficent, Oogie Boogie, or Ursula. Those were all of your choices. And
I really want to fight Captain Hook.
you actually,
Captain Hook is your worry on that one?
No, I want to. I think that'd be a.
I want to fight Oogie Boogie, but I also really want to fight Maleficent.
I would
So-
show what Maleficent.
the
Oh,
fun part about how this works, and I'll explain just a little bit. You actually met every single one of the villains that you could have faced.
Yeah,
figured
yeah,
as
so I
much,
figured
yeah.
that,
Yep.
yeah.
You met Captain Hook. He was the one that had the feather in his cap.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
met the Evil Queen. She was the one trapped in the mirror.
Yeah.
All of that. So, anyways, you guys have been wonderful.
thank you so much for an
That was
awesome,
fantastic.
awesome
Yeah,
game,
thank you.
man.
Fantastic.
You
Man,
guys,
Rogue.
you guys have been a blast to run. I apologize we didn't get to finish in a normal amount of time. That's it's been a
We were
while
doing
since I've
great
been-
at break, and then I was like, like 2 hours later, I went, "Oh shoot!"
Wait.
Should I
Oh,
message
no.
in chat like, "Do you guys
Oh,
want to like
no.
do a part 2, and we will just like leave it at like I don't know how to."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a tough one, but
Oh
the way,
no, we need to come back. We got it.
Yeah,
We got it.
yeah.
We got it.
For
I don't want
sure,
to know
we can do
anything
it.
else.
I would be
Return
happy
to the
to. I
nightmare
would be
realm.
happy to run that showdown for you.
Nightmare
Um,
Knuckleheads.
Absolutely would love to.
That's the group name, Nightmare
Nightmare
Knuckleheads.
Knuckleheads.
Nightmare no.
Love it.
Like it. I love it.
Beautiful. Anyways, so I want to thank players once again. I want to thank all of our viewers that have stayed with us this long. If you have,
Yes.
thank you so
We went
amazing.
to
We
the wrong
appreciate
thing.
you. And there's a sign off. We'll see you down by the lakeside. Is that correct? Did I
Yeah,
say
we'll
that
see
one
you
right?
That is correct.
Yes,
That's
we'll
it.
see you
Hopefully
down
not
by the
covered in blood.
lakeside.
Yeah, yeah,
Covered in
seriously.
blood. Yes.
But
Enjoy your Halloween season. Thank you all so much, and
we'll see
you
you
next time.
Monday.
See you Monday.
See you Monday.
Rounds.
Yay.